Yeah. Black Man Unfiltered Network. We ain't here to play nice. We here to flip everything they told you was normal. Hey! Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we flipping tables. Yeah. We breaking labels. Facts. No more silence, no more favors. Truth hit hard, can't save it. Yeah. We flipping tables. This that real, no cable. Hey, if it's fake, we unplug it. Welcome to the table. Yeah. I came in the room, they was comfortable, quiet, smiling in your face, but behind it is riot. They told me be calm, but I'm built for the storm. When the truth in the building, you better transform. They don't like a man when he speak with direction. They love you when broken, confused, and correction. But I'm on a mission, I'm changing perception. No filter, no fear, just raw intersection. System designed just to keep you disabled. Mentally trapped, spiritually labeled. I'm cutting the cords, the lies getting fatal. If it ain't the truth, I'm flipping in the table. We flipping tables. Yeah, we breaking labels. Facts. No more silence, no more favors. Truth hit hard, can't save you. Yeah, we flipping tables. They said don't question, I said watch me. Too many men out here living sloppy. No guidance, no code, no structure, no lead. Now we wonder why families bleed. This ain't hate, this accountability. Look in the mirror with this vulnerability. Masking and frame with responsibility. That's what they fear, that stability. I'm calling it out, no sugar, no glaze. We breaking these cycles, we shifting in the phase. Legacy built, not lost in the maze. We done
work that out. I'll send a super chat through JT too if y'all can work that out. I could do that. I just can't cash app. I ain't got no cash app.
Yeah. We'll be able to.
Y'all good on that?
Yeah, we've been to work that out.
I got you.
All right, but yeah, man. So thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate you, man, for being here tonight. We're gonna start this conversation. Listen, guys, there's a lot of misinformation going on. All right, and I am giving out misinformation. Izzy is giving out misinformation. JT is giving out misinformation. Boss Man is giving out too much information. And Tyrus called me out and said that I was giving out. He said I'm selling fear.
Rage bait is specifically what I said, but yeah.
Oh, rage bait. Okay, motherfucker, rage bait. Okay, so my thing is this. I want you to explain, sir, that because I'm glad you're here because you don't run from no conversation, so you stay consistent.
For sure.
So tell me, Tyrus, how do you feel that we are rage baiting people by telling them the truth?
I think you're rage baiting because you're trying to get people scared of 0.6% of the population. It's really that simple. Transgender people are 0.6% of the population. They are the smallest demographic in this country, bar none. You can't even, I'm pretty sure your kids don't run into transgender. My kids don't run into transgender. It's a very small percentage. And then the issues that they bring up aren't even that big deal. So the fact that you want to change, you want to have a fundamental change to this country based on 0.6% of the population, instead of worrying about the things that affect the majority of Americans. Yeah, that's rage bait, bro. Respect.
Anybody want to respond?
So this is my thing. We don't have a problem with them as people. We have a problem with what they do, what they're doing. That's why we never, no one ever said anything about them specifically as people. That was the reason why we had the LGBT to come up and be able to speak on many of our platforms. But as far as rage baiting, no, I don't see where that's coming from.
Respectfully, JT, that was on a Facebook post with BMU.
Yeah,
okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna read to you what I said because I want to make sure we all on the same page. And this is what I posted.
Yeah.
I post a lot of shit, but this is what I posted specifically what he's talking about. Let's see where it is here. I said, go ahead and vote. And I'm getting to it. I'm trying to remember what I said. I said, go ahead and vote so we can keep men out of women's girls' bathrooms. And
appreciate you, Izzy Bands.
Let's see, where is it?
We'll play some here in a minute. Once, hey, BME, you want me to play some here for Izzy Bands?
Yeah, you play some.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Izzy, for the $9.99. Appreciate you, my brother.
We got some for you. 1 second. Let me go up here and find it really quick. Here we go. Right here. Appreciate you, sir. We'll go ahead and give you the pastor. Go ahead.
Tryna party all night, DJ play another song. 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 Tryna party all night, DJ play another song.
It's clever, baby. I'm in this bitch with AJ. In the club, jumping up and down like it's payday. Party all night. Shout out to my nigga, baby. Yeah, that's my DJ. That's my DJ. Nigga, I been rolling like a Mack truck. Fine, fine, fine. Throw me back one. Don't step on my shoes, nigga. Back up. Fuck you, fuck around and get your bitch snatched up. Yeah, they done let me in. They done let me through. Yeah, nigga, it's whatever what you wanna do. Yeah, out of my head, chicken all night long.
Moose Knuckle.
Yeah, that's Sister Moose Knuckle, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Sister Moose Knuckle.
Wow.
Easy, go ahead. She walk in the room. I know one thing, Easy. When she walk in the room, Easy gonna say, "Oh Lord."
This is gonna do one of my numbers, man. All man have to do is walk away from that shit.
He's gonna run. He's gonna run.
Yeah. Is it gonna be like this right here?
Toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
That's the quote of the century.
Hey, so let me go back to
Looking
this
like a
guys.
true old nigga.
Oh, nigga.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna say this. So I want to say this, man. I just want to. What I said on the post was, let's go vote to keep men out of women's bathrooms, and also keep drag queens from reading to your story time to your kids at school. Is what I see.
Okay.
No, and that's why I responded as the way I did, because the girls' bathrooms is really not an issue. And as far as the drag queens go, I'm going to be honest, at least somebody's reading to our kids, because there's a lot of straight people who are not reading to our kids. If you look at the literacy rates in this country, it is pathetic.
They got you on the
Wait. Hold up. Hold up. I ain't got none of my damn sound bites. What the? Wait,
And remember, laughing isn't a rebuttal. So if you want to,
no, I got you. So all jokes aside, I see you dead at. Okay, brother, I'm not familiar with you, but I see you dead serious about this. So you would rather them read to your children stories that have intimate relations between same-sex oriented partners for the sake of reading, rather than you get a book and read to your own children. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, I live in a country where it's not either or, it's both. And so both can be true. The drag queens can read to my kids if they want to, and I read to my kids if I want to.
So when they're reading to your kid, Steve pulled out his ample member and he grabbed Adam robustly with his bosom, so you're good with that?
Well, thankfully, that hasn't been read to my kids, and there isn't drag time stories with my kids. But at the end of the day, there's nothing illegal about it. So no, I don't have a problem with it.
So because wait. So because it's not illegal, you have no problem with it.
Yeah.
So if being with little children is illegal,
Izzy, because right now you're going around. So Izzy, I'm gonna ask you a direct question.
No, I'm asking you a question. Wait. How you gonna ask me a question when I'm trying to ask you anything?
So I'm gonna go ahead and ask you a question.
No, I'm gonna ask you a question first. And then after you answer my question, I'm gonna be gracious.
What is inherently illegal about a drag
after you answer my question, I'm gonna be gracious. I'm gonna answer your question back. We're not familiar with each other, but welcome. I'm glad to speak with you, brother. So let me ask you a question. So if it were legal to be with children, would you adhere.
It's illegal.
adults
That's a non.
Well, it's illegal. It's legal right. It's illegal right now.
Like pedophilia is illegal
Right now.
It will always be illegal.
No, it won't.
You know it won't.
No, it won't. Not the rate that they're going to. If you
it's not,
continue
bro.
to allow them to read to your children and read these salacious stories to your children, then eventually that's the next step.
They've been reading to the kids at a small number, but it's been happening across the country. It's not even a common thing. It's a rare thing to have drag queen story time, but that's not been illegal. By the way, the last time I checked, you can opt out and have your kid not go to that reading if you don't want to. So if you don't want your kid, here's the funny thing, Izzy, if you don't want your kid exposed to drag queen reading time, you don't have to. That's the beauty of this country.
So at the end, that's not really true. I don't
Yes,
know.
it is true.
Wait,
Yes,
hold
it
on.
is
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is true.
No, it's not. When
Yes,
they,
it is.
when
I
they
filled
have,
out the forms
when
that
they
let you
have,
opt out whether it's
now,
something's
every
nice in your
state.
school
Hold
or
on,
not.
hold on,
Come
real
on, man.
quick. When you were speaking, I allowed you to speak. I didn't interrupt you not one time. So if you would give me the same grace I gave you, I'd appreciate it. Right?
That's fine, but you asked me a question and I'm defending the position, sir, respectfully.
Well, you defended it, and now allow me to retort if you don't mind, right? So when you were speaking, I didn't say a word. I just listened to what you had to say, even though I don't agree with it at all. So the fact of the matter is, this is the agenda that they're running in order to slide. I forgot what the term they use, and I don't really want to use it, to slide that in to make it legal. Okay. So why do you think that they are allowing these stories told by those people to your children in the first place? What does a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old or a 10-year-old or even a 12-year-old have anything to do with sex or sex education in that particular manner, in that particular way?
Actually, sex education starts as early as the 5th grade, 6th grade. So that's also a non-point. You see, here's the problem. You can wait. Do you want to keep going before I answer?
I'm not interrupting you. Good.
Right. So again, you're triggered by the fact that it's a drag queen. You see, if it was a straight male or just simply a lesbian, you wouldn't have a problem. But for whatever reason, this person who's just dressed a certain kind of way is just living rent-free in your head. And you can't get over the fact that it is not illegal for your eyeballs to be offended. Sir, that's a you problem. That's not a country problem.
So, okay. So now that you're telling me what I think and you're telling me what lives rent-free in my head, let me allow me to tell you what actually I think and what actually lives in my head. So the deal is this: when you are talking to children, underage children, about adult matters, putting them in the place of adults and making them make adult decisions, this is something they should not have to think about at all. This is something that they don't need to be aware of at all. This is something that they don't even have to interact at all. So the point is that you are allowing adults to come in, and to be honest, if it was anyone who was reading sexual content to my child, I have a problem with that. No matter straight, no matter not straight, no matter drag, no matter not drag, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, children should not be in this place having to think about these things and having to make these type of decisions. Those are not child decisions to make.
Tarus.
Well, once again, thankfully, it's not up to the child; it's up to the parent.
Tarus, can I interject just for a second? I think what I'm hearing here are two different conversations happening at the same time. So I want to quantify something really quick. Okay. One conversation is generally about the idea of a particular person who is dressed a certain way, who ascribes to a certain lifestyle, reading to children. And one conversation is about the material being read to children. Those are two separate conversations. And what oftentimes happens in this space, as I say it every time, is that we are having two different conversations being meshed together at once. Okay. So on Izzy Band's point is, and I think you could agree here, is that content or material being read to children, no matter who reads to the child, okay, if it's explicit or or out of a certain rate or certain, I guess, appropriation or appropriate range, it's a problem in general. I think we can all agree there. Okay, so now that we got that checked off, the issue here now is who reads to the child. Now, the story that seems to have basically blown up the internet is the drag queen story hour that happened in a public library, which is the article that is July 21st, 2022. Proud Boys crashed drag queen story hour at a local library, and it was and they claimed that it's part of a wider movement. Okay, now the issue there is that is part of Izzy Band's issue, which is most people's problem, which is that there wasn't consent to the fact that it was a public area. But to Tarus's point is that in a library, in a public library, you cannot get consent in a public setting because it's a public setting. However, with that in mind, if, however, for instance, if a group of children are being curried over there by, let's say, a school, for instance, that's a situation where the school did not do their due diligence to ensure that parents had a say. Go ahead, Izzy.
But that's the thing. In a lot of states, they're intentionally leaving the parents out of the conversation. And then
I agree.
Let me just bring it home. And then in California, there's a movement that if the children if the children want to do such and such with their body, whatever orientation, whatever they feel like, and the parents step in the way, then they can be taken from their parents, or their parents can face some kind of penalty or some kind of backlash behind that. So this is the issue. It's not a thing of in all states they're just giving consent. No, they're coming in by the notion of your children are in public school. They're coming in, they're reading to your children, whether your children like it or not, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not. That's what my issue is.
So
Okay.
real quick, Bossman, you are making the distinction that is happening in public schools. It's happening in public libraries and not schools.
Let me just say something. It's not a movement, Izzy. It's a law. In California, they passed a law. They passed a local law forbidding the schools to tell their parents that their kids are going through a transition.
Which type of transition?
From being regular fucking people to a transgender, to a sexual transition.
Oh,
No. That's why. That's wait. Stay. Our pain. I can bring up the bill. I can bring up the bill right now. It is.
Let me finish talking. Then you can rebuke me. This is
Okay.
a gay guy. There's a gay guy called. He's actually gay. He's married and shit. I don't know why they pushed him through my feed. His name is Amir Odom. He talks about how the regular gay and lesbian people have an issue with the radical LBGYN, whatever the fuck they call themselves, the alphabet mafia. Because of this whole notion that a small group of people can't cause radical change is just idiotic. Right?
Okay.
Because if you have a liberal, communist, Marxist kind of government that we're leaning towards, it don't have to be a majority of people. That, California has been a spread of poison around the course of the country a long time, just like no-fault divorce. California is the spearhead of make that shit cross a whole bunch of across the country.
What does this conversation have to do with no-fault divorce? Why do we keep bouncing off?
Wait, before you just start talking over people, the point is you made a point that it was a small minority of people who are transgender. They're radical. And they have a lot of influence. So small, just like rich people are a small percentage, but they make all the goddamn laws. The ultra rich have an in with the federal government, with the government and Congress and Senate, and they write the goddamn laws. It's like 1% of the people. So don't give me this small minority of people don't have no thing. The small minority can make a lot of change that we're all living with. So you won't refute that the fact the 1%ers are running the way our country runs. So stop.
Arcane, are you going on record right now? No, Arcane. Are you going on record right now that 0.6%? Are you going on record right now that 0.6 of the population, specifically transgendered, are ruining your country?
No. I'm saying that.
No, answer the question.
Let me
That's
answer.
what you
asked me a
come
question.
on, man.
Let me answer the
Then answer it directly.
Hey, one mic, guys. One mic. They can't hear you.
Let me answer. I'm gonna answer your question. I'm saying that the small percentage of transgenders that I agree with you have enough power to make a change across the states, and they're already doing it. They're already doing it. They're a protected group already.
Yeah, you're a protected group, Arcane. You understand that, right? Every last one of us. Wait, BNU boss man, am I incorrect in saying that we are protected class?
Don't move the goalposts.
Yes, you're incorrect.
Yes.
No, you're incorrect.
No, we are correct. We are a protected class.
Wait, who is we? Are you talking about? Wait. Are you asking? Are you talking about us as black men?
Black people in general.
Yes, are a protected class.
No, black women are a protected class. Black men are absolutely not a protected class.
So, all right.
That's not a fact. Okay, excuse me. Hold on real quick, Mr. Payne.
You're stepping all over my shit.
I apologize.
You can't fucking sit down here and say us as a minority people, we made a big inroads as a small protected group. And so it doesn't have to be a lot of people. You just have to have the influence. And that's it. That's all it is.
Can I ask a question? I need the proof that he's thinking that black men are a protected group in America. That's the most. Hold on, real quick. That's the most asinine. Hold on, real quick, Mr. Payne. That's the most asinine thing I've heard all night. Black men are a protected class in America. You really believe that?
Yes.
I'd like to hear boss man tell me that the California law.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Mr. Payne. Can he show us proof of this? Because that's ridiculous. Why would he believe that black men in America are a protected class? Why would he believe that? That's ridiculous.
We're getting off track. I'd like to hear boss man tell me that California law is not true.
Okay, absolutely. The California law, SB 107, does not permit schools to participate or engage in, let me finish, does not engage in or allow or permit or curry a child or a minor to participate in trans. Do
they have to hold the information from the parents? That's what I'm talking about.
I am getting to that.
That's what I said, though.
But there's something that you stated that is misinformation that I'm going to fix. Because I hear this all the time, and I am tired of hearing it.
They have to hold the information from the parents, boss man.
Let me get to it. One thing that is incorrect is that no school in America.
I didn't say that.
I am going to get to that if you would let me get to it.
I didn't say that they make the kids do it.
I didn't say you said that. I did not say you said that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, brother.
What tends to happen is people think that there isn't a difference between one, transgender, and transsexual. What you stated was that a school is permitting or is allowing or aiding in kids transsexual.
They don't have to tell the parents. That's what I mean.
Exactly. Let me get to that. One word that you stated was that is helping children transition to both transgender and transsexual.
The parents.
Let me get to it. Arpane, damn.
Arpane, let him finish. Arpane, then you can come back in. Let him finish first. Go ahead.
Because you stated both, and I'm going to address both.
Okay, sir. I apologize.
Okay. So on the transsexual aspect, they do not deal with that part at all. No child is assisted with transsexual transitions.
So you're
now on the transgender aspect, socially transgendering or transitioning on a transgender aspect, the teachers are not permitted to inform, shut up.
No, but you mischaracterize what I'm saying. I can't fucking allow that.
I am not mischaracterizing you. You said both transgender and transsexual, and I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to answer your question. For transgender, the teachers are not permitted to inform the parents of a child transitioning to or in a transgender or socially transgendering state. Because what it would then do is create a situation where if the parent is not necessarily for any of that, it would potentially endanger the child. So what they do, so I'm telling you, you are correct on one end and incorrect on another. I'm trying to give you.
Okay, you must have heard something wrong. The issue is, do they fucking have the whole information from the parents? Yes or no?
In my answer, I'm telling you, you're correct on one and incorrect on the other. I'm telling you, you're correct on one and incorrect on the other. There's a difference between someone transitioning on the transgender aspect socially and transitioning on transsexual aspect. You said both.
But maybe I misspoke. The issue that I keep going back to is that they're holding information from the fucking parents.
Now I could agree with you. I could agree. I'm getting ready to tell you where there's some concession here. I could agree with you on one end where it's problematic for a parent to not be informed. But I'm also going to give you a different perspective.
There's no.
Yes, there is. And here's the reason. Teachers shouldn't be getting involved with that in the first fucking place. If teachers would focus on 1, 2, 3, A, B fucking C's, and what the fuck happened. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Oh, all right. You got your
hang
point.
on. So 1 second. And hang on. And if teachers would focus on that and stop worrying about what happens in worrying about what, because here's the thing. If the schools would not acknowledge this shit at all, teachers wouldn't be involved in it.
The point is the 0.6% that this guy Tarus is saying has no impact. It's changing laws already.
So here's it. So with this law, you're reading into this law as if to suggest.
If the school is telling you, listen, the kids are spending a good amount of time with the teachers. If I had a student that was thinking about deleting himself, this is not the school's business.
That's different.
Wait a minute. No, how is it different? That the school is going to tell me about it. They're going to tell me about it. So, but if he wants to cut his dick off, they don't have to say.
Again, transsexualism and transgender are two different things, Arpain. This is why I'm correcting you. This is why I'm correcting you. Because here's
for a teacher to sit down here and see kids changing their clothes in the locker room, doing these kind of things, and the parents be unaware. And you can't. If I ask the kids, hey, listen, I saw my kid have a different pair of clothes on, and the teacher said, well, my hands are tied. I can't tell you what the fuck they're doing. This is just crazy, boss man. You're missing words. The school is directly prohibited when the kids are doing a dangerous fucking gateway.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
I can't believe that we're even having this conversation. You got a son, and some motherfucker knows your son is getting ready to do something stupid, and they don't tell you. You're gonna sit down there and say, you know what? So, first of all, here's the one thing I would agree with. If you're that unattached to your kids, you're kind of saying you deserve what you get. But I can't believe we even having this conversation.
No one see. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. You're reading so much into this law. Hang on. You're reading so much into this law. This law is very, very specific. Did you read the SB 107?
You know what? I didn't read the exact words. I know about it because I keep hearing it.
The answer is no. The answer is no. You didn't read it. You didn't read it.
I don't need to read it.
And that's the problem. Here we are talking about misleading with misinformation. Here we are talking about misinformation. The rule, the law does not do what it is you're saying that it does.
And you say the teachers are prohibited from telling the parents.
Staying out of the business that does not pay them.
Listen, man, you know what?
Honestly, what a child calls him or herself is not endangering the child.
What the fuck you talking about?
Okay, so one thing, it doesn't say that yet.
Okay, so I don't disagree with that. So here's the thing. I cannot sit here and say that the law here is going to eventually get here. What I can say, especially as a militant, what I can say is that the law specifically says this right here, right? Now, when something comes down legislation that is being proposed, then we can have a conversation.
I can say that it's going to get there by looking at the natural progression of it.
Okay, I don't disagree there. But what I can say here is that what is being, and I don't disagree. What I can say is that what is being said about this is not what's being purported.
Okay, but I think what the issue is that our pain has with this is that natural progression into something. It's when laws like this are being created, they're not gonna do something drastic right away.
Okay.
They're gonna slowly do it in increments because they're trying to socially acclimate us to this particular type of behavior, this particular type of thing.
I don't disagree.
Now, the one thing that I heard the brother above me say that was completely ridiculous is that drag queens need, like, it's nothing wrong with drag queens reading to the kids because we have an illiteracy problem. I think that's what I heard. If I'm incorrect.
He said,
yeah, I specifically said I don't care even if it's drag queens because I'm happy that people are reading to the kids. So it doesn't bother me that it's a drag queen.
Okay, well, number one, part of the reason that the children have difficulty reading has more to do with their parents not reading to them at home.
I literally mentioned that, Angry Man.
You did? Well, I didn't hear that, so my bad. But the reason why I'm saying it's ridiculous is because what I'm trying to figure out is why is that a necessity?
No one said it's respectfully. Nobody said it's a necessity, but they are volunteering. So, Angry Man, you would agree that a straight man volunteering to read to the kids, nothing wrong with that. A straight woman volunteering to read to the kids, nothing wrong with that. A lesbian volunteering to read to the kids, nothing wrong with that.
I would question it. I would question.
That's fine. That's fine, Angry Man. That's fine if you want to.
No, just from my position, I can't speak for everybody else, right?
Yeah.
But there's a joke that I always tell, which is if you saw a all-women construction crew building a skyscraper, would you be comfortable going to the top floor of that building? And most people be like, no. And then I said, if you saw a daycare center that was nothing but men working there, would you be comfortable putting your kids there? Again, the answer would be no. If grown men that are strangers that don't have any children at that school just started volunteering to read to those children, I would side-eye that.
Angry Man, that is an excellent point, Angry Man.
Now, let me say this. I'm going to tell you the reason why I say that. The reason why I say that, I don't know your age bracket, but I'm a Gen Xer. And during my time as a child, people used to do really messed up stuff to kids. Grown people used to do really messed up things to children. Like we're the generation that had to check our candy after Halloween to make sure that there wasn't razor blades in the apples.
Yeah, it's worse now. Yo, it's worse now. It's worse now. They got the needles in there now.
Yeah, so my thing is one, I find it to be inappropriate because it's a drag queen. Like that's To me, that's inappropriate.
So from
right?
your perspective, angry man, I understand that. Here's from my perspective.
Uh-huh.
Based on what you just said, I agree. So that's why I'm not pissed off with drag queens, because there's straight men still abusing our children in our schools, left and right. You see the amount of women that are now abusing young men in our schools right now, straight women abusing our young boys right now. That is happening, angry man, respectfully. That is happening at a far higher clip that I can't even think about the 0.6% of the population that is, let's be clear, people are upset that they exist.
Okay, now, wait a minute. So here's the thing. First of all, I'm not a person that's upset they exist. They've been around since I was a kid, or probably before, right?
Right.
So my thing is this. You would agree that a person that is a drag queen is out of the ordinary. That's not the typical norm, right?
Yeah, that's abnormal. I agree.
Okay, that's not the typical norm, right?
Yeah.
So if we know for a fact that people, whether they be women or men, that are what we would consider typically normal, are abusing children, if we know that's going on, why would we compile that by allowing another group of people that we know are doing something abnormal to be around the children if we ain't even reined in the quote unquote normal people that's abusing the children?
Because whether they're abnormal or normal, you can't spot these creeps until it's already too late. That's the unfortunate reality that we all have to admit. Everybody, angry man, everybody is a law-abiding citizen until all of a sudden they aren't. Straight.
Here's the thing though. That is true in essence. However, if a teenager with a black trench coat was getting ready to walk into an elementary school, you're not going to sit back and wait for them to do something. That is suspicious behavior.
True.
So my thing is with this, and this is why this is problematic, because in my personal opinion, and I'm pretty sure there are others out there that agree with this, it's a very unpopular opinion, but I believe that type of agenda is a way to segue into making adults having sexual relations with children a normal thing.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. And that's what I was alluding to earlier.
Oh, my bad.
Real quick, guys. Real quick. I want to say this real quick, guys. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you love what you're hearing right now. Thank you for being here. Support the channel. I need 5 of y'all right now to hit that cash app that's scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Go ahead and send your $10 right now and show support to this channel. We're doing the work right now. Now, I want to ask a question to you, Anger Man, because you just alluded to something that's very important. I think that anytime something is vulgar, right? Because 60 years ago, if you were gay, it was a mental illness. So now I think when people change the name of something, they're getting ready for you to try to acclimate you to try to agree with it. Like right now, you can't call them, so they're not calling them pedophiles no more. They said I've read it. You don't call them pedophiles no more. They're called MAPs.
Yep.
Minor attractive people.
Yep.
Right.
That was the term I was looking. That was the term I was looking for earlier. BMU. Hold on, BMU. That was the term I was looking for earlier. That
Okay.
Remember, I was alluding to that. I said I don't remember the term, but that's yes. And so what it is it's a conditioning and a socializing to be able to accept it. And see, the problem with it is the books and the materials that a lot of these people are bringing into the schools is to condition your child to adhere to that type. It's okay. It's all right. It's nothing wrong with it. If you have these feelings, if you want to be like this, if you want to be like that, it's fine. And this is the issue.
Well, the problem with this is there's an old saying. It says, give me the child for 7 years and I'll show you the man. Because the first 7 years of a child's life is instrumental in who they're going to be. So if you have people influencing them in any way, shape, or form, it doesn't really matter what it is. If you have a school where that school is militant,
tampons in bathrooms.
I'm not even gonna go there.
Man, what the fuck?
I'm not even gonna go there. I'm saying even if you have, regardless of what you are teaching the children up to 7 years old, is going to have a tremendous impact on who they are. Now, why this is ridiculous is because we understand that a child has to develop a certain amount of time before they can do certain things, before they can drive, before they can vote, before they can drink alcohol. There are numerous things that you cannot allow children to do, and it is illegal, but they're using a loophole to slide all of this other stuff in when the premise is the same. The child's mind is developing. So there could be an argument made that it's possible that that child may not have been homosexual, may not have wanted to be a transgender, may not have wanted to be any of those things if they had been left alone to develop organically on their own. Now, once they become grown, they can do whatever they want to do. They're grown. You feel me? They're grown, and as long as they're not infringing on nobody else's rights, they can live their life the way they want to live their life. But to say that, well, we don't know what the children are or whatever, leave them alone. And this is the reason why I'm glad you brought up the illiteracy problem. This is the reason why you have an illiteracy problem. This is the reason why a lot of the schools are failing, because they're too focused on other things instead of the basics of education. They should be focused on education. If you can't come into a school and teach someone's children other religions, you shouldn't be able to come into the school and teach people's children ideology that their parents may not agree with.
Or sexuality, period. They don't have no business. It's not time for that. That's what was my exact point.
It's not time for that. And you're right about them changing the language. Confucius said back in the day, if you want to bring justice back to an unjust society, you have to call things by their proper name.
Yeah.
If you change,
you're muted, boss man.
To be fair, Angry Man, that's why MAPS hasn't caught on, because the vast majority of this country still calls them the P word. Just like remember AOC tried to change it to Latinx, and all the Latinos was like, nah, we ain't getting called that dumb stuff. People could try a lot of things, but that doesn't mean it catches on. The vast majority of the country still calls them groomers and P's. That MAP crap is extremism, and people have called that out and distanced themselves. You also have to acknowledge that at least.
Yeah,
let me say this real quick, guys. Real quick, let me say this. My grandfather's brothers, he's uncle, he's my great uncle. He said, when they were talking about what you just said, this is what his words were. He said, son, when I was growing up in the 50s, in the 60s, we called them the F word when they were gay. Right. We called them out their name. Gay marriage was unheard of. Most gay people was getting their ass stomped in the concrete and beat to death.
Yes.
Most of the kids that say they want to be gay got caught with another boy, they'll get their ass beat or sent off somewhere and get their back turned on them. He said, I never thought I would live to get 80 years old and see two men legally able to kiss each other in the mouth and exchange rings and say they married. He said, if he said it took 50 years to get us here, he said, I guarantee you men gonna be able to marry little girls and women gonna be able to marry little boys. He said, right now people say it ain't possible, it ain't gonna happen. He said, give it time.
20 years.
And I'll take that over the 1950s Jim Crow crap that your great uncle grew up in. We were also being discriminated against.
Wait,
yes, in the 1950s, what were the state of Black Americans in the 1950s?
Come on, fam.
Hold up, bro.
That don't have nothing to do with.
Yes, it does. Minorities are always being trashed, right?
Minorities.
Hold on. Are we not a minority now?
No. This is where I have a problem.
Why?
This is what I have a problem with. When you start putting the LGBT in the same pot with Black folks, it's not the fucking same at all. And I'm talking about at all. There's no way that you can,
because the language being used is always
so this is one of the reasons, and this is what a lot of people don't want to say. I'm gonna say it in layman's terms. The reason why you had men that was against that shit is because they don't stand for shit. Everything is fluid. You don't have anybody that's going to say, listen, this is what needs to go. You don't have men that's going to be men. We understand that women are just like our children. It's been shown right now, their decision making, when you got them and you leave them to their own devices, end up being 2024. This is what it is.
Well,
when you got a bunch of men acting as like they're women, they're dangerous. That's the most dangerous human being ever.
We're talking about just gay people now. We're not talking just trans issues. We're talking about all
anybody that's done what we're talking about is this. Let's put it on the thing with men. You know why it's so hard for us as heterosexual men to look at a man and say, man, that shit just ain't right. It's because he stands on nothing. He would go for anything once he's weakened. He would go for any fucking thing.
Well, here's the thing, right? Outside of, and I know a lot of people are not going to agree with this. Outside of a foundation of one of the major religions, you're always going to have fluid ideology, because it's only religion that brings the rules that are kind of set in stone, that you can't really change or manipulate or whatever. I'm talking about the core rules, not the stuff that you can sit there and debate about, right?
You're talking more natural law, right?
Yeah, basically natural law. So like the problem with this entire thing is people come into these conversations thinking it's an organic thing.
Mm-hmm.
Not an organic thing. This is not something that is organic. That's why what you said earlier, brother, about how it's only 6% of the population. It doesn't matter if it's 6% of the population, because there is a hidden hand that is pushing this agenda. So it's not a matter of, even right now as we speak, we don't even know how many people are genuinely, organically that way, or they were just influenced to be that way.
You can't prove it, right? You can't prove it.
Right now as we speak, we don't know. And the reason why I say this is because even though they only represent a small percentage of the population, they represent a large percentage of the media agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're watching television shows, you're watching movies, you're watching all these different things, it's constantly being pushed and put in your face. And we already know media influences people to move and operate a certain way, even if we want to ignore it.
Yes.
Right. So we can't sit back and say, oh, well, they only represent a small percent of the population. So they don't have that much influence. They have a huge
tremendous amount of influence.
Okay, but with all that influence, it's okay. With all that influence, okay, pull that in. With all the influence that they have, they still only represent 6%. So wait, go ahead.
Because it's unnatural.
I understand that. I totally get that. But the point that I'm making here is that you just mentioned basically a bevy or an entire plethora of different avenues and tools that they can use to influence if they were nefarious with it. Okay, let's roll with that. Okay. Then they are piss poor at it. If
no, they're not. Wait, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick.
If the 6% is correct.
No, but but see, this is the thing. The 6% basically represents the 6% right now, and it really is not 6%. It's the 6%. It's the 6% that you know about, right? And so because the minor attracted persons, right? That's illegal, as he said, and that's taboo, as he said. So you have a large underground situation. Whatever island that was, whatever Diddy's going through right now, whatever Epstein was going through, whatever Weinstein was going through, you have a lot. Hold on, let me finish. Let me bring it home.
Go ahead.
You have a large population of people who adhere to that for different reasons, right? But it is an underbelly of society right now. So it's not like people are raising their hand, hey, I'm minor attracted, hey, I'm minor attracted, until it becomes popular. So what happens is you have these powerful people that use children for all different types of things, right? Which we won't talk about. And they want to push that agenda to make it natural, to make it okay, to make it kind of like this other movement is, where everybody is all right with doing it. And therefore, then they could come from out the shadows, and then you're going to see a ballooning effect of much more people doing it. And that 6% is not going to be 6% anymore.
Okay,
so hold on, let me
correction.
hold on real quick. I got you. So just real quick. So the agenda becomes, let us make it socialized, let us make it conditioned, then we're going to spread it. And when it becomes popular, then that's where it starts affecting the minds of others who might not necessarily be in that type of mold, but then it starts to affect the minds, because you're affecting the youth, you're affecting youth minds, and they grow up.
Okay, am I misunderstanding something? Are you guys saying the 6% are the map influenced people, or are you saying 6% are the trans people? Which one are we talking? 6% is referring to? The angry man
Just to clear up the stats real quick, guys.
Thank you.
For the entire LBGT community, only 7% identify in this country. 0.6%, only 0.6 is specifically transgender.
Okay,
this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I hear all of that. What I'm saying is, it's a bigger, deeper play. It's a bigger, deeper play, and their propaganda and their movement is like no other movement in this country. If you can't understand what BMU said and the power of what his people told him to what it is right now, they are ultra successful at what they're doing.
I understand.
The media is a great multiplier, man.
I don't disagree. What I'm trying to convey is, one, I want to understand that I'm not defending maps at all. That wasn't my point at all. So that's why I wanted to clear up, what are we talking about here? That's why I want to quantify.
We're talking about the underlay for the overplay. Basically, it's chess. It's chess, like you have on. It's yo, I'm a sack my queen, and so I could win the game. I'm gonna sack my rook over here, so I could checkmate you over there. It's basically what it is.
The reason why it works is because, look, it's like the brother up above me and everybody else. I get where you're coming from. You're coming from the human side of it and the tolerance side of it, where it's like, okay, you know what? If a person is a certain way and they can't help being that way, we got to be tolerant and human. And we all get that. You feel what I'm saying? We all understand that, which is part of the reason why they love to attach themselves to the Black community, because we're the most sympathetic when it comes to those type of things, right? But the problem is that is being used by the groups like is talking about, who have a more nefarious agenda, which really has everything to do with the children, right? They're just using all of that as a way to sneak that in. You feel what I'm saying? And so the way it works is this, just like Iz was saying, they do it underground first, and then they make it the norm. And once they make it the norm, then what they do is they use the concept of bigotry,
to
make you accepting of it. So once it becomes the norm, it's like, oh, you don't accept this? Oh, you're a bigot, and you're they'll come up with some word for it, like xenophobic, or whatever. You see,
add something in the phobic. I mean, I even talk about it on my own show, where I mentioned that it's disingenuous to attach or steal credulity from something that is already established, placed, and has its own struggle. And then you come in and you borrow from it in order to add credulity to yours. If you have a struggle on your own, make it your own, swim in your own lane. Don't come in and borrow from something else because you lack a foundational struggle or lack a foundational veracity of your own. Even in the Supreme Court cases that LGBTQIA plus community has actually won, they've won it on different I guess different basis,
landmark
merits, other than the civil rights part. And that was the point that I was making. Behavior or lifestyles are nowhere near the same as black or ethnicity, and
Right.
stop using. I've even mentioned that myself, so I recognize what it is that they're doing on that aspect. I also recognize the pervasiveness and even how they've basically proliferated the media just to be able to get it in front of your faces as often.
Yeah,
because of that same plight.
But here's the thing, though. Even if those cases were won on the merit, outside of using the civil rights movement, it still played a role in it, because you have the climate. You have the climate of America being considered a country that's not tolerant. So you already have the climate of that. You have, it's just like I said the other day when I said about the train, racism and the fight for racial equality for black people is the engine.
The same.
And everything else is the trains that attach their cars to it.
I agree.
So what's happening is because we've had this sort of lack of tolerance for black people in this country. Now another group can say, well,
we're like y'all.
We're like y'all, because the same way you weren't tolerant of black people, you're not tolerant of us, or you're not tolerant of this. But
guess what the play is, AM, that you absolutely right. But they attach a black face to it just like everything else and make black men the face of this. And that's how they play it.
And that's why every single show that you see now, always gonna have at least one homosexual male
black
that's
man.
to the point where there's barely any heterosexual black men in a lot of shows.
And yo, fam, hold on, fam, and do not watch that damn new Tyler Perry shit, that Beauty and Black shit. This nigga did a whole Diddy Freak Off series, literally.
Yeah. So
wow.
I mean, so
it is crazy, like straight.
So with
like out of nowhere, you like what the.
So with all of that,
BET Uncut in the middle of the night. That's what it was.
Super, no, it was super uncut, more than uncut.
Oh,
it was Cornhub.
Oh, gotta call the kids home.
So with all of that, there's this, I guess this issue in the middle here where it's almost like a fear. Yes, we want to, and this is my plight to the LGBTQIA plus community, is there's a way to go about assimilation where you as a person doing what it is that you want to do are able to engage in this world in normal concourse in a common sense way without infringing upon others' rights, ways of life, so on and so forth, while still being able to enjoy and have yours at the same time.
But see, that's not what. Listen, that's not why the powers that be are allowing it to go the way it's going. So now, so while people are thinking that they're fighting for their individual right, they're being used as pawns in the mix to make this whole underlay go for the children. And this is what I'm trying to get people to understand. This whole thing and it blowing up like that is so that they could soften the blow to expose the children. That's what the play is about.
And the reason being,
they're already doing that. Listen,
no, but hold on. Go ahead, Brad. Go ahead, Hank.
I'll let you go real quick. This so-called minority, right, is making it where people who don't use their pronouns are getting fired from jobs.
Yeah, you're right.
They're getting fired from jobs. I mean, we're changing language for this 0.06 motherfucking thing, man. I mean, how can you everybody keeps telling us how minimalistic this is, but people are getting canceled, fired, all that kind of stuff for this little small 6%, because the people at the top are pushing this agenda. And let me just end it. Okay, JT, the media is such a powerful influence that multiplies the program they're trying to put us under. And to try to minimize that is just, it's almost willfully ignorant. I just don't understand where people are coming from. But go ahead, JT.
So this is where we have the problem at. While we hollering about how small this group is, They're steady growing. Now, this is what cracks me up. I know what the hell my eyes see. I know what the hell I'm looking at.
You talking?
I know what I'm looking at. When you look in these schools all across the United States,
Rainbow flag and everything.
you got little girls dating little girls, little boys dating little, all across the United States.
Exactly.
Yet it's still a small minority of them.
JT, can I tell you that? My son is in 6th grade, JT, and that's all he could talk about. He like, Dad, all the girls talking about they dated this girl and this in the 6th grade, JT. Unheard of, bro. I could bring my son in here right now. He'll tell you. That's all he talk about. Oh, this girl, all the girls say they dated the girls. I'm like, what?
This fact. Yet they're still saying that this is a small group of people. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. You can look in your family. You can see it's growing. You can look everywhere that you go. It's when you look on TV, it's putting it out there. There ain't never been in the 80s nothing like this. Nothing.
What are you guys going to do about this? Because I've been hearing this argument for 3 years.
So this is the thing. No. This is the thing. We're using what we look at and say, no, y'all Trojan horses, when they got so-called heterosexuals fighting for they shit. They're making the damn heterosexual men and women the Trojan horse. The children, people only care about the children. Why? Or when? For how long? Until they're children, until they're adults.
We're not gonna, the answer is very simple. We're not gonna do anything. You're staring down the barrel of the end of your civilization.
Yes, sir.
Oh, stop, angry man. You're being absolutely dramatic.
What book is that, Am? What book is that?
Dramatic.
What book is that, Am? No, he's not. He's real. It's real. It's written.
This
book is that, bro?
Everybody's been predicting the end of civilization forever. This country's been going to shit since 1776.
All right. Okay.
Come on.
Okay. Well, first of all, first and foremost,
I'm glad I'm in my 50s.
So first and foremost, we've already historically had numerous empires fall.
Yes, we have.
Numerous. Do you know when they start to fall? There's a couple of indicators. One, anytime you have a society where the birth rate is lower than the death rate, that is an indicator of a society in decline.
Right.
Okay. When you start playing with the gender roles,
especially,
that is also an indicator that your particular civilization. I'm not talking about
That's how Rome fell.
I'm not talking about the world coming to an end. I'm talking about this particular society in the Western world as we know it. There's already documented proof, bro. This is
the petrodollars no more, and we ain't got no petrol. We ain't on the petrodollar.
I really hope one of y'all bring up BRICS. Please bring up that.
I just said the petrodollar. Go ahead, Am.
I'm not bringing up that, but the point is, this has already been studied by scholars over and over. As human beings, we tend to have a cycle. We tend to do the same thing over and over. We don't learn from our mistakes. And anytime you start doing these type of things, it's usually an indicator that your particular culture or your particular nation is in decline. It's just a fact, bro.
Yeah, I disagree, man. This idea that we're in decline, especially after Russia botched that Ukrainian thing, we are now the undisputed #1 country on this planet, like we always have, and will be for the foreseeable future. As a matter of fact, our economy is up, our freaking stock market is up, our oil production is up, everything's up in this country. But yeah, we're on decline.
Wait, what country do you what country do you live in again? What is he live? You live in where? What America? What America is that? Where the economy? What? Nah, this ain't the same America I live in, because I didn't get the memo that the economy was booming and stocks was up.
Well,
I didn't get that memo.
I just broke, sir.
I just know. Well, the funny thing about it is, while you talking like that, I'm probably not. But this is the thing, right? I just lost $6,000 on Cash App the other day, behind some stocks. So I know for a fact stocks ain't up like that. So hey, It is what it is.
My stocks are up 18% since Biden was president, bro. I've been investing since Obama was president, bro. Like my stocks are up. If you literally just track the index, your stocks are up. So you're a pretty bad investor, respectfully. If
the market.
Go look at the economy right now and the stock market right now and tell me I'm wrong.
Hold on real quick, AM. I got you. AM, you got next. So you're telling me that so orange juice was just $4 and some change when $3 and some change when Trump was in office. Orange juice right now is $8.28. Hold on real quick. So no. Orange juice is $8. No, so you're talking about a booming economy. You're talking about all of this stuff about the economy is so great and everything is working so well, and gas is high. Food is high. Everything is high as it's been. The housing market has been trash. It's just now starting to come back to where you can buy houses again. But go ahead, AM. You got it.
Oh, can I respond to Izzy?
No, hold on. Let AM get in there.
Actual understanding of how the economy
my
works.
time. Go ahead, Angry Man. I gave Angry Man my time. Go ahead,
Well, Angry Man, can I respond to that?
Go ahead, bro.
Thank you. You see, here's the thing. Once again, we've already had another booming job market. We already added another 100K to the jobs. Our GDP for the quarter, I think, was 3 or 4%. We already still have record low unemployment. And by the way, yes, if you go look at the stock market, it's up. At the end, hold on. At the end of the day, post-pandemic, we are the #1 country on this planet that came out on top compared to all the other countries on this planet.
We just lost. Wait. We just lost the petrodollar. We got a migrant crisis.
What are you talking
hold on.
about?
We just hold on. You just talk, and I'm gonna let Angry Man get this. The crazy thing. Okay. Let me hold on. Let me lie then. The crazy thing about it is, let's just go to this. There's been 2 or 3 natural disasters that's happened around the North Carolina, Georgia, and God doggone Tennessee. They didn't even have the FEMA money to give the people, but yet our economy is so.
That's not true.
Okay, hold on, bro.
Once again, that's not true.
Bro. So you're just gonna talk the whole time?
Yes, when you lie, I'm gonna tell you.
I'm not lying.
When you're spreading misinformation, my bad. When you're spreading misinformation, I'm gonna call you out on the misinformation.
Fam, you're the same dude that said we live in a booming economy. You're the same dude that said, it's cool, and you must be a millennial because you're the same dude that said it's cool to have transgenders read to my kids. Fam, you're a blithering idiot, fam. All jokes aside.
Bro.
So
we have a booming economy.
Stop talking while I'm talking. I suggest you stop talking while I'm talking. Then you mischaracterize me talking about I'm broke. Like you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, bro, but you're spreading misinformation.
No, I'm not. I do know for a fact.
You literally just said
I do know for a fact. I do know for a fact. Hold on, AM, real quick. I do know for a fact that just the other day, there's people that were complaining because they couldn't get any funds for this natural disaster that happened in America. And I do know that they said on one end, we have FEMA funds. And then they went and just admitted, no, we don't have FEMA funds. $750 to give to people where they have to potentially pay it back is not no money.
So
at all.
Foremost,
at all. And then for you to say we have a booming economy where prices of food, basic food items are skyrocketing, where gas is skyrocketing, where housing prices are skyrocketing. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Real quick. FEMA is well.
No, AM, go ahead. No, man, you gotta shut up.
Every governor has said the federal government has provided those states with all the funding they needed for the hurricane. So you don't know anything about the FEMA.
You don't know what I can show you 10 videos right now that you don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know anything about the stock market.
Man, you got a Daniel Scully in the house. Man, stop playing. Hey, yo, go ahead, AM. You got it, man.
Hey, bro. Hey, it's unfortunate that you're not doing well. I'm doing well, and a lot of people are doing well.
Okay, so there's a couple of things, right? Number one, it's an election year. Because it's an election year, people are working magic with numbers. Mayorkas came out and said the FEMA fund was dwindling. They were almost out of money. He said that. He came out and said it flat out, right? As far as the new jobs, that number was fudged too. That came out as well, right? The thing about crime being down, those numbers were incorrect too, because the FBI finally admitted that a lot of the hot spots in the country, a lot of cities that have the most crime hadn't reported their crime yet, right? So there's a lot of stuff. As far as the market, the one thing you did say that is correct, the market is starting to go back up. But I suspect the reason why the market is starting to go back up is because, quite frankly, a lot of people are getting more faith in the market because they think we're going to get a different, well, we're definitely going to get a different president regardless, right? So
No.
What?
No, Kamala Harris is probably going to win.
So Kamala Harris is president right now?
I said she's probably going to win.
Okay, let's back up.
This dude is an idiot. He's an uninformed idiot.
Let's back up for a second.
Idiot.
Let's back up for a second.
Kamala Harris is not the president. She's the vice president, dumbass.
Yeah, I know, but she's probably going to win because
so there's going to be a new.
You got to be able to pume.
There's going to be a new president, bro. Stop it.
I said there's going to be a new president.
My bad, Angry. I thought you was talking about Trump. My bad. That's my bad.
I said there's going to be a new president. I didn't want to get into a debate about who's going to be president. Right. I'm simply saying that we're going to get a new president because it's not going to be Joe Biden, right? So whenever you have situations like that, it will cause a shift in the market because they know they're getting a new administration, right? So that's the thing. But is not wrong about the current state of the country. And the thing that I would say is nobody thought Rome would fall.
Exactly.
Nobody thought Rome would fall. There's a lot of civilizations in the past that nobody thought would ever fall. And I'm not wishing for us to fall. I want us to continue to prosper and do well. But when you look at what's going on right now, especially when it comes to the way the foundation or the belief system of this country is being eroded from within, it's a strong possibility. Because if you look at all of the indicators, not just, that particular thing with the LGBT, all of that, you can push that aside for a second. Right. But when you look at what's being taught in the average university, you feel what I'm saying? The most read document in most of our institutions of higher learning is the Communist Manifesto. Yeah. So when you got that going on, in addition to the fact that you have this environment where a lot of the college students that are supposed to be more educated, they seem to hate this country that we live in. You feel me? And you have this disdain for authority. You have the lack of people wanting to get married and have families to reproduce the same scenario. Like there's a lot of indicators that's showing that we're in decline. I'm not saying you can't turn it around, but the only way that we can turn it around is people got to start acknowledging it.
Can I let me just ask them real quick into Roos's just to agree with him. You have to separate that the companies that run or in the part of the stock market, the market is near record highs in all indices. That's one thing. But you have to understand that's separate from the rank and file person in the citizens of the United States. What's the percentage of people who actually understand the market that's living day to day? So the inflation is hitting people, the little people, right? The middle class and below, right? So they could be doing bad and the market could be doing well because those are not the people investing in the market. The savvy investors know how to make money in good times and bad times. That's one thing.
The savvy investor is going to make more money in bad times.
Right. So the point is,
you're buying both.
The rank and file citizen doesn't even know about capital gains and money. They're just looking at their savings account going bad. So we don't need to conflate those two things. So the market is doing okay, and if you're a long-term investor and you know what you're doing, you're probably going to be doing all right about now because you just need to look at the charts.
Well, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Angry man, respectfully, the market in 2023, without the idea of a president changing, went up 26%, sir. Like,
Yeah,
like,
you
come
know,
on,
you
man.
know why? You know why it went up?
Because the economy is doing well. That's why.
No, that's
Because
not why.
we're producing the most energy than we ever had in this country, in this country's
No, but it's
history.
not. In fact,
That's not.
everybody
You know
makes
what I mean?
out
That's
because
Not,
it's so hurt.
you said 2023, right?
Yeah, 2023 it went up 26%.
Okay. First of all, anybody that
He's
understands the
stupid,
market,
bro.
anybody that understands the market knows the market fluctuates up and down. I don't-
Absolutely, but
I
it
don't-
does still trend up.
I don't trip about the market because when it drops, I know it's going back up eventually, right? So the point that I'm trying to make, first of all, the reason why it went down the first time was because of your homeboy Joe Biden.
Right, with the capital gains tax.
And what I noticed is the closer we get to him no longer being president, the shit's going back up. And it's because people are getting more faith in the damn market again because they know his ass is on the way out.
Yeah. Hey, what does that say, BMU? How much that orange juice say, BMU? In the back, how much it say in the back? Great value orange juice. How much that say? That's great value orange juice, man.
That is crazy.
That's great value orange juice, fam. Come on, man. He gotta miss me with all that. That's the
Really?
Walmart brand.
I
orange
have
juice.
not paid no $8 for orange juice, and I
That's
just went grocery
Walmart brand
shopping
orange
today.
juice, my boy.
Is that orange juice from Hawaii where they gotta pay all that import tax?
No,
Because they
that's
gotta import everything.
No,
No,
hey,
I
now,
don't live
Tyrese,
in Hawaii.
hold on, Tyrese.
Because if I go to
Tyrese,
Mayors right now, I'm not gonna find no $8 orange juice.
hold on, Tyrese. Let me tell you something. I myself was talking to Ricky. Shout out to Ricky. And Ricky was telling me about the orange juice prices going up $4 or $5. And I was like, okay, that must be in your state. So when I went to the store about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I passed by the orange juice and thought about Ricky's boy. I said, let me see Ricky lying. I looked at the orange juice. The fucking orange juice is $8 for great value, $10 for Tropicana.
Yeah,
So
I
I'll
don't
take a
live.
picture.
I don't live in
And I'll
Guam.
post it.
I don't live in Trigger. I don't live in Guam, Trigger Mike. Shout out to
I
I live in America, bro. I don't live in Guam.
Respectfully, BM and Izzy, I live in the state of Ohio, and I ain't never seen no $8 orange juice in my life.
But I'm just saying, but see,
you know what I mean?
hold
Like,
on real quick. Let me just tell Taru something. This is what I'm trying to tell you. See, from state to state, things are kind of different. So one thing that we do a lot of times is one thing we do a lot of times is we judge the whole country by our particular state or our particular city or our particular vicinity in the circumstance that we're in. But that is not a blanketed thing everywhere. Just because you have low prices and prices are low does not mean all across the country prices
I
are
agree with you, Izzy. Izzy, I agree with you 100%. That's why we take the averages out. That's why we do the averages instead of going state by state. Because there's a state right now where somebody's going to be like, well, I only paid $1.50 for orange juice. And so what are we supposed to do about that? What are we supposed to do about that?
I don't know what state that is. I don't know what state that is.
That's the point. That's why we take the averages out.
Yeah, and currently in my state, I can definitely pay about $3 for it. So it just definitely depends on what state you're in.
Come on, guys.
I have a confession. I don't know how much orange juice costs. I don't know how much eggs cost. I don't know how much milk costs. I don't know how much none of that stuff costs at all.
Yeah, because you're doing well. I go to the store and I just pick what the hell I want and I just get it.
So I'm not paying attention.
Angry man.
I'm not paying attention to it, right? But how I feel it when it comes to the economy, I know where the economy's at because I can look at how much I'm not able to stack, how much I'm not able to put away and invest and all of that. So I know what's going on. So I'm looking at it like, well, damn, if I can't put aside this and put aside that, and I know somebody that's at the lower level is hurting.
So look, in here, I'm just reading it right now. It says in April of 2024, the price of a 16-ounce jug of orange juice reached an all-time high of $4.28, which doubled in price in April since April 2020. Orange juice concentrate prices have also increased, reaching $4.95 per pound, which is more than double the price from a year ago.
Great.
So that's not too far off. That's
now,
not really too far off.
Let me ask a very hold on, Tarus. Let me ask a very important question. Where are all the oranges in America? What state?
Florida.
Is it
And
Florida?
what hits Florida every fucking year?
Hurricanes.
Do you not think that damages?
Well, yeah. If you read it more into the thing, that's what it talks about. Is
Okay. So the point is that we're dealing with a parallel issue. Some of it has to do with the economy. I'm not going to deny that, but some of it also has to do with supply, and another part of it has to do with also corporations doing what they do best. You apply those three things together, and you get high ass orange juice.
I mean, look.
Everything went up, bread, everything.
That's true, but let's be real about it. The economy is bad.
I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying that it's not, Angry Man. But what I'm trying to get at, is like avocados went up to an exorbitant amount of money. Why? Because there was a fucking fire at the places where the avocado farms were. So you can't take out supply issues just because there's an economy issue, and you can't take out the fact that corporations are profiting at a astronomical rate when there is an astronomical goddamn inflation going on at the same time. How are people profiting this much on inflation at the same time? It's two things happening at the same time, people.
Angry Man, there's already a report, by the way, Angry Man, that these corporations have been jacking up prices and using the pandemic as a reason why they're keeping the prices high when they don't have to. That's corporate gouging.
Of course, but look, here's the thing. I get all of that, right? But inflation is at the rate it's at, okay? It's so bad that I heard even hoflation is up. I heard they're charging $60 for a $40 holler now. That's how bad it is.
Come on.
Man. Not the 60. They messing up the game. Someone say hoflation. Did someone say hoflation?
So is it safe to say
after our pain, we're gonna go to the next question.
Let's just say if we agree with the price gouging, isn't it safe to say that the president should be savvy enough to give the corporations or threaten them, whatever, to say, listen, if you keep this shit up, you know, I got something in store for you, right? Because they get pennies from the government, right? So if you have a savvy president in the executive branch, he should be able to use the levers of his ability to say, listen, I know what you're doing, right? So
that's the power of Congress.
Wait a minute, let me just finish. That's if you believe the premise that all our prices are high just because corporations decide to be greedy. They're always greedy. And so the fact that the inflation here is so high today, it's not because the corporations just automatically did this. They're always greedy. They're always greedy. They always want to maximize profit. Always. When do they don't want to maximize?
That's their design, right?
How do you account for regular prices when corporations look at their margins all the time? They never stop doing that.
Payne, respectfully, Payne. The thing is that we don't live in a dictatorship. We live in a democracy. And what you're talking about, that's the power of Congress to do that. That's not the president's executive authority to do that.
You're saying
not live in a democracy.
It's a republic.
Yes, we do.
It's a republic.
God, what is a constitutional republic is a form of a representative democracy. Jesus Christ, God.
Right. It's a democratic republic. Is what we live in.
Wait. Hold on. We gotta let the old dude finish his point, man.
The really point is, no matter what time we're in, corporations always look to maximize their profits.
Okay, hold on.
So if you compare apples to apples, when the prices were down, right, the corporations are still looking at profit margins, right? So now that the prices are up, are they making more margins on the thing? But we just talked about supply chain issues. Right. You're trying to say the corporations don't have increased prices because of the supply chain issues?
No, because a lot of their tariffs, they're getting. Boss will tell you this. They're not paying anything when they're importing their crap over to this country. They paying absolutely zero in tariffs or anything like that.
Oh, that's why Trump gonna put tariffs on their ass when he becomes president.
Okay, right. So
that's why Trump gonna put tariffs on their ass when he becomes president.
Okay, so I gotta address this because it's a pet peeve of mine.
Go ahead.
saying that I get what you're trying to say, Toros, but saying that the country is a democracy is an oversimplification. It's an oversimplification.
I simply said it's a form of the democracy. I simply said, what, real quick, Angry Man, what did I say was wrong? A constitutional republic is a form of a representative democracy. That's literally how the government describes it, Angry Man.
Because if you refer to it as just simply a democracy, you would have to remove a bunch of things. You would have to remove the electoral college. You would have to remove
in this country.
So much you would have to remove.
Angry Man, you know that with American English in this country, we have words that go hand in hand. In this country, since its founding, republic and democracy has been intertwined, even though, to your point, they're not supposed to. At the end of the
no. Here's the thing. Right? Here's the thing. When you have the government and you have your Constitution and you have your Bill of Rights and you have all of these different things, there are words that mean very specific things. When you start trying to conflate words, that's where the problems come in. That's all I'm saying. That's where the problems come in. I'm just saying, you got to call stuff by their proper name. That's all I'm saying.
I literally called it by its proper name, though, bro. Like
a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
They take it up with the government. Don't be mad at me. That's how they describe it. Jesus Christ.
It's not interchangeable.
Hold on, real quick. I want to shout out to everybody. Thank y'all for being here. If any of y'all watching, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We have some cash apps here, so I want to call them out real quick. We got Brian Horsley, hey man, thank you for the $5. We got JD 1975 with $5. We got Chicago Rilla with 10. We got Tommy in the building with 10. We got Lala in the building with 5. Thank you so much. And I think that's all, man. So I appreciate y'all. And so go ahead and hit the cash app right now, man. Y'all keep supporting the channel, man, because it means a lot to have these great shows, and you guys are supporting the channel, man. I will call you guys out as you guys are sending them. So you guys are doing great tonight. I appreciate it. So I want to go on to something else. I want to move on to something.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, one thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is why it's problematic. The same way that you can take democracy and attach it to constitutional republic, democracy has also been attached to communism too.
Yes.
It's also been attached to that too. So that's the only reason why I'm saying that.
But Angry Man, like, you would agree, right? Even though it's called the People's Republic of North Korea, they're not a republic.
Yeah, I agree with that. I get what you. I totally get what you're saying, but we don't want to do nothing that they doing. they on some BS.
I agree, Angry Man. I'm just simply saying, bro. I'm literally describing it how it's called.
Okay, I got
how they call it. Okay.
So I want to go into this. Black men are being called. I got this today from some people that I know. Black men are being called misogynistic. They've been called woman haters. They've been called all types of names in the last few weeks because the polls are showing that black men are not showing up for Kamala Harris in this election. They're either not going to vote or they're going to vote, but they're not going to vote for her. They're going to vote for Trump. The question I can have for you guys is, why are black men not showing up? Because statistics show that black men would normally get with their black wives and go vote Democrat. Why are men separating themselves from the Democratic Party, and why are they not voting for Kamala Harris?
Because of the emergence of the motherfucking manosphere. That's why.
Look, you got to be able to pume.
I mean, I think YouTube sort of levels the playing field in a sense, because man can now get real information in real time from New York to, you know what I'm saying, California in real time. So I think that that's a benefit for man. I think it's going to take a few years for it to grow, I guess, to a state of where it can be strong across the board. But, you know, I'm just going to touch on this. It's obvious none of y'all really worked in the schools. I was working in the school and they sent a permission slip home with all the children for parents to allow them to go to the Pride Parade in Chicago. They was going to make an event and start introducing this. And this was back in 2016. So it has been an agenda for years. And here we seeing it playing out now today, which is unfortunate because I would advise any father, man, show up at the kid's school, find out what those curriculums are, man, because they're going to push it on your child. And then I've known people who've gotten fired because they didn't use the pronouns of students. If a student elects to do that and they don't have to really go through the parent to get that approval, they can go through the student because consent age in some states is 12, some states is 13. So at age 12 or 13, the child can say, this is who I am at the school. They're going to put it on the roster and that's what they're going to call the child. My last thing, as far as the economy, you need $10,000 more today than you needed 4 to 5 years ago. How many of y'all have gotten a $10,000 raise on your job? We're fighting two fronts. Usually the people would go and support. Now they just sending the money that could go to the country. So, and now you've seen an older gen, like the millennials, y'all getting older, but a lot of people are saying, I don't want to do certain traditional routes of America, say do, go to trades, go to military, go to college. Everybody's trying to do it their own way. So that's hurting the future economy. Yes, and Izzy Band see this all the time because we got it at the same time. The top 1% of Americans make $18 million a year. The bottom 50% average $37,000. And that's been going on for 25, 30 years. So who's really benefiting from this economy? Not the working man, not at all. So
BMU to let me stop trolling and really answer your question. And I agree with Ferg on what he just said. But the reason why you see this amongst Black men is because Black men have gotten fed up and tired.
Yep.
So Black men, we're always the scapegoat for everything. We're the country's we're the world's emotional punching bag. We're the only group of men that are openly disrespected and expected to acquiesce to everything and just, we're the shut up and dribble men. You feel what I'm saying? We're not treated as if we're like the other groups of men. And what has happened online with us comparing notes and being able to have these conversations to know that it's not just us, it's all of us that are going through the same thing. We now realize, like, you know what? We're not going to keep doing this. You're not going to expect to just automatically get our vote. What are you offering us? And no, we don't want no damn Cadillac and we don't want no legalized weed. We don't give a shit about that. Like, when are you going to treat our concerns seriously and stop just taking us for granted and believing that we automatically have to adhere to the unspoken Negro contract? That's what's going on.
And the reason why we haven't clung to Kamala like that is because we're not stupid. So we understand that when you sit there and you tell us that you're Black, all of a sudden out of nowhere, and you try to use that as a talking point to get elected, when you say that you have a plan, but it takes you 4 or 5 months after announcing that you're going to actually be the fact that you didn't even get elected in to run for president, they put you in the position. We can see all of this stuff going on. The fact that you ran on a feminist agenda from the beginning. Women's birthrights, women have a right to do with their body. The LGBTQR plus plan, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Look who your vice president, who you pick for your vice president. Nothing about that said anything that speaks to most men, right? And then to add insult to injury, the stuff that they tried to put in the back end because they realized that we wasn't going. The stuff that they tried to put in the back end. Oh, we'll give you some weed. Oh, if you smoke weed, you're gonna be good. Oh, we're gonna give you some. And this stuff is ridiculous. It doesn't even make logical sense. Oh, we're gonna give you $25,000. We're gonna give you $25,000 to get a new home. Where's this money coming from when y'all don't even have the money for FEMA? Where's this money coming from where we're at trillions of dollars in debt? Where's this money coming from when you just gave billions of dollars over here? You just gave billions of dollars over there. Men think logically and linear. We can do the math. And we like, yo, this math ain't math. That's why we're not voting for Kamala.
Boss man? Did you hear the question? Because I know you had got off for a little bit.
Yeah, repeat the question for me.
Why are black men not voting for Kamala and they are not voting at all? And if they do vote, they're voting for Trump. Why are they not connecting with Kamala?
I think there's either an authenticity issue. I think that there might be a situation of lack of clarity for the most part. I don't think that there's anything that reaches to us specifically. I think in large part, if I'm hearing everything correctly, if the issues that are being either touted or the issues that are being promoted at the point right now doesn't already speak to you, if that makes sense.
So okay. I'm gonna ask you a follow-up question. Go ahead.
Angerman, go ahead.
So I would say it is something specific. It just gets overlooked because it's black men. The two agendas that she's really running on is something that is near and dear to us. The issue of reproductive rights. We are one of the groups that is disproportionately affected by our women choosing to delete their babies.
Yeah.
So that has affected us tremendously. Not to mention, there's a lot of us brothers, we know who Margaret Sanger is. We know what her purpose was.
Exactly.
Right? So there's that. Then you have the agenda for the LGBT community. We're still hot about the fact that we supposedly had a black man as president for 8 years that didn't do shit for us, but did everything for that group. So we're sitting back looking at it like, oh, so basically this candidate is going to skip over us again in order to give more things to the alphabet community, while simultaneously promoting that our women get rid of our lineage.
Okay, so that's why I made the point that if the issue don't already speak to you, then what's currently being touted is going to seem like it doesn't speak to you. Is the point? That's the reason why I made the point that I made. Is that if a woman's right to be able to choose, whether you like it or not, whether you feel some kind of way about it or not, doesn't speak to you in a sense that it is what it is, whether you like it or not. If that is something that doesn't resonate with you or hasn't resonated with you, or you've changed that position since at one point or another, then yes, you're going to not connect with that person, or you're not going to go for this particular time. That's why I said what I said.
It can't resonate with us because
it had to at one point, because Obama said the same thing at one point.
It didn't resonate.
Men have statistically voted Democrat for decades.
But boss man, I think you're forgetting the fact that she was placed on us. We didn't vote her. No one.
I understand that.
Hold on. Okay, bringing up Obama, that's irrelevant because most black people voted for him because he was the first black president.
Identity politics.
It had nothing to do with any of the other stuff. Yeah. So that's
you are okay. I understand that is a part of it, but in that and wrapped up into that was what he was touting. So you can't exclude that just because he's black.
You can.
I guarantee you the majority of specifically black men voted for him because they were ready to see a president that wasn't a white man. I guarantee you that.
That is an assumption.
No, that's not an assumption when you're a black man talking to black men in a black community. What are you talking about? We've said it. I've heard.
JT, I don't disagree that people did not vote for this man because he was black. What I am trying to say is that included in that was also what he was touting to.
So you think that black men, you think that there's a portion of black men that went to the ballot box for Barack Obama because of reproductive rights?
I'm sorry, because of what?
Because of reproductive rights?
No, yeah.
You got to remember, Obama really fucked it up for Kamala because what was he selling? Hope. And we've seen it. That second term that he had was the second term where we said we're not voting for his ass.
So what is being said? Because what I am hearing now, and I want to make sure I'm clear, is that all black men.
No, not all. Don't say all, because that's absolute.
Because here's what happened.
We don't speak in absolutes, though, bro.
Hold on. Yes, y'all did.
No, we didn't.
Black men.
We never speak in absolutes.
Y'all just did it. Did I miss something?
Listen what I just tell you. We never speak in absolutes. Okay.
He did. Angry Man did.
I did.
Okay.
I did. Let's go.
Thank you.
Let's go.
So black men only voted for Obama.
Yes.
Because he was black, and they didn't.
Hell yes.
They didn't at all for issues.
Yes.
You know how I can prove this? You know how I can prove this? If that wasn't the case,
wow.
The first Indian woman who identified as an Indian woman would not have started calling herself black. You still have a portion right now that are saying they're going to vote because she's black. That entire summit that they had at BET, every single one of these Negroes that are for Kamala, their main argument is, how you not going to vote for a sister?
So let me ask a question, BMU, because now I'm curious. Is that the reason why when I mentioned that I supported her, is that the reason why I've received so much vitriol?
Well, okay, so hold on. Hold on. Let me ask a question back, if it's okay.
Sure.
My question to you would be: you voted for Kamala, right?
Yes.
So what made you vote for her as a black man?
Sweet Jesus.
Sweet Jesus. Okay.
About to go.
Because I've already no. I've already answered this question already.
Yeah, but I wanted our audience that didn't know.
Here we go. Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah, black man. Yeah, boss man, you on the goddamn hot seat tonight. Let's go. It's the barber shop, baby. It's the barber shop.
That's perfectly fine. Okay. Lord. Okay. Predominantly, it was because of the fact that, one, I am for people having, as far as women anyway, people having their rights to be able to do as they choose, irrespective to if I agree with them or not, relative to within the confines of legality. Okay, so as it relates to women's rights in itself, I agree with that. I don't like all of them, but I am not for curtailing them with outside of reason.
It's about to get bad.
You know why? You want to know why? You want to know why?
Hold, God damn! Y'all ask me a question.
Let him finish.
Sweet Jesus,
it's about to go bad.
As it relates to policy, when it comes to the economy itself, because I will admit that when it came to policy was lacking details and lacking specificity in the very, very beginning. And even now, there are things that I am uncertain as far as how she is going to actually execute certain modes of policy in it, even now. Okay.
It don't matter now.
Huh?
It don't matter now.
No, it doesn't, because I've already voted. Yes.
You already did it. You already did it.
It's a done deal.
This is correct.
It's gonna be your fault, boss man.
It's your fault.
Your vote changed the whole world.
And that's perfect. And that's fine. We live and we learn. Okay.
Uh-huh.
However,
hold on.
yes,
You regret it? Did you regret voting for it?
no.
Oh, okay. I thought you
However, I do like the idea of finding some way to rein in either overpricing or price gouging. Now, whether how that is done, I'm not entirely sure, but I do like the idea of that. As it relates to providing assistance to families, I do like the policy that she has for that. I have no issues with that. Me being a father that is looking at childcare and considering that, I'm for that. When it comes to at the beginning, when it comes to the issues of Trump in itself, I will admit, part of my vote was against Trump in the beginning. The only reason why I was against him as of right now is because of January 6th issues. And yes, wasn't just because of the general ideas of January 6th. No, I read thoroughly through in either indictments, not necessarily convictions, because he hasn't been convicted. But yes, I read indictments. Yes, I read all of the charges. Yes, I read as much as I possibly could.
Okay, we don't even got to go that deep into it.
But that's fine. So
there's
initially at the time that I submitted my vote, for the most part, the summaries of her policies and the issues of January 6th, those were what I knew at the point in time when I submitted my vote, because I submitted it early.
Okay, so the first part of what you said,
sure,
is extremely problematic. No one talks about this because nobody has the guts or the balls to talk about this. It's part of the reason why I even started my YouTube career.
Okay.
As men, we are screwed. And the reason why I say we are screwed is because we have become second-class citizens. Especially when we have fully grown men that will say, well, the reason why I supported Kamala is because I believe in women's rights to choose, whether I like it or not. Right? Now, this is men saying this about women, while simultaneously, you don't have the right to choose. You don't.
I don't have the right to choose what? Before I respond, I want you to finish the statement. I don't have the right to choose what?
What does she have the right to choose?
She has the right to choose if she is going to be a right to be a parent.
That's what we don't have the right.
Okay.
We don't have
walk. Right. Let's walk that line really quick. Take woman out of it for a second. When you decided as a man
No.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Hold on. No, stop. I'm not gonna let you do that.
Do what?
You cannot do that.
Do what? Not use a condom?
No matter what the woman decided at the beginning.
No, I'm talking about at the beginning, because here's the thing. I understand. I totally understand the issue of after a certain point in the timeline, we don't have a choice. I totally understand that. But we do have a choice of what we do at the beginning.
No, because that is a weak argument that everybody loves to raise, and it is illogical.
Then tell me, then the only logical answer to the fact of not putting us in a situation where we are not in that predicament with someone who would make a choice like that and not give us a choice is to not put ourselves in a situation with someone who makes an illogical choice like that in the first fucking place.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
It is Jim Crow era.
Okay.
A black man decides to walk through a white neighborhood that he knows don't want him in that neighborhood. White people come out there, beat the shit out of him, lynch him. Was it his fault?
No.
Checkmate.
No, it's not checkmate. Two different things.
It's definitely checkmate. If you
y'all can think that if you want to. There are two separate different things, and you know it.
No, they're not. The only difference is one is involving a woman.
No, it's not. The difference is one is consensual and one isn't.
One is, thank you.
No,
it is not.
That is the wrong analogy, Angry Man.
Both deal with someone making a decision. The same way you said
women's are lynching dicks. Like, what are we doing here?
Y'all missing the point. Let him talk.
Go ahead. They both deal with what you're talking about is the initial decision and the initial responsibility. The same way a man can say, okay, you know what? If I have sex with this woman and she gets pregnant, I'm relinquishing my power for her to make a choice that's going to affect my life, right? Okay, so during the Jim Crow era, a black man knows that if something is done to him in a white neighborhood, in a white community, it is going to affect his life tremendously, and he's going to be powerless. So if he's deciding to go through that neighborhood anyway, he's initially making the decision to go through that neighborhood, which by your logic mean it's his fault that he got lynched.
What?
How do you not put that together? I'm trying to figure out.
Because one is dealing. Because I'm sorry, boss man, but just to cut in real quick.
It's women.
No, Angry Man. Hold on, Angry Man, hold on. What we're talking about is a woman having the right to choose her own autonomy. Hold on, JT. A black man in no circumstances chose to get lynched. A black man in no circumstances chose to have his human rights taken away. That is two different things.
Let me tell you why it's not.
Consent versus non-consent. Cut that shit out.
No. Let me tell you why you wrong. Let me tell you why you also wrong. Let me tell you why you also wrong. Because guess what? It's not only the man that's affected, it's the baby that's affected. So both of them has to deal with death. Both of them. Y'all can put it out there. It's not a human. It's not this.
But even more than that, what they're trying to do is they're trying to focus on the subtle nuance,
right,
instead of the overall principle. Let me finish. The overall principle is that no, a black man doesn't choose to be done that way.
Right.
However, he knowingly knew that could possibly be the outcome. He knowingly knew that something could happen to him where he was going to lose his power in order to control the situation. See, in my scenario, it's the man we're talking about. I'm not even talking about the woman. The woman in my analogy is the community that decided to do something that took away the black man's right.
Okay, so let's go with your logic. Then your logic is what then? Your solution is what?
My logic.
What's your solution.
My logic and my solution is this: if a woman decides, first of all, you have two consenting adults, because I'm not talking about the exceptions. I'm talking about the two consenting adults. You have a man and a woman that both mutually decide to have sex. All right? They both mutually have sex. Right? The woman gets pregnant, or by new age logic, they both get pregnant. Right?
Yeah, that shit.
Okay. So They both get both get pregnant, but at that moment, now the rights shift only to her and not to him. So now he can't decide what she does with the pregnancy because it's her body and her autonomy, right? So guess what? If she has the right to say, well, it's my body, I'm going to do whatever I want to do with it, then guess what? On the other side, he should say, well, you know what? I don't want to be a parent, so I'm not going to take care of the child. But he can't do that, can he? See, my solution is not about him telling her what to do with it, with her body. My solution is not telling him what the fuck he can do with his money and his rights.
Okay. So that sounds a little bit better than saying than what I mostly hear, which is taking away.
You know why you hear that?
Why?
Because we are now in a society that is overly sensitive about what women want and need, that we ignore everything else. And when we ignore everything else, it's no different. It's actually no different than you want to, Toros, you want to make associations with the LGBT community and the Black community. I can make associations with women having dominance over the men the same way white men had dominance over Black men. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. Black men are still slaves to this damn day. Have no damn right.
Black men aren't the only ones that are slaves. If you pay taxes, you were still a slave.
No, but let's keep it where we at right there.
But hold on. What I want to be able to quantify and say is that everybody who is under this system paying taxes is a fucking slave.
No. That ain't in it. But you looking at you about to change it, and you about to change.
I'm not about to change it. So do not, JT, do not do that. Do not do that. I'm able to stay on topic, but I'm also able to make a fucking point and stay on topic. Don't do that.
No,
okay, don't do that, JT.
Man. No.
That's a sidebar.
Do not, JT. Do not do that.
You
do not do that. Do not do that. JT, stay out of it. Do not do that.
But you're conflating it.
I am not deflating. I am able to make a point and get back on the topic. Do not do that.
But the point that you made was a point, but it was a conflated
So let me make my point and get back on the topic without you yanking my damn collar. Stop it.
You did.
I didn't even have a chance. Stop, JT. JT, then stop and shut up and let me talk it and do it.
Hold on, bro. I will let you speak, but as far as that whole shit.
Hold on, stop. Because first of all, I am able to make a point. First of all, I'm able to make a point and then be able to do that. But here's the thing. Stop it. Because what I do not like is for someone to claim that I am making a point to deviate. I am able to make a point that is parallel and control my own conversation.
Okay, let's not
devolve. I cannot stand that shit.
So this is where it comes down to. My whole thing was stay where we're at. You're starting to talk about.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You are accusing me of doing something that I am not doing.
Okay, so now what you can do is clarify it then.
If you would let me do that, I can.
Go ahead. Clarify it.
The point that I am making is that all of us are slaves under this system, given that we all pay taxes. However, the point that I am making here is that, yes, Black men are severely targeted under this, and I can agree with that.
Okay,
but what I don't want to do is suggest that we as Black men are the only ones that are in this thing or in this thing alone. Is the point that I am making.
He never said that. That's my whole point to telling you.
I agree with it.
Okay, so this is my point to telling you why you're conflating it.
How am I conflating it?
Just like what you just accused me of. Let me explain, right? So what you did was you saying that he's stating that we're the only ones that's being put up under this thing. when it comes down to what he specifically are talking about is this whole thing of us being in a mutual decision with women, right? We create a life.
Okay.
She end up getting all the accolades coming to her. She got all the rights and all these stupid ass things. What he end up getting is 4 motherfucking cots. What is it? 4 hots in the cot. He gets his motherfucking his life taken away from him, his livelihood taken away from him. And y'all sitting back talking about, I'm going to vote for Kamala because she's fighting for women's rights to. They don't say kill the child. What do they say, y'all? What do they say?
Reproductive rights. Yes.
It ain't nothing reproductive about that.
The majority of.
Okay, so you came over here to me to be able to tell me about a conversation that I'm having, just for you to be able to make a point.
But here's the thing.
We are having the conversation, bro.
Here's the thing. The point that you're making, and I get what JT is saying. The point that you're making is you can make that point. That's fine. I'm not tripping about that. But it doesn't change the fact that, okay, so if you say, well, we're all slaves because we're paying taxes. Okay, cool. Then that means us men are double slaves. And that means us men then that means that we're it's slavery with extra steps. You feel what I'm saying? So my entire point is that as much as we hear all of this talk about equality, right? Women are getting all of the rights to determine what they do with the life that I participated in creating. But the only way you want to hold me accountable for the life is in my responsibility to it and not my rights to it. Do you see what I'm saying? If a woman, if I were to get a woman pregnant and she decided that she wanted to terminate that life, I could be like, no, I don't believe in that. I want to have the child. What Kamala's fighting for, what the left is fighting for, is her ability to say, first of all, fuck you. I'm going to delete this baby. I don't give a shit what you say.
Even if you're married.
On the flip side, if I get this woman pregnant and I don't want to have a child, and she's like, no, I'm going to have the child. Guess what? My hands are tied. I gotta pay. I gotta do this. I gotta do all of that.
Okay.
That is not fair under nobody's metric.
I agree, man.
So
but the
here's
thing that put you in that situation was consensual, the sex.
So here's
y'all full of shit on that one, bro.
So here's my
you going right past Tyrus what he just said.
Hang on, Tyrus.
It doesn't matter. The point is
hang on.
In the situation, no, because you can't say that the man making that decision puts him in the situation that he should be like, oh, you made a decision, so deal with it. If you say that about the man, you gotta say that about
the damn woman.
Tyrus, hang on 1 second.
All right, my bad.
No, it's okay. I honestly agree with the fact that there should be more balance on the male side. I don't disagree with that. If you are going to have the ability for a woman to be able to abdicate, there should be something for the man on this side of the scale to be able to abdicate as well. If you are going to have that, I don't disagree with that.
You should be able to. The only solution to this, and like I said before, my solution isn't to tell a woman what to do. I don't care about that. I done gave up on that. Mm-hmm. My solution is the man should have the right to sign away his responsibility to that child, where he is not obligated to take care of a child that he doesn't want.
Here's the complication with that, because logistics is going to be the problem there.
Complication is that the state wants a way to extract money from men. That's all that is. It's bullshit.
Well, I don't disagree with that either. Logistically with that, legally, you would have to have some sort of either affidavit or some sort of what is it? Whenever you what is it whenever you stamp something and you sign it? Come on, help me out here.
Authentication.
Really,
That power of attorney is when you get it. Is when you get it stamped and signed.
Notary.
Some sort of notary.
if you really want
stating before you actually consensually have sex with someone, that it would have to be notarized and signed and stated. Hold on, don't shake your head at me. That would
What are you talking about, boy?
what you have to have happen.
no,
Damn, I am providing a fucking solution. Holy shit.
that is not a solution. It's not a solution. And I'm gonna tell you why it's not a solution. The same way they are fighting for women's autonomy and women to be as promiscuous as they want to be whenever they want to be. A man should have the right to be promiscuous whenever he want to be as well. Stop trying to put the responsibility on the man and take all the responsibility from the woman.
Is not what I'm trying to do. If
Does she have to sign an affidavit to get rid of her child?
Actually, yes, she has to sign some shit in order to have an abortion. Yes, she does.
She doesn't.
Not an affidavit, not with a notary. Hold on. With a notary? With a notary? No, you gotta get a notary.
No, but what I'm saying is that in the moment, what I'm trying to get at is that whenever they put this in legislation, you are going to have to be able to document and say that you don't want to have anything to do with this individual's child.
Should not look. Check this out. This is the.
It can't be. You walk up to the court and say, you know what, I'm done. I don't want, and I walk away. It needs to be documented.
It should be. You know why? Because she can walk up to a baby box and stick the baby in there like a freaking video from Blockbuster.
And so can
a notary.
And so can a father with custody. So can a father with custody.
No.
Stop. Any parent with custody of a minor, any parent with custody with a minor can go and drop off a baby inside of a unit.
Man, you are boss man. You tripping, dog. You
tripping. It's legal.
It has to be a certain time.
Hold on, y'all. First of all,
it is legal. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying it's fucking legal.
Hold on. First of all, not every woman that gives their child up has custody of that child. That's number one.
With custody, I quantified it.
Stop. Okay. Number one, there shouldn't have to be any legislation. What the rule should be is if that man does not
be legislation.
If that man, yo, can I please finish? God damn, take your cape off for these bitches for once. And here's the reason.
I'm actually saying something about us with legislation because there's legislation for them.
No, listen, no, you don't need no legislation. This is what the rule should be. If that man doesn't come to that damn hospital and sign that birth certificate, he should not be financially responsible for that child. In fact, I'll take it a step further. If the bitch ain't married and she get pregnant, that nigga should not be responsible for that child financially. Point blank, period. Every rule that we have is a rule set up so that women can take advantage of men. And men are sick of it. We're tired of it. And y'all always hide it behind some bullshit about, well, her rights to her body. She wouldn't be able to have a kid if you didn't shoot your sperm in there. Why you don't have reproductive rights over your goddamn sperm?
That's a good question.
This is crazy, bro.
Can we get some
that's actually a very good question.
Can we have some other?
Because we're screwed. This is the point I'm trying to make. If you have equal protection, we're supposed to have equal protection under the law.
Right.
Point blank, equal protection. A man in that situation does not have equal protection.
Okay, so the point here is that okay, so let's flip it. So now you're saying that a man impregnates a woman, and so therefore A woman decides to have a child, and therefore a man should not, if he decides, should not be responsible for a child.
Yes. For the same reason, if little Susie goes to college, and she gets pregnant because she had consensual sex with her boyfriend, and her parents say to her, "You're going to ruin your life." You know what? You're right. This is an inconvenience. Because let's be real, most of these women are getting rid of their children because of inconvenience. But then we turn around and tell a man, it doesn't matter if this inconveniences you, you still got to be responsible. So if a boy goes to college and he accidentally gets Susie pregnant, it don't matter. He don't got any recourse.
Okay, so then solution here. Then if one solution would be if a woman does not have someone there to sign a birth certificate, then they are unable to get child support.
Basically,
if she doesn't have,
okay, hold on, okay. So women in the chat, because I'm actually curious on that one. So if someone is unable to get because that might not actually be a bad idea.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute, boss man.
Boss
man, hold on for a minute. Let me just hold on, everybody. Let's take a time out right quick. Let me just address this right quick. Bubs, you don't have a fucking dog in here. Go back over to your motherfucking channel and you go over there and do the bullshit that you do over there. You ain't got a dog over here. You don't even like women. So get the fuck on off of here.
Hold on, JT.
Damn it.
He said I had to go use the bathroom. He said something about me in the chat. Listen, and shout out to the Fry. Listen, I want to say that
the fuck's wrong with these guys?
I want to pause parental because we got to start addressing these weak back ass niggas who carry more nut in their stomach than they have confidence in their man. So we need to address these bitches.
You gonna fight back? This is what you get when you come over here.
Don't come over here with your punk ass, ain't got no back, ain't got no spine, won't cam up, won't have a conversation. You's a bitch.
And make 20,000 fucking videos about us. Take your ass on somewhere.
And if he cam up, we'll see that he running an extension car from an auto zone in the back of a U-Haul truck.
Word.
Fuck up off my shit, nigga. I do this.
What's wrong with you?
Nigga. I would destroy this nigga. You better tell me to get off my shit.
Can I answer the abortion question real quick?
What's wrong with you, boy?
Now, boss man, come on back up, boss man. I took care of it. Come on back
up, man. More people got to talk about this shit. First of all, since Roe v. Wade was going, there's been more.
Be right back, black man.
There's been more baby deletions than ever. There is no restrictions on women having getting rid of their babies. All right, they've been doing it since Roe v. Wade went away. It belongs at the state level. It's as simple as that. But the argument that we have right here is that women have more rights than men now, and we're trying to make all these fucking caveats. If the chick gets pregnant and the man doesn't want to have a baby, he should be able to opt out, just like she is. Period. Yeah. All the rest of it is just bullshit.
That's all I'm saying. That's equal. That's equal. But the problem is we want to hold men to a standard that we refuse to hold the women to.
I don't disagree with establishing some sort of balance, because I agree there is an imbalance, and I agree with adding balance. I don't disagree with that, and I think oftentimes whenever I'm for something that what I'm for makes it sound as though that I am for an imbalance, and I'm not. I do agree that there is a imbalance, and I want there to be a balance. What I am not for is, because there is an imbalance, taking away something to create a more of an imbalance. That is what I am not for.
But what are they taking away, though, boss man? The man's right to opt out.
But what? No, that's our pain. That is not what I said.
I'm asking you a question.
No, if you're gonna ask a question, don't add an insinuation in the question.
But nobody's making this is complicated. This is
yourself.
I'm gonna answer. Damn it. No, okay, go ahead.
Just say it again, so I don't want to go past it. You said, what are we taking away? I'm asking you, what's being taken away?
What is oftentimes said in these spaces is the notion or the pontification of taking away something in order to create a balance versus adding something to.
What are you talking about?
So,
I'm asking
so
you, what are we taking
okay.
away?
Problem is this, and I get why our pain is confused.
What?
The reason why he's confused is
confused.
because I'm talking about as far as what he's saying, right? Because you asked what you would taken away. The reason why he keeps saying what I'm assuming, the reason why he keeps saying what are we taking away is because black men ain't trying to take away women's ability or force them to have kids they don't want to have.
You just want to be able to opt out, God damn it. Why can't
Okay.
we opt out?
So I don't, again, I don't disagree with adding balance. So what's oftentimes said is do away with abortions, or abortions are do away with them because they're problematic.
No,
I did not say that was said tonight. What I'm saying is oftentimes what is said.
Okay, but you got to deal with what we're saying.
So tonight, and I agree. So tonight, I agree, Angry Man, our pain, I agree that there should be a balance added because they are able to abdicate in some sort of way. And I agree that there should be something for us to be able to abdicate as well in the same way to provide balance. I don't disagree there. And I've oftentimes said that.
But guess what though? See, you are more reasonable and logical to have this conversation with. There is never going to be a male political candidate that's going to stand up behind the podium and say men should have the right to opt out. So now that we know that, because it would be considered outrageous, it would be considered political, you know what aside, you feel me? But on the flip side, you can have a candidate whose entire platform is that. Do you see the ridiculous now? The ridiculousness of it.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Could you imagine?
The reason. Oh, I'm sorry.
Donald Trump. Could you imagine Donald Trump standing up behind the podium? We need the right to be deadbeat dads and
no.
So AM, hold on real quick. AM, they tried to slay Donald Trump for saying I want to protect the women. Even if they don't like it, I want to protect the women. They tried to slay him for that. So good and God don't know well he can't say the other thing.
Now listen, the only reason why I ever suggest what I'm gonna say Melissa because I always butcher this. But the reason why I suggest this and hold on, this right here.
Close your legs. Close your legs.
Hold on. Agreed. But the reason why I suggest this also and recognize where we sit and where we stand in the procession of things, because I have said on this channel, I have said that there are at least 33 options that a woman or BMU knows. I've said this. 33 options plus, hold on, let me fix BMU over here. There we go. There are 33 options, and then there are 34 and 35 options, because there's the 34th one is abort efficient. And then the 35th option is the abortion, depending on the states. Now that we are post-Roe, okay. So a woman has 35 options, and then abstinence is the 36th. Okay, so woman has 36 options at her disposal, and we have 3 or 4.
But guess what?
Go ahead.
Guess what?
Go ahead.
They have been fighting tooth and nail to stop the male pill.
I understand.
They have been fighting tooth. So that lets you know off the rip.
It's a money grab.
It is a money grab, and it's to put us in a messed up position.
A domicile submissive is subversive. It's a submissive position they're trying to put us in.
So the reason why I state these things that the ladies have mentioned, okay, is one, because I recognize the reality that we are in, not because I am ignorant or I am not aware of the plight of men. The reason why I say that is because the reality is that we're probably never going to see that balance tipped. And so what is the responsibility of us is the point that I'm making.
This
well,
is
we
the
already take care. Wait, hold on real quick. Hey, BMU, where's them big-headed niggas at, man? Where them big-headed niggas is supposed to show up at?
Let me say this. You said we're probably never gonna see that, right?
Right.
So you know what the solution is? We don't vote for raggedy ass chicks that jump up there fighting that hard for women to keep putting us in goofy positions.
Exactly. We don't vote against our
So here's the reason why I have a hard time squaring that circle, is because on a personal level, it's like this. When it comes, and I was having this conversation with my wife, I think last night as well. The reason why I have a hard time squaring the circle is that if you were able, legislatively, this is why I mention legislation so much. If you were able to legislatively write in clauses, write in exceptions intelligently to where it doesn't harm people who are using something for an appropriate reason, but also expunge the people who are using it for reasons that we don't like. Because I think we could all agree that people use this method or this vehicle, this modality, okay, this methodology for reasons that we don't like.
It's
if you were,
hold on real quick. Can I get in after Angry Man? This is what wait our pain. I haven't hardly talked to you. Can I get in there after Angry Man, please?
Let me just talking about writing some kind of pristine law based on what we need. The truth of the matter is, you know, we already said how simple, and sometimes the best answer is the simplest one, right? We should just be able to opt out, period. You don't have to go to extremes. If a woman wants to have a baby and they both had consensual sex, the man doesn't want one. If you want to make it equal,
I wasn't even going there.
I should be able to opt out just like she can, period.
I wasn't going there, but go ahead.
Here's another thing. I'm gonna get to the point here. You said this will never happen. The truth of the matter is, somebody also said that with this election, when we get the numbers of black men voting for the hyena down to like 50% or 60%, some people said that shit would never happen. This is how things change. Once people start needing to benefit when they need your vote, that's when you start getting some of the shit you want in there. Right now, they don't need anything from us, so they could do anything they want because they take us for granted. So if you can get any kind of voting block where they need your vote, they might have to make concessions to get that shit.
But this is the weird thing, though. This is the weird thing. We act like we don't live in a country. Like the weirdest thing ever is when we as black men talk about legislation and talk about what the government could do for us and what. They are not your friends. They don't give a F about you or anybody else. This country is ran by elites and elitists. You have to understand the food we eat, the air we breathe, the water we drink, everything. This is after earth, niggas. Everything is against us. For them to have a fair conception compensation plan where men because you can't extrapolate the resources. Because you can't hold on real quick. Because you can't distract them and not have them at odds with their women in order to emasculate them and to keep them docile. Because it's a bigger play and a bigger agenda. When you keep the people infighting, when you keep the people's resources low, when you keep the people distracted, when you keep the people in influx, then there is no stability, and then you can't build no Tower of Babel. So when you're looking for someone to give you some shit, that ain't gonna happen. And I'm not just talking about black men. I'm talking about everybody. It ain't just black men or black women. It's everybody. This is them against us. And at the end of the day, until we understand, until we unify, and until we get it and start playing this thing on a team level, we are fucked because they don't give a fuck.
Well, I tell you what, all I know is this. big head, lying ass chicks like Kamala Harris will never get my freaking vote, because as much as she screams about equality, she don't give a damn about equality. She don't even give a damn about the women that she claims she cares about their reproductive rights. She's only doing that shit. She's only doing that shit because she know that's the only platform she could run on. She has to tap into the emotional psychology of women, because if she wasn't running off of that platform, where would her freaking support come from? She wouldn't have any damn support. Hell, you said it yourself, boss man. That was one of the key factors as to why you voted for her. She knows that. But at the end of the day, yo, I don't mean no harm, but at the end of the day, any black person that is cool with that whole thing and knows about Margaret Sanger and her quotes, that's nasty work. I don't care what nobody say.
And if people that don't know Margaret Sanger wanted to sterilize all black women. So when she convinced the black preachers and black nurses and black doctors to go into those neighborhoods and convince those women to abort their babies, when she aborted their babies, a large percentage of those women, she sterilized them so they couldn't have any more. She went to Klan rallies, and her quote is that black people are wild and like wheat and need to be plucked from the earth. And she made a promise and a vow to the Klan that she will create something to do that. And that's why you see only abortion clinics in urban areas. You don't see them in rich white folks' neighborhoods or in the rich, predominantly rich areas. They're always
the hell you do. They right here in Concord Township, Ohio, sir.
Okay,
Well,
here's the question. Here's the question. Is it her fault?
Let me finish. Because he just said, you see, when I brought up just that one thing, they got one in Ohio, cool. But at the end of the day, we know why it started. We know the genesis of why it started. The first abortion clinic was in Harlem, New York.
Yes. But BMU.
First one, hold on, but I'm gonna say this and I'm done. I'm gonna land. I'm gonna land right here. If Martin Luther King, that's why I don't fuck with him no more. Martin Luther King received the Margaret Sanger Award for being one of the motherfuckers who convinced black folks to abort their babies. He said it. He sent his wife to accept the award.
I was just about to say that.
Sat there on stage and said, on behalf of my husband, Martin King, his quote was, "It is evil and demonic for a woman to carry a child that she does not want to have."
But I just gotta add this. I'm sorry. And you 100% right, BMU. That whole story is wild, right? Yeah. Look, I gotta add this. So you said that about none of those clinics being in white neighborhoods, and Taro said, but they are in his neighborhood. Aren't you the one that said something about the orange juice not being the same price in your neighborhood where you live?
That wasn't a conflicting statement. So now that you mentioned it, I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up. I'm sorry, what are y'all laughing at? There was nothing conflicting.
Because you made a whole argument.
No, because guess what? Certain things happen. By the way, I agree with that. That's why we talk about averages. You don't remember that part, right? Angry man.
I remember that part, but I remember the other part too.
Right. So, just real quick, because you guys really went off on a tangent, I'm just going to speak for myself. Angry man, JT, BM, if you guys can hear me out. The reason why I support a woman's right to choose is because I don't want the government telling me what I can and can't do with my own dick. So respectfully, I've been married for 16 and a half years. Hold on, angry man. Respectfully, I've been married 16 and a half years. You know what my version of choosing was? I got a vasectomy. You know what I mean? I'm 37 years old now, got a vasectomy. That's my version of a choice. Whether you like it or not, that's a version of choosing. And so just like I don't want the government telling me what I can and can't do with my own body, I don't want the government telling a woman what she can and can't do with her body. Now, BM, to your original question about why black men aren't voting for Harris.
Wait, before you get to that, before you get to that, let me just say this real quickly. Do you know how wild it would be if women got up there to fight for reproductive rights and somebody said, well, you should just get your tubes tied.
Exactly.
Unfortunately,
you know how offended women would be?
Yeah.
Crazy,
But Angry Man, would you agree that women get offended over everything?
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. So anyway, to answer BM's overall point, statistically, when you guys look at the Peer Research Center, BMU, I know you're familiar with them.
Yeah.
Statistically, men have always voted primarily for Republicans over Democrats. So men, and then specifically black men, starting to not vote for Democrat, that's just going with the trend of the national average. So there's actually nothing really new. But to be fair, 87% of black men still voted for Joe Biden in 2020. So it's not out the realm of possibility to think that black men will go for Kamala at least an 80% clip, because the research and literally the stats say you can average that out.
That's not the same thing.
That is not.
It is.
Those numbers already, bro. Those
already off.
Those numbers are already off.
The election is not. It's not over. You can't just go off of the early voting numbers.
No, but
Angry Man, you cannot just go off of the early voting numbers. You have to
that
go
would
off
be stop. That would be that would be right if this was the typical early voting phenomenon. This is not typical. Early voting is ridiculously high right now, bro.
It is. Yes, and it's still not the majority. Angry Man, you see, here's the problem. You won't shut up because I agree with you, but you won't let me finish the goddamn point. So if you just settle down for a second, you're talking
right now. I literally stopped talking.
The statistics bear out the fact that black men are probably still going to overwhelmingly vote for the Democratic candidate, even if it's Kamala Harris.
Terros, bro. It's okay. She can try to run again in 2020.
Bro, I'm just answering the original question that BM. I'm simply answering the question.
Hey, it's okay.
Oh my God. Okay.
It's okay if she. Black men have been voting. Bro, it's okay if she's gonna.
So our pain. Black men have statistically been voting Democrat, right, at least an 80% clip.
Yeah, but it's
that's
correct.
Wow.
Listen. If you look at the rate of black men voting, it has been steadily going down for years. I think it's going to be a big gap this year. Now, not overwhelmingly, you might still get maybe 60% of black men still voting for Kamala Harris, but that would be a low number comparatively speaking.
Pain, but the because the unfortunate reality is that black men have always had low voter turnout.
Yourself too. You wanted people to talk. 60%.
Pain, you threw a history fit with Boss Man for like 20 minutes. I don't want to hear it. Hold
on, Tyrus, you just said something. I'm saying it's not going to be 80%. It's going to be less than that. And that's a sea change. It's been going down since the Obama years to Biden, to Obama to Hillary, to Biden, and now to Kamala. She's going to get the less.
Respectfully, that's not true. I'm looking at the numbers right now. 92%, 87%. So no, there hasn't been a steady decline. The numbers have actually steadily stayed the same.
Bro,
come on, man. You guys
are
acting like I'm just making these numbers up.
But we don't have to speculate though. Hold on. We don't have to speculate. Okay? It's very simple. If she was not losing the black male vote at a significant rate, you wouldn't have seen her throw that Hail Mary out a week ago talking about legalizing marijuana, bro. Come on, man.
Trump threw the same Hail Mary out, and every president panders. Every president panders to a demographic. This isn't anything.
They've never pandered to black men like that. That has never
occurred. Like, you got to be able to pume.
That has never occurred. What president did you see? What presidential hopeful did you see pander to black men to that level?
No, none.
Oh, so now we're gonna go. So now it went from they didn't do it at all to not at the level. Like you see how the goalposts keep shifting here.
Yo, fam, come on, man, Panda, come
Like,
on,
this
fam.
is
Right now, bro.
And so
They pander so much they had the CGI an image like that one.
And so BM.
CGI like shit.
Right. Right, like BM posted BM posted AI doctored photos and being like, well, that's true. It's okay. The reason why I'm gonna vote, the reason why I already voted for Kamala Harris is.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Y'all to have one mic, bro. Because we don't have one mic, nobody can hear you. Y'all both going in there. Our pain at the top bunk, you at the bottom bunk. Y'all hunting each other right now. You motherfuckers gotta let each other talk, man. God damn. Yo, thank y'all for being here tonight, man. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Thank y'all for being here, for bringing them back up. Hit the like button, subscribe button, share button. Also, you want to donate to the channel. A lot of you guys have donated. I've called you out. So if you want to send a cash app, man, if you're enjoying the show right now, please send a cash app, man. Support the channel. Scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and I will call you out as soon as I get it, all right? All right, here we go. Let me bring them back up. Here we go. Tyrus is back up, and R-Pain. Y'all, damn. Well, y'all.
Everybody's been talking over everybody this entire
I know. I got to
That's for you.
You got to adjudicate this. Listen, he made a statement, but he won't let nobody say anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, R-Pain. Say what you got to say, then we'll let Tyrus come back.
The fact is that they put out all the big guns because they noticed that the numbers of black men going to vote for Kamala is very, very low. And even if it's still above 50%, that's a sea change to the way we've been actually voting. But as black men, we've been socialized to vote Democrats just like everybody else. That shit's changing. That is really changing. They're bringing out all the big guns trying to shame black men into voting for this chick, and we ain't buying it. So you can't say it's the same. We'll know in 4 days whether you're right or we're right. It's not going to be 80%. It's not.
But the thing about it,
how can you? In one hand, you said it's not going to be 80%. On the other hand, we're going to find out. Like again, like R-Pain, but R-Pain, respectfully. Go ahead. Go ahead and speak.
No, let Tyrus let Tyrus say his thing, man.
Yeah, you still got to let it play out. So from your perspective, it's really based on feelings. At least I'm using data to support my opinion. I'm using data to support my opinion. Whether R-Pain, respectfully, whether you like that data or not, I'm still using data for my perspective. And the perspective says that it's probably going to be close, if not above 80% of black men, which is still a significantly high number. And unfortunately, what's also true, Pain, is that, every election, we have a huge problem with getting black men to even get up and vote for anybody.
Okay, so number one, I know y'all hate to believe any type of Trump support, but Donald Trump has gotten the most support from black men of any president since who was it? Since
Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, since all the way back in the day. His numbers are up amongst Latinos, black men, a lot of groups that you would have never thought would be supportive of Trump. So no, R-Pain is right. It's not gonna be 80%, bro. You live in a fantasy world if you think it's going to be 80%.
Respectfully, Angry Man, he had a record number with 12% black men in 2020.
I know.
That's a record.
I know, but
12%.
I know, but the point that I'm trying to make to you, and that number has went up. That number even went up under Joe Biden, even though Joe Biden won.
Yes.
That number went up.
So that's the number I'm quoting, agreement, respectfully. That's the number.
Okay. Well, the point that I'm trying to make is I sincerely doubt it's gonna be freaking 80%. I doubt it. But like R-Pain said, we won't know for a fact until all the numbers are in. And hell, even then we might not know for a fact. I'm just keeping that.
Oh, come on, really?
Yeah, really.
Really. Tyrus, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Most men do not want to be. Most men do not want to be led by a woman, especially a prosecutor, especially a woman who.
Did you call her a prostitute?
Yes.
No, you didn't say that.
and here's my thing.
Prostitute. He said prostitute.
A prostitute.
This what I don't get about Toros and my man, Boss Man. I mean, damn. Can we have 4 years? Your boy Biden screwed us up for 4 years. Jesus Christ. He done messed up enough.
Well, if you like competition like I do, then tell your boy to win.
He's gonna win.
Word. I agree with that.
Look,
just win, right?
Here's the thing. The last time that Trump won, I even said the people were like really, really pissy and upset that he lost. I mean, that he won. And I said, okay, now that he's won, give him a shot. Don't be mad and pissed off and upset, whatever. It's over. He won. Let's give him a shot and let's give him a fair shake. Okay. Don't like, I heard a lot of people say he's not my president, so on and so forth. Don't be like that. Give him a shot and let's see what he does. Okay. And be fair about it.
What happened? What happened when he got in?
Hey, watch this. Toro's gonna be out there like that lady in that green outfit.
And so
he's in touch with his feminine sides, to say the least.
If he wins again this time, I'm going to say the same thing. Now, I'm going to be very honest. However, in this case, what I'm leery of is if he's actually going to take lessons learned from what he wasn't able to do last time as far as this time. Mm-hmm. Both good and or for bad. But, however, I'll take the same approach, is give him a shot.
But boss man, let's be real.
Sure.
If Trump gets into office,
okay,
every American could get a chicken in the pot and money and job opportunity and all of that. And you know what everybody on the left is gonna say? It wasn't a rotisserie chicken. I don't know.
No. You know what they're gonna say? They're gonna say he inherited the chicken from God doggone Biden. They're gonna say it was Biden's chicken. He started cooking it first.
So here's the problem. So here's the problem with the left, and then I'll go with the problem with the right. The problem with the left is that we have an issue with taking. We want a person who is perfect without. We want a person who seems perfect without accepting some issues or problems, and we seem to have an issue with blemishes and being honest about the blemishes, right? The problem with the right is that they see the problems and want to acknowledge what the problems are, and then overinflate and hyperbolicize, new word. I'll talk to Webster about that one later. About the small, minute good things, ignore what are bad, the issues that are bad.
No, here's the problem. The problem with the right is always trying to freaking play fair. The problem with the left.
That's the issue with the left. The left does that shit. They don't know how to play dirty.
No.
Hey, I'll listen. Go ahead.
No. Stop. They already got Trump saying he's not gonna go after nobody, even though they went after him. So let's stop that. Stop. Okay. Mm-hmm. The problem with the right is the Republicans, they're the party of, oh yeah, let's be dignified and let's try to make everything play out the way it's supposed to play out. The only difference is Trump. Trump is the only oddball in that whole situation. And that's part of the reason why they don't like him, right?
Right.
So the problem with the left is, and this is the biggest problem with the left, you don't know SHIELD is Hydra. That's the problem.
So you don't think that in the Senate, you don't think that Squidward, you don't think that Squidward played dirty with Obama's nominee.
He did.
Yeah.
You don't think that they played dirty by accepting.
Now hold on. When you say Squidward,
yeah,
be specific.
Okay, Squidward is Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell. Okay, I would have said Turtle, but okay.
No, he reminds me of Squidward from damn SpongeBob, man.
Sorry, he's the turtle guy from Turtles.
Yeah, he looks like Squidward. Okay.
No, he didn't. No, this is what he did, right?
Not there
You
yet.
don't know
This
Shield is
is what he did. No, this is not.
He played dirty, and you. One more thing, and then I'll cut it.
Actually,
You don't think that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Actually, he didn't play dirty, and I'm not saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Look, I'm not saying he's not capable of that, and I'm not saying he hasn't played dirty before. But in that particular instance, he didn't, and I'm gonna tell you what he did. What he did in that situation is he capitalized on a mistake that Obama and Ruth
Bader Ginsburg
made. Now she could have stepped down, okay, but she chose not to. She chose not to, and she ended up passing away and leaving that vacancy open. Like, let's be real about it. Now, I'm not here. Look, here's the problem.
Okay.
It's not that Mitch McConnell played dirty. He out chess maneuvered them. That's all he
that was
did.
some shyster shit. I mean, I agree with you. I agree that he played chess, but he did dirty. What I mean by dirty is, constitutionally speaking, there's nothing, and by legislation and by regulation and U.S. and United States code, there's nothing that says that there's a limitation to a president's administration time frame that a president cannot install or nominate a Supreme Court justice. He used a 6-month rule that doesn't exist to hold up that nomination for Merrick Garland. Then, when it came time for Trump's nomination, within the same ratio of time, he went right ahead and pushed that shit through.
That's look. Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
He plays dirty.
I know you. Okay, so he played chess. I agree with you, but he did dirty.
He is a look in his prime. He's hell to deal with. You feel me? He got old. Y'all saw him freaking glitch out and all of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But
the reason he's the majority leader for so many years.
Yeah, but he's a chess player. He knew what he was doing. Right. That's why I get upset when everybody say Trump picked those Supreme Court justices. No, those were his Supreme Court justices. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Huh? Yeah, they were Mitch McConnell's picks.
Yeah,
but
I understand.
But you know, the thing about it with this, right? He's just one of those older Washington, what's the word for it?
Establishment.
Well,
he's one of those. It's a word
ornaments. For he's like one of those damn ornaments that just is intrinsically like, you know, fixed.
He's just political savvy, man.
Yeah,
he knows what the fuck he's doing.
He's one of those guys that he knows how to play the game extremely well, right?
Okay.
So I wouldn't saying that a politician played dirty is like saying that an NBA player dunked. Like,
but what I mean by played dirty is that he made up a rule that wasn't a rule. Just like for instance, the filibuster. The filibuster is not actually a rule. It is. Sorry. Excuse me. I misspoke. It is a rule, but it's not something that is written into legislation. It's a tactic. Exactly. Really quick, something else that was spoken on. Fuck, that's one thing. Goddamn train of thought.
Why are you thinking about that old motherfucker? Right. Listen, because you're getting old. My brother getting old. Look at it. He getting old.
That's that ADHD. You got ADHD, don't you?
My therapist seemed to think I do.
You do. I know you do.
You said therapist, so we gonna listen to the therapist.
I know what it looks like because I have it. I know what it looks like.
I wanted to address this
word
because I'm tired of people. The fraud came back. He said millions died because of his lack of informing the populace about C-19.
And if you don't shut it, that's been debunked. Right. Cut it out, man.
Right. Now, Anger Man, I want to say this because I looked the number up. Oh, God, thank you for this number. Let's see. The deaths from C19 worldwide. This is the world. 7,010,681 people passed away from C19. Then I opened up another tab and I asked the question, how many babies have died since Roe v. Wade? It said 23 million babies have died. So
Infinity.
Doesn't matter.
Black community.
Right.
But-
It doesn't, and that's only black. That ain't
That's
white.
only in the black community.
But BMU, when it comes to the C19 numbers, right? The question I would ask anybody is look at the language. Does it say how many people died with it, or does it say how many people died because of it?
Because of it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Those numbers are different. Yes.
Yeah. But in totality, Bubs the guy, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, let me finish putting my boot on his throat. So, so it's 7 million people died from C19, and you got 23 million black babies who could be running for president right now.
Yep.
Could have made a difference in the world is dead because irresponsible pussies decided to hop on penises and stroke for a little while. So 23 million babies. Now, I know you're going to say, I know what you're going to say before you say, oh, it was great. No, less than 1% is molestation or great. So that means the other 99.9% of these hoes out here are just using abortion as a contraceptive. So when we talk about the numbers, we can't talk about violence in Chicago because black women, the womb of a black woman beats that death. We can't talk about all the world wars combined because the black womb beat those deaths.
Can't even talk about slavery. Can't even talk about slavery.
But see, to address him, black man, this is the craziest part.
You help me.
This is the thing. He's sitting back and trying to die on a hill that he don't even support. Boy, you like bussy. Ain't nothing else coming from that. You go over there and talk about those issues. You leave this shit over here alone. You go over there and go and deal with your issues. So you keep coming over here, dipping and dabbing over here, and you ain't even got a dog in the fight. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Hey, JT, who was that dude?
Let me tell you something about that. Check this out. Let me tell you something about that pandemic, right? And I'm going to speak in code, okay? That pandemic, we will never fully, completely know all of the details of that entire scenario.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it is put on Trump, in my opinion, is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. And number three, it proves just how fascist this country can be capable of.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Because once it happened, we weren't even allowed to talk about it.
Yep.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And anytime people are silenced to talk about something, it's because people don't want you to know all of the details.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Can I ask a question? There we go. I finally yanked that same moment back. There we go. Yanked it back. Question.
Hey, listen, boss man. But before you go,
sure,
guys, thank you for being here tonight. Hit the like button, subscribe button. Hey, listen, I need 5 more people on these cash outs, man. Go ahead and send it. We got a great show going on tonight. Show your boy there's some love, man. Also, boss man, your memory will come back more if you eat more pussy.
By 12%.
You give a 12% memory increase. If you eat more pussy. So I just want to look at
Hags out pain. He'll tell you.
Our friend came over here. He forget what color shoes he had on. He was forgetting his glasses. He didn't turn his lamp on. I say, man, eat more pussy. And then he started eating pussy. Then he graduated to eating ass, and he remembered everything.
Yeah.
It's nothing like that hot steaming. It's nothing like a nice piece of hot steaming.
Willing. And let me tell you something. That's why he's an engineer.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
That's why he's an engineer. Moose knuckle.
That shit's steaming, all right. That chair is hot. The
Yeah.
friction, the rug burns on that damn chair, boy.
Wait, pause for a second. Pause for a second.
Did you see it?
Did you see it, Anger Man? You want to see it one more time, Anger Man?
Where did you no, don't play it again, y'all gonna get me in trouble. I just want to know where you got it from.
From the free clinic. That's a free clinic ad.
Hey,
that's a free clinic ad, son.
Well, guess what? Hey, they should be. You said free clinic. They should be charging at that clinic.
Boy, she got a. Hey, that's just a moose knuckle, Anger Man.
Moose knuckle.
God Almighty.
You ain't gonna be able to do nothing, boy. She had you. It's done. It's a done deal. I'm telling you.
Hey, you be saying your dick your trust for real on that one, boy.
Hey, that motherfucker jump on that motherfucker. Hey, boy, she had your ass like.
Let me just say for the record. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I am a married man, sir.
Or she have you like this, like this.
Who the hell is this nigga you feel the need to entertain?
Not Rance Allen, Lord.
Well, y'all, you know, boy, hey, but yeah, hey, you know, back in your day, Anger Man, back in your day, I don't think you could have handled that one, boy. That's a heavyweight.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's a heavyweight.
I'm not saying anything. I am a happily married man, sir.
Happily.
You like call
emphasis on happily.
Happily.
That's so funny, man.
Hey, what's his name? Lil Sweet, the Dr. Pepper commercial.
Oh, Lil Sweet.
It's the sweet one. Sweet one.
Oh my God.
While he was alive, Prince should have sued the hell out of him.
Hell yeah.
Yes, he should.
Oh my God.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, I was listening to make sure I didn't make up the song.
He go, your horse right here. That boy said, "Lil Sweet on a tiny horse."
Moose knuckle.
Right.
Everybody in the chat, hey, put a one in the chat if you want. Hey, if you want to see Moose Knuckle again, man, send the damn cash out, man. I played Moose Knuckle 3 times. Y'all send a cash out, damn it.
No, did you get rid of the hookup with my man from Sugar Hill? Woo. My babies.
Man, I'm having to react to this shit, and my wife is definitely watching, but it's all right. It's all right.
So, boss man, hey, listen, boss man. I'm serious, man. I want to go back to what I said. We're gonna get back to the show because y'all got me over here in tears in my eyes. In order to get your memory 18% to 20%, you got to eat more pussy, but you
Feel
also
like that.
got to start eating ass too.
Feel like that too.
And yeah, our pain, his memory is great. Look at Anger Man. His memory is fantastic. He remembers
Our pain does calculus off the top of his head.
yeah, look, you know,
there's no ass sitting over here. Let's get that out of here.
Look at this nigga.
Oh yeah.
He's just licking his lip from that ass.
Hey, now, on the low, y'all sleeping on this nigga.
That's the number one right there.
Look, he's shaking his head. Yeah.
He like, I can show you how to do it. It's the best time in the world to eat some ass.
You see that? Look, you see Bird got that little strip of hair right there.
Right. That's the tickle. That's the tickle right there. That
was his stripper name back in the day, the Tickler.
The tickler.
We need that relief right there, bro. But but be honestly, man, I think, we as men are not voting for. I'm gonna say this, and then y'all get back to the conversation. I don't think that we're voting for her because men are just not ready for that. I don't think men want to wake up in the morning and say, "You're president and first man."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I just don't think the world is
First man.
So
First
funny
mate.
and funny enough, I actually
Man, we
funny
did it with Barack
funny
already.
funny is that
Oh Lord.
I caught that one. I caught that one. You. I caught that one. I caught that Barack one. I caught it.
okay. See, I can't.
Continue, Ray.
Have you ever seen her? Hey, hold on, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen pictures of her pregnant?
Who?
No.
Michael.
Oh Lord.
Michael.
Oh, see, okay. All right.
Michael.
I can't. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that with you, BMU. I'm not.
I'm just asking a question.
Michael.
Have you ever seen
Troublemaker. I'm not doing it with you.
ever seen pictures
I'm not.
of Michelle Obama pregnant with a child?
I'm just gonna say every woman that's been pregnant, I haven't seen pictures of. So I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Hey, BMU, I've seen a post up Shaquille O'Neal.
Oh,
I'm gonna go on with my question. All right.
In the face.
I'm not going there with you, BMU. Nope.
keep in mind, boss man.
Nope.
Keep in mind, Barack Obama's ex-girlfriend said she got the letters. She'll sell them. He
I'm
said
not
she
doing
got
it.
letters. He wrote her saying that he used to dream about being with a man who looked like a woman.
Oh, okay, well that's his dream, but we're not. I'm not going there with you and Michelle. I ain't doing it.
Why you think he passed the LGBTQ law?
Not going there with you with Michelle.
And
No.
low key, I think Kamala is Charles Barkley with a wig on. We're gonna find out.
Oh,
Now that's terrible. That's terrible.
What I wanted to ask
Go ahead,
was
boss.
somebody had mentioned, okay, moving forward, and we're walking. What I wanted to ask was everyone mentioned about Sanger, okay, and I'm not going to contend about Miss Sanger.
May she rest in shit.
May she rest there, okay, and roll in it.
Yeah.
Now my question that I have to everybody is on the I guess the nature or the concept of influence, right? Now everyone says, well, great. She went into the community and she convinced everybody of a thing, okay, to do this awful and abhorrent thing, right? Now the question is who is more at fault at this abhorrent and terrible thing, an untoward thing? Is it Sanger or the women?
The women.
Thank you. Okay, that's the answer I wanted to hear.
Damn, Anger Man, you said that shit.
No. And that's the answer I wanted to hear, because then I'm able to have the conversation to say, where should we adjust our focus? Too often, I think in society, we instead of focusing our attention on the people making the decisions, we want to try to take decisions away from people. So, like the Second Amendment, for instance, I don't agree with taking away anything from people, like the Second Amendment or the rights to have firearms, for instance. Okay, I own a firearm myself, and I want more. I want a whole armory.
Yeah, I got to get some more. I lost mine in a terrible boating accident.
So with that in mind, what is more effective?
Angry man.
My thing is that it's the people and it's the mindset that seems to be the problem. More so, like for instance, the Tide Pod situation. Dumbass people eating Tide Pods. Now, when it comes to the kids eating the Tide Pods, who was more responsible or culpable? Was it Tide for making them a certain way, or was it the parents, dumbass parents, not watching their kids?
I don't know, fam. The way them pods look and smell.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Or
boss man, you could say the same thing about something else.
Like what? Come on.
The same thing about the situation we was talking about earlier. You said who's responsible. My thing is, it's an influence thing. When those kids start eating those Tide Pods, it was all over the internet. They were influenced to do it by other people who were doing it. The same thing with this gay agenda. If they're at school right now, when my son was in school, I went to their football game. The principal came down the sidewalk to my who's winning? I don't know anything about football, and tight boots and a fucking pink beret to his head.
Okay. So let me ask the question then, because this is a serious thing, and I've also oftentimes battled with this, and I really want to have dialogue. Okay. When it comes to influence, it seems as though we as a society don't want to hold ourselves accountable to influence. We say that is influential. We want to excise or exculp that influence, as opposed to holding ourselves accountable for what we allow to influence us. Or on behalf of the children, for instance, we don't want to be responsible as parents or as the authoritator to whittle out influence. We want those who are influential to be curtailed, because society is going to have what it has as part and components of society. But us as individuals who have children, who have control over our children's either autonomy or agency, until they grasp agency, we are the ones that are responsible for that. So at what point do we stop trying to tell society that they shouldn't do what it does relative to what is a equilibrium of general concourse? Explain.
So boss man, I got a question.
Sure.
So a woman that has multiple abortions, would you be okay with us calling her a serial killer? Because what's the difference between her? What's the difference between her and Charles Manson?
I am going to have a hard time saying that. And okay. The only reason why I'm going to have a hard time saying that is because, contextually speaking, if I agree with that, then what I'm doing is I am going against what is on legislation, what is on regulation. Now, on a morally basis, I could agree with you, right? But on a statutory basis, I can't. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. Okay, here's why. You're not going to like it. Morally speaking, I could agree with BMU. Okay? The two are one and the same on a moral basis. The United States Code separates the difference between natural entity and legal entity. And a legal entity does not recognize natural entity until it can meet, apparently. So give you an example, and Angerman would appreciate this. Right now, each and every last one of you right now exists in this corporation as two individuals. BMU, turn his head. Yes, I'm about to explain. So right now, you exist as two entities. You exist as a naturalized entity, and you exist as a corporate entity right now. Okay? Now, how the corporation delineates the two or bifurcates the two is how it recognizes your name. So right now, if you receive something in the mail that comes in and it's something that is binding and legal, it's going to have your name in all caps.
Yes, it will.
If it is something that is relative to your natural entity, it's going to be only in one cap letter in the beginning and lowercase in the rest of it. Yeah. That's how it defines the difference between your naturalized entity and your legal entity.
Yeah.
So when you say the word KILLED relative to a legal entity, then relative to what it says legislatively speaking, it doesn't recognize a naturalized entity until after a certain point, according to the U.S. Code. So that's why I said, statutorily speaking, I can't agree with you. Morally speaking, I can.
But that argument, it's still it's crazy as fuck to me, because what you're doing.
I agree with him morally speaking. I do agree.
No, but still, where's your foundation? This is my thing. Where's your foundation at if you can't look at it in a moral sense? At the end of the day, it is what it is. Killing, right? It is actually what it is. Every one of us on this panel, including everybody else in the world, had a chance to be a human being, period. But now we got the right to tell another motherfucker that they ain't got the right to be a human being? That don't make any fucking sense to me. I don't care how you look at it. I don't care how you look at it. Y'all can sit back and try to put this shit and try to use, because y'all use science when you want to, when it benefits and bolster your point. Ain't that crazy?
The only reason why I do that is because that is what your government does.
But are you following the government in that sense? Because this is the reason why we would have people to get in government, because that's how we change legislation. That's how we change everything that's going on, right?
But
yes.
I get what
until it changes, I can't change the position because that is what the government does.
So let me say this real quick, nigga, man. So slavery was legal, and so all the niggas, them white folks kill just under the law of their property. You won't call them murderers.
You just defeated the argument for reparations if you say that.
Yes.
Are you talking to me or talking about Bingham's point?
No, I'm just putting it out there completely. Go ahead, but go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Okay, now, Angry Man, was your point to me or to BMU? I'm sorry.
My point is, if I kind of jumped the gun there, but if you agree with what BMU just said, based on your logic that you just used, you just defeated the argument for reparations.
And that's why we'll never get it.
No, that's not why we'll never get it. We'll never get it because we don't have a nation or a flag, and we don't have a territory. That's why.
Well, really, it's because we don't have a nation, flag, territory, or a military.
But military.
But
we don't even need it. If we had the nation and the flag and we was united, we could get it under certain things that's already in place in this nation, but that most people don't know about.
No, brother, I disagree with you.
I disagree with that, but
because we niggas, we gonna need a military.
Oh, we always use a military. You always need a good military.
But angry man makes a good point based off of what I said on a statutory basis.
Mm-hmm.
In order to repair something and to provide reparations under a Geneva Code, you would have to have violated something relative to the time that you did it.
Yeah.
And at the time that it was legal or statutorily acceptable. Yes. So yes, I defeated the point of reparation. He's absolutely right.
And that's why most people don't understand how recent groups were able to get reparations. It's because those groups, what was done to them was not legal at the time. You feel what I'm saying? The problem of slavery is the fact that at that point, legally, you were considered property and not a person. You feel what I'm saying?
Correct.
Hold on real quick, AM. But the real issue is that's not necessary. It's true of some, but not of most. And the land was owned by the most. And that's the thing that if you could tie it into the land, then it's robbery and it's a whole bunch of stuff. So you can get reparations based on the land, but that's a whole nother conversation.
But you know what the problem is with that when it comes to that, because a lot of those records have conveniently disappeared.
Right.
And so look, here's the thing with with your argument about the entities. There's only one thing that kind of debunks or makes your argument problematic.
I understand when she's pregnant and then something happens and then she's charged, correct? The other person is charged, correct?
This is why I like you, boss man.
Yeah, he out cold with it, ain't he?
On the uptake, you feel me? Like, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that kind of makes it problematic because if you do that, then you're going to be charged with both lives.
Right.
Correct. I have when this argument is brought up, I have a reason for it, but no one ever likes it.
Go ahead, because we ain't gonna like it tonight.
We're listening for it. Okay. So, I liken
if it's logical.
I liken it to applying a visa, essentially, to giving quote unquote assumed citizenship to by proxy. So because I'm actually very curious how this is going to change if and when abortions are either truncated or reduced or limited in some sense. But anyway, what is assumed under that situation is that because abortions are indeed legal, then at the time that a pregnant woman is removed or deleted by any means, at that time, that woman who is a citizen is then but by that time that she is then removed, what ends up happening is that woman hasn't at that point in time received or performed an abortion. So her rights or her citizenship is then carried over by proxy to that would be citizen.
But that's a bit of legal leap, though, isn't it?
It is because the at that time I can't say baby, but would be baby citizen is in her person. It's within her own body.
So by that same logic, if a woman gives birth to a child and the dude that got her pregnant just happened to not have a job in that moment, shouldn't he be legally not obligated to take care of that child financially since he don't have a job? See, you see what I mean by how we can, with the women, we make these leaps and these all of these concessions in order to.
So hold one second. So because she has citizenship and because she is a citizen, what ends up happening is at the time that she's removed, what ends up happening is if she has not at that point in time removed or had an abortion, it is assumed that she is vouching for that would be soon to be or pending citizen, if you will.
But in all,
to your question, it is an imbalance, and a man should be able to, if she is able to make that decision on her own as well.
But in all seriousness, though, I was making a joke early, but in all seriousness, no, it depends on the language of the abortion legislation, because if you're not considering that a baby at that present time, how can that person then be charged with taking a life if it's a lump of cells?
Respectfully, Angry Man, I'm just looking at some of the cases, Angry Man. A lot of those cases were like in a car accident, for example. These women are already in the second and third trimester when the abortion is already not allowed anyway.
Okay.
You can have a full-time abortion.
No, I'm just talking about the articles and the situation where it's happening.
About that jurisdiction.
In that jurisdiction, when they're in the second and third trimester, she's already gone past the timeline for an abortion, so that's why they're getting charged double.
And that's where I was getting ready. That's what I was getting ready to say. Is that I think it also depends on the stage of pregnancy.
The other night, you said, boss man, on the show Tuesday, you said that it's not considered a human being until the baby's out.
According to 1 USC subsection 8, yes. According to that USC subsection code regulation, person is not considered a person. Homo sapiens sapien is not considered a person until they are able to breathe on their own. The umbilical cord is pulsing, and they're able to have a heartbeat.
So that's where right. So that's where it goes to the point where everything that y'all said has to be knocked the fuck out of there then, because this is what we were just saying. You can't just use these things, especially science, to bolster your point. And then you can say, well, no, it's not that. That's crazy. Each and every one of us had a chance to get out here and live. You can't tell a man, and then on top, this is the craziest part. The same people that are sitting back saying that it's just a lump cell and all this crazy ass shit, and it's not a human being until the umbilical cord and all this, they are trying to push in legislation that men be responsible to pay child support for a child that has not reached birth.
Yeah.
That's why you get rid of all this shit.
Wait. Who is trying to make someone pay child support for a child that hasn't been born yet? What are you doing?
Here's the funny part. The people that's trying to pass that legislation to get men to pay child support before
Probably
the baby's born
Republican.
are the Republicans who are pro-life and don't want to.
So you ain't talking to people that are Republicans.
They're the same ones who want men to pay child support before the baby's even
Okay,
born.
but here's the thing. Well, hold on. You said that like it was a gotcha moment.
Right.
That doesn't even make sense.
First of all, Republicans, just like Democrats, are not a monolith, bro. You have different types of Republicans, just like you got different types of Democrats.
But that doesn't even make sense.
But what's also true is that the majority of Republicans do support pro-life policies.
Yeah, they do.
So just because they're not a monolith, still the majority of the voting bloc.
But that doesn't mean that the majority of Republicans support that push to have people paying child support for a baby that ain't born yet.
What did you say earlier? State by state. Little by little, that's how you influence it.
I got some questions, but it can wait.
You know what I mean? State by state, little by little, it can be influenced.
Yeah, to me, that doesn't make any sense. Okay,
which part?
Whoa, boss man, wait! I gotta give you this bowl of camel soup. Listen, it says here the bill requires states to apply child support obligations to the time period during pregnancy. The requirement is applicable retroactively based on a court order at the request of the pregnant parent and a determination by a physician of the month during when the child was conceived. The payments were retro back to when the child was conceived.
You get rid of it.
That makes.
You gotta get rid of the whole damn thing, man.
That makes no sense.
But now that begs the question, guys.
Okay,
there's
Sam.
no political party trying to change any of that.
But see, here's the thing, though, boss man. This is the bias that I was alluding to earlier, and this is the ridiculousness of some of these agendas.
That doesn't okay. So
for the people that ask me what the name is, called the Unborn Child Support Act. You want to go Google it?
Yeah, because they also have that other. I forget which jurisdictions it is, but they also have the other thing as well, where if a guy gets into a relationship with a woman that already has children and they cohabitate together and they've been together for a certain period of time, he can be obligated to pay child support to those children that are not biological.
Angry Man, they updated that policy though. Real quick, Angry Man, they updated that policy. That applies to those men who signed, they take over the adoption, like they adopt the kids and make them their own.
It's called an affidavit of financial responsibility.
Yeah, that's adoption. I know about that one, but it doesn't make sense to pay child support for a child that's not yet born. It doesn't make any sense because you have, in order for you to pay fiduciary assets to and towards something legally, to have it charged to something, you have to be able to have legal binding to something that is natural. The only way to do that is when the child is born.
Now, here's
saying in that legislation the reason why they're taking it back to conception is for medical bills.
Here's the other thing.
It's a huge contradiction because now you're saying a child is not a child until the child is born based on what you read by law, and then now they're saying, oh, but you can get child support while the baby's in the womb.
But see, being this is the reason why. This is the reason why I am not. This is the reason why some of these things should be done at a federal level. Right. And I know this is going to strike our pain like no other, because the moment that you have states, but first of all, the United States Code of Regulations, the USC applies to all states, whether they like it or not, because it's passed by Congress and organized in the U.S. Code.
Whether they like it or not, be careful with that type of language. You might be a fascist.
I know, right? So what ends up happening is public law is then passed by the House of Representatives and the Senate. And it goes over to the president, is then signed. I am a bill. It does right, and it becomes a law, and then it's organized by categorically in the United States Code. The CFR is basically how you exercise the USC, essentially. That's the Code of Federal Regulations. Okay, now that we got that, what ends up happening is when you pass, push everything back down to the states. Thank you, CFR, thank you. When you push things down to the states that has covering at the federal level, you have contradictory shit like that that then needs to go up to the Supreme Court or federal courts that then needs to be juxtaposed or cross-referenced to what already exists.
I got
That's a problem.
Well,
State laws be contradicting the fuck out of USC's. Go ahead, Arpain, because I invoked you. Go ahead, Arpain.
There's remedies for that, though, right? I mean, that's why if the state tries to pass, well, first of all, the federal government recognizes state laws. They just do. The fact is that if a state law is passed, it could always be challenged up to the Supreme Court if it goes against the Constitution. Now, they don't do it all, but that's where the remedy is, right? So when they say that, you know, when the baby deletion law in one state says no exceptions, the Supreme Court has, or the upper courts have already challenged that to say, listen, you can't just do that, right? So, I mean, what you just said is probably true, but it's already a recognition that states can have individual law from state to state. We do it with taxes. We do it with all kinds of different things, right?
They can, as long as it.
Okay, but Toros, I wanted to add this before they get any further. Okay, as far as that, the affidavit of financial responsibility, okay, cool, but you still have other disparities like palimony and dad by default. So you still have these things that legally don't really make any sense. There has to be some sort of remedy for it or change for that.
So, Angry Man, if I had the power to legislate,
I got some questions. But
if I had the power to legislate, Angry Man, here's what I would do. Maybe nobody agrees with it, but this is what I would do. If you know, again, everybody did the DNA test, that's the man's child and everything. Instead of like things like child support, I would do where both the man and woman has to put into like a school account or an investment account and things like that. And then based on that financial discrepancy, honestly, I would just make it so that it's 50-50. Like say a man's got to do, I don't know, 750 in child support. Then that woman needs to match that. You get what I mean? And maybe that's not the perfect solution, but that's a start to start getting some sort of equality going on.
No, that would actually work. That would actually work because I agree with that as far as the aspect of having that money come from both parents and going into a mutual account.
Yeah,
that's only benefit the child. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, and see that's some of the things that, you know, what's crazy. The federal government could go do right now, but you just don't feel like it. And that's a lot of the problems with the federal government, guys. There's a lot of things y'all discussing or we're discussing right now can be done. It's just where the willpower is.
But it's not about willpower. The thing is, again, like Boss Man was alluding to, when you have a system that's built on debt and not actual commodities or actual assets, when you have a fiat system that's not backed by anything, is just backed by imagination, you're not really working with anything.
No, the problem is backed by the taxpayers' labor.
No, but it's hold on. That's not the case though. The case is that once we were taking off the gold standard first, and then we were taking off the silver standard, money is not backed by anything. They did have some sort of security through the petrodollar. The petrodollar is now gone. So without the money really be backed by anything, the United States government is in debt. We the people are the debtors, and the understanding of how that works is most people don't. And then when you do understand it, they put so many roadblocks in your way to actually perform it the way it goes that it doesn't make any sense. So what, again, y'all are looking for people who have a system set up to take advantage of you. We sign away our rights every day, all day. We give them permission to do things that are not lawful every day, all day. And what do you expect? What are you expecting? That's what I don't understand. It's like you expect a crooked cheater to give you a fair shake on the game. It doesn't make sense. It's not gonna happen.
But wouldn't you also agree that at some point we got to rally together and then change that? Like the answer isn't just nothing matters, so let's not do anything about it, right?
No, that's not at all what I said. I didn't say that at all. I agree. No. I agree, but there's two things. But the only thing is there's no change without bloodshed. That's number one. Or you take your ball and you go home and you make another court. You make a whole nother game
ain't somewhere else. That's the only two options you have.
Americans in general are too individualistic. They're never going to rally together.
That would be me. I'm one of those individualistics. That'd be me.
Angry snowman. I still got hope in my fellow Americans, bro. I'm always going to be naive and believe in my people.
I used to have hope too, Taru, but then I started going out and going to rallies and actually seeing how people are, and people are ignorant.
Well, I can't. That's the soldier in me, bro. I can't give up on my people, bro.
Well, as long as there is discrepancies and disparities, I'm gonna complain about it.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna complain. That's the my American right.
Damn.
Black man, can I get in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just got a couple questions. Because we're talking about laws, we're talking about what is it? Her body, her choice, whatever it is. If you had a little cousin then there was a homicide, and you find out there was a mastermind, there was a shooter, and there was 2 accomplices. Who should go to jail out of those 4 people?
All of them.
All of them?
Yep.
Can you state your situation again?
1 for murder and the rest for accessory.
Everyone was complicit.
Okay. All of them.
There you go, Tyrus.
Look, all of them gonna get a conspiracy. All of them gonna get a conspiracy charge.
All of them get locked up.
Facts, JT.
Me personally, I think the mastermind should get the most time. The shooter second, the accomplices third.
Okay.
Well, I think the person that enacted it should get the most time than the person that put it all together, because the person that actually committed the crime is the one that actually committed the crime.
Right. So they go number 1, and then
but they all are charged.
Facts. Yeah.
Okay. I hear these talking points. I hear the word leadership. And I read a lot about leadership, and one thing I understood is with great leadership comes great responsibility. And a lot of people advocate that men should be leaders and they should assume responsibility, such as a role like the president, assuming the responsibility. So I also heard these words called protect and provide, and that's somewhat being something within men, protect and provide. Also here, men go out there and hunt. So they go and they iron their shirt, get on the interstate, and they go looking for women. So they go seek women. They ask for submission. Hey, I want to go raw. She willfully says, yes, I'll submit to you and give you this raw vagina.
What?
Under his leadership.
That's way off.
Then, can I finish? Then, because 5th grade science, way back, like Boys in the Hood, I take a girl, stick my thing in her, 9 months, a baby comes out. There was a 10-year-old who said that in the movie. This was 1991. I don't think that's changed. I think it's still the same thing in 2024. 9 months, baby, penis, vagina. So I just find it interesting that when that science takes place and she becomes pregnant, male protection as advertised, the man should be able to have some say-so. And deleting, I guess that's called protection now, deleting, making the baby disappear, whole surgery process. The man won't say so on it. Or you're saying, no, we're pro-life. So we're pro-life, which should be no deletions. But when the baby gets here, we're providers, but we should opt out and just leave the baby some kind of other way out in the street to fend for itself. I don't know about y'all, but I was a child. And I'm glad my parents stuck it out, did whatever, and actually made sure I had some food. Not too much.
Glad they brought you into the world?
But nobody's arguing that.
So hold on, let me finish. So I'm just curious what it is you're asking for. Are they the leaders or are they not the leaders?
Yeah, that's not the argument. That is not the argument.
Most men are asking for a choice.
No, hold on. No, you just implemented some shit that we ain't even say on this goddamn panel. We ain't talking about all that. We ain't talking about all that leadership and all that crazy ass shit right there.
Let me know which ones need to go. No providing, no protection, no leader. Which one?
What are you talking about? No perfect. See, this is where you're going wrong at. Hold on. You're trying to, right. Your premise is off because you're taking something that you said that was somewhere else on other platforms and shit like that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking
which one needs to go?
We're talking about what needs. No, we're talking about a leader. We're talking about, listen, we're talking about both people are complicit. But what we're talking about is what's fair and what's not fair. We ain't talking about all that other bullshit with the who's the leader, who's not. Because in that sense, women are also leaders too, even when it comes down to the kids. She's a provider, she's a protector also. So when you talking about that shit that you trying to paint is bullshit. That's bullshit. You go on, and you know, Scam, like you go on every fucking panel and you sing the same fucking song and you get your ass handed to you every time you come over here. And they ain't let you hear that dumb ass shit. Well, we ain't letting you come over here with that stupid ass shit over there.
Okay,
that ain't no question that really answer. I'm gonna let Angry Man go ahead and handle it though.
So number one,
leaders, protectors, providers. Which one needs to go? Which one?
The argument that you're raising is the woman having no agency argument. And that argument has been debunked 6 ways from Sunday all across all of these platforms.
Facts.
Because the leadership argument is the argument that women raise, but it's raised from their definition of leadership. And their definition of leadership is membership without benefits. It's you have the responsibility to do all of the things that I believe a leader should do, except when it comes to me complying to your leadership. So already off the rip, you can't even have the leadership argument if you have someone who is unwilling to follow. You cannot have a leader if you don't have a follower.
Facts.
That as a non sequitur does not work.
Because the situation I gave you, she followed. But here comes all this other stuff. I gave you a situation.
What are you talking about, dog? You're
If you
off
listen,
kilter. You're off kilter.
He had sex with him.
He asked for the booty. She said yes. That's called submission.
Follower because she had sex with him.
He asked. She submitted. She said, yeah, come on, bring it.
No, he asked and she consented to a sexual act. I don't know if you've been
What is consent?
I don't know if you've been paying attention, but
consent is submission. That's called saying yes. Following.
That is not the same thing.
Really?
No, it's not. You're
conflating. Absolutely not. You're off kilter, bro.
Conflating things. You're conflating things. Okay.
That's just participating in a two-party activity.
I agree. There's 2 parties.
Number one
initiated, the other one said yes.
See, I don't think you want to answer.
No, he doesn't.
Of
course he doesn't.
If you wanted to answer, you would let me finish.
You interrupted me, and you never answered the question.
How is he interrupting you when you ask the question, but you won't let no one answer it? That doesn't make sense.
Asked the question to JT. He got raw.
No, he said he gave it to Angry Man.
I gave him
the Angry Man.
No, yo, real talk.
Absolutely.
Real talk, Scam. When are you gonna lose this hard on you have for me and other content creators?
Dang.
You do this shit all the time.
Oh my God. Here you
go. Really?
You do this it's the same argument. You already got demolished the other week with this argument.
Not even close.
Yes,
do you want to bring that up?
Yes, you did. Can I finish my answer?
I asked the other day, should we highlight the 30% of the better men or just complain about the 70%?
Again, he did it. The Angry Man continue with your fucking point, man, and let this motherfucker say what he say, bro.
Like the 70%.
Okay, so
like you're doing right now.
First of all, I'm going to finish answering the first question. Okay. So number one, you're talking about when a man and a woman get together and have a sexual act. That does not necessarily mean that they are going to engage in a relationship. I would argue that submission, by the standard of what we talk about today, applies more to a relationship, not just a sexual act.
Agreed.
Because in this day and age, women have fought for the right to be able to be sexually free. In other words, they can have sex with men without being obligated to have to be in a relationship with that man. So that nullifies the entire point you're making about submission, because women women today have consensual sex with men all the time that they have absolutely no intention of being in a relationship with. So therefore, it's not going to be about submission. It's going to be about consent, and that's it. Now, if you're talking about,
they have the choice, correct?
Yes, they have the choice. But if you're talking about actual submission in an actual relationship, that is different than 2 consenting adults having a fling. Those are 2 different things.
You know
That's
what?
a fact.
Even if I give you that, they had a fling.
Okay.
There's a man and a woman.
Okay.
And I'm not relieving women of responsibility. Not
Yes,
even
you
close.
are. Yes, you
No.
absolutely you
Hell
are.
no.
Because you do this shit all the fucking time. You
No,
are.
I'm talking to men. There's no women on the panel.
Let him go ahead. Let him.
If there were women, I would have a different conversation.
Oh,
But
go ahead and
talking
finish
to
it.
men.
Go ahead.
Okay. This act took place. Science hasn't changed.
Okay.
Penis and vagina.
Okay.
Laws haven't changed. Child support hasn't changed, or I don't know what them laws and all that other stuff. So you knew what it was. You knew what the vagina was.
Okay.
You asked for the booty and she handed it over on a silver platter.
Okay.
Now, I can care less about the men's and women's bullshit. They all screwed the hell up and they always have been. But there's people called kids who actually deserve somewhat a fair chance, or at least to eat a sandwich.
Facts.
Not too many sandwiches like America, but just one sandwich. What are you advocating for if you're saying, man, you can go out here and tell a woman anything you want, bust raw, and then when it's time to actually make sure the child is either you're pro-life talking about stop deleting babies, or the man wanting to say I want the baby deleted because I don't want the financial responsibility.
Okay,
Nowhere. Hold on, last thing. Nowhere in the last 2-3 hours did I hear one even sentence about something about putting a kid in a situation to be something.
Okay.
And they talk about legacy and seed and all this stuff. It's all about these hoes, these bitches.
Okay.
And the man being able to slip.
Wrong panel, nigga. Wrong panel.
Okay. So
correct panel. This one.
Hold on. So let me answer you. What I'm advocating for is this: if a man and a woman, as you just put it, are both consenting, they're both responsible for their decisions. If they both decide to have sex, right? If the woman has the ability to opt out of, if she gets pregnant based on the science, like you just said, if she gets pregnant and she decides that her pregnancy is an inconvenience, she gets to opt out. She gets to choose not to even have the child be born, because your biggest concern is the child and making sure the child is taken care of. So if she doesn't have the child, she's deleted the child. What I'm saying is, in order to have equal protection under the law, the same way she has the ability to opt out to not have the child, he should be able to opt out to not have to take care of the child. Now, why am I saying this? Am I saying this because I want children to be destitute and not taken care of? No, I'm saying this because if you have a scenario like that, men and women will be more responsible when they are having sex. Men and women will be more responsible if she knows that he has the ability to opt out of taking care of that child. She may be more concerned about being married to that man before she has sex with that man. She may be more concerned about making sure that that is the right type of dude to be with before she even considers giving birth to a child. That's the entire point.
I'm telling you, you'll get the reverse effect. If men carry all this responsibility and still won't stop raw dogging in the streets and ending up in the same system with crying the same thing on the same panels at the same time, the same dudes are raw dogging it 2 days later.
Here's the problem.
If they won't, how do you expect a woman to go out and be somehow turn and get this responsibility?
Here's the problem, and this is where y'all's argument is always problematic. Right. The reason why it's not going to have the reverse effect is because if you finally stop pretending that women don't have any agency or responsibility for their decisions, you'll realize that the only way he can go raw in her is if she consents to it. So guess what? The same way back in the day, you had shaming and you had all of these different things, right? You didn't have as high a rate of baby mama-ism and single mama-ism because there was a deterrent to it. You feel me? There was a deterrent to men just raw dogging women because their father would show up and grab you by your collar and say, you marrying this girl. The point I'm trying to make is that when you put things in place that are deterrent,
but not completely true, but go ahead.
When you put things in place as a deterrent, it makes people make better decisions. That's the point. Dudes can't go raw in women if those women choose not to allow them to do it. And if those women know that that guy has the option to opt out, they're going to think more before they have sex instead of it being incentivized monetarily.
If that worked, how come it's not working for men right now?
That was the question.
We're running out here raw dogging
That
right
was the
now.
question I was going to ask.
Because
Crying and raw dogging at the same time.
Because right now, as we speak, men do not have the option to opt out.
And they still won't stop it.
Right now, as we speak, we're not talking about the man in this moment. I'm talking about the woman in this moment.
Exactly. That's my point. Shift it over to the woman.
Is she part of the sexual act?
We're talking about men. Now I can get to the women, but let's stick to the men, then go to the women.
Hold on. Whenever you're talking about the man handling the responsibility, it's two to tango. But whenever we start talking about the woman's responsibility, I don't want to hear about the woman. She's part of this.
I was starting with the men.
She's part. Okay, and we address
the men, then we can get to the women's all day.
And I address that part. What I'm saying to you is that when there is a system put in place that incentivizes women to have children because they're going to get a monetary gain, and there is nothing to deter them from doing it. In fact, it is encouraged, and there are numerous things put in place to assist them with this. They're going to have no problem with men going in them raw. That's the point I'm making.
So you're saying Angerman, you're saying right now is, even though right now, the way that it's set up right now is that there are plenty of deterrents right now for men. And even though men are still acting as though there aren't deterrents, there are deterrents for men now, and there aren't any deterrents for women at this very moment. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is this. Right now, even though there are plenty of deterrents for men, there are no deterrents for women, right?
Correct.
Women grant access to sex.
Yes.
Men don't grant access to sex. Men pursue access. The women grant access, right? The reason why right now, see, here's the problem. When you look at the men's side of it, right? There isn't this huge number of men that are running around, running up in women raw. That's where the discrepancy is, and that's what y'all are not getting. A lot of the men that are running up in these women raw like this are not the sum of the whole. They're they're a smaller percentage. That's the reason why you see a discrepancy in the STI rate. You have women that there's a number of women that are dealing with a certain pool of men. This is how you end up with a situation like the instance in Tennessee where there are three men
they're getting like
some children by 34 women.
Right.
Okay, so my thing is we keep looking at the man and saying, oh, these men are doing this, these men are doing that, when most of the men that are 30 and below don't even have any kids.
Okay, so you're saying the preponderance
it's not happening. Why is it a conversation? Because it's only a few men.
Nigga, you brought it up.
Because hold on. The vast majority of men that have to deal with this are men that were married, men that had kids while they were married, and who got divorced and had no clue that this shit was going to happen.
But hold on, why are we acting like this was the topic of conversation? It wasn't. It was in relation to Kamala and her policies. And
no,
what
y'all were talking about my body, about choice for a good hour.
No, it was more of from a political standpoint and political
correct
perspective than from just the DMP conversation period. It wasn't from that perspective. It was about legislation. It was about laws, and that's what it was about. You came in here and just changed the whole complexion of the conversation.
And that's why I called it out when I called it out, because that's what he does. Let me ask to the men on this panel right now.
I went to the conversation.
How many times have you guys ever heard a man when he heard that his son, nephew, or some young man got a girl pregnant and he said, "Oh, it's just, it's gonna be okay for you"? Or have you ever heard that man saying, "Hey, you're gonna have to take on your responsibilities"? Which one did we ever hear from that? Do we ever hold any concession to say, well, we gotta have something where you can be okay? You're gonna be all right?
I was told it was cheaper to keep her.
We heard the latter.
Well, in the situation, and this is where these arguments, see, the funny thing is Scam is talking about talking points, but he himself has his own little talking points.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely. It's called consistent it's called problem solving and critical thinking.
You ain't problem solve shit.
No,
you ain't even got no fucking kids, so I don't know what the
Right.
fuck. You ain't got a dog in a fucking
And you
in this
divorced
shit either.
Right, you do have a dog in it. So you're the one with the problem.
I do.
Right. So you're the one with
I
the
don't.
problem. I don't.
Let me tell you how I don't, nigga. I got
Understand.
grandkids. I ain't got no little kids, motherfucker. I have
So you're the one
motherfucking
with the
family.
problem.
So you have no fucking. I have a dog in the
So you're
fight.
the
You
one with the
don't.
problem.
Coach Ferg.
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Okay.
Now, hold on. Who got the fucking problem?
Yeah, hold on. AM was trying to talk
dog in
out.
the fight,
AM was
making
trying to
laws that
AM
affect
was
men
trying
that do have a dog in the fight.
Wait, y'all just
Hold
AM.
on, Uncle Jeff. Hang on 1 second.
Come on with your behavior.
So number one, right? We don't in normal society.
I got you, Uncle Jeff.
There is no group of men that will sit aside and look at a dude that has every intention of being a deadbeat in a positive light.
Right.
That doesn't exist.
Right.
Okay. Anytime you have men, especially black men, that's on some deadbeat shit, they're looked at as such.
So do you understand the loophole in your argument?
It's a gross it is a misrepresentation of black men to act as if we operate in that energy, despite any talking points you hear on YouTube. So the entire point of what I'm trying to say is that in society, we don't do that, but at the same time, we also don't do something else. We also don't hold women accountable for their promiscuity.
Right.
We don't, because in this society today, it is viewed as taboo to tell a woman what to do with her body, which is around the entire point that we was talking about in the first place.
It was tied.
Angry man, do you understand there's a loophole in the very alleged solution that y'all are putting out called deadbeat slide and get away free?
Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit, man.
Not the vast majority, though.
Respectfully, we can't do anything about
leave a baby in the street.
Respectfully, Stan, we can't do anything about the deadbeats, man. That's what Angry's talking about. They're already shunned and shamed in society. We can't do anything about the deadbeats. So all we can do is
gentlemen.
Statistically, the deadbeats within, I don't know how it is across the board, but within the black community, the deadbeats account for 8% of the black male population. 8%, right? They already did the study that showed the vast majority of black men, whether they live in the household or not, are in their children's lives, okay? So that's not the issue. The issue that we're talking about right now is how women are fighting for the right to be sexually promiscuous and to the extent of actually using abortion as birth control. That's what we're talking about.
All right, gentlemen, really quick. All right, Coach Ferg,
fixed behavior.
Hang on a second, Scam. Coach Ferg had his hand up, and after he's done, I want to give Uncle Jeff a time to also speak as well. So, Coach Ferg, go ahead.
What's good, Uncle Jeff?
Coach Ferg,
you on mute, bro.
Still can't hear you.
Your mic's still muted.
Ferg,
you hear you.
Yeah, you're still muted.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Okay.
Now go out, come back here, and you still got your spot, bro.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Hey, shout out to the chat. Shout out to
what up, though? What up,
though? This is not this oval dirt track that Scam likes. Hey, Scam, how you doing? This oval dirt track that Scam likes to get y'all out on. Y'all done took the bait for Devil Dog. I'm gonna throw something at you. Because I don't know if you're in the air wing or not, but there's some Marine Corps talk right now. Shitbirds find 100 ways not to fly. Shitbirds, and he knows what I'm talking about. Shitbird is a military term for the lowest common denominator of individual who squeaked through boot camp and is dragging his unit. They find 100 ways not to fly.
Correct.
Whenever we get on this subject, Scam goes to a shit bird symposium. He only talks about the lowest common denominator of black men. Let's all agree so that we don't have to hear it again. Who here doesn't understand that there's no such thing as a foolproof solution, because if it was, God would have made it. There isn't one. Can we pretty please with sugar on top? Stop
No.
focusing on the deadbeat dudes, or let's take some time. Let's take some time so we can get off the subject of deadbeat dudes. And Scam, let us know how many more minutes that we have to devote to these low-life scallywags that no brother up here is denying the existence of. If you would like to go around that dirt, oval dirt track, I would like for us to carve out some time to do so that we don't have to keep constantly hearing about this when we try to move forward. Is that okay with you?
5, and there's a red X. You don't have to be here. I don't like your ugly ass anyway. But as I was saying, I'll take these. I'll take these 5 minutes. No, you said you asked how much time. 5 minutes. You asked for the time.
You want some sit down when
you asked for the time. Right here. 5 minutes.
I came at you with a direct
Let me know where to start the clock.
I'm going to let you know when I'm done.
Ain't gonna be no 5 times.
Speaking to you like
he asked how much time. I gave him an answer.
You are used to
that was your question, right?
That men allow you to take. I'm not here for that, brother. And I'm not touching
you asked the question, and I gave you an answer.
You asked me. Your answer, like your conversation, was wishy-washy and
you asked me, and I gave you an answer. I said 5 minutes.
No, you didn't. The first thing you told me was about a red X to leave. That was not the first thing you said. That wasn't. I listened to you.
There is a red X to leave.
I listened to you. It is dudes. It is you and dudes like you that give.
I won't agree with your homo talking points. So it's dudes like me advocating for the kids.
With that said, I tell you what. Why don't you think on that while the rest of us men talk on this right here?
What you know about a man?
Bruh, look here.
Johnson ass voice.
Okay.
Yeah, let's push the conversation, man, because we got to get Coach
now we got
in, and we got another person in. Yes, we do.
He had a chance to actually talk about it.
Go ahead,
Josh. I don't care about
Who the hell is this nigga you feel the need to entertain?
So Scam, hang on a second. Uncle Jeff, go ahead and have a moment, and then we're gonna let Teros have a second before he dips out, and then we'll go ahead.
This shit with him is already obvious. I'm done with that. More now is the words "my body, my choice" are fantastic words for any single man. I want you to take out the words "my body" and put in "your future." Your future is my choice. No man has the right to make a woman responsible with his seed once he gives it to her. Your opportunity to be responsible is before you touch her. After that, you don't get to tell her. And a Western society has told you that if she wants the baby and you don't, too bad. If she don't want the baby and you do, too bad. What does that tell you? The minute that you smell this "my body, my choice," you need to go in the other direction, young black man, because you are the commodity. There is no great American black woman shortage. There isn't. If I'm wrong, so is Isaiah 4. I'm done.
Uncle Jeff, I agree with what you were saying. And like I keep saying, I advocate for better behavior in the first place for the men and the women.
No, you don't.
Okay. All right.
I advocate for better. You think I would be agreeing? I came to dust. But I agree with what you said.
So we're going to move on from that point on. Let's get Tyrese in, and then we got to continue with Coach Ferg, man.
All right, guys. So great conversation. It was a good chopping it up with all you guys. Just as JT knows too, I like coming up with some solutions before I head out. And so just based on the conversations, here's just what I came up with. A mutual account for the child that both parents must invest into a monthly basis that replace the child support payments, whether it's a college savings account or a trust fund. A family court summons that facilitates a discussion between the pregnant adult and the assumed father on whether or not they will go through the pregnancy, allowing a man to potentially opt out regardless of the pregnant adult's decision, unless in cases of sexual assault, medical emergencies, or incest. Automatic 50-50 joint custody from birth unless circumstances require change, such as one parent living in a different states. Things that are a non-issue, the vast majority of accidental deaths or homicides from pregnant adults are from the second or third trimester. So the idea with the homicides and the double charge, not really a big issue. Also, what's a non-issue is, like Angry Man said, only 8% of any demographic but Black men is a bunch of is deadbeat men. These men are already ostracized in society. They're already shamed and shunned. So we need to be focusing on the parents who actually give a damn about the children. Those are my final thoughts, guys. I love chopping it up with you. Hopefully I'll see you guys next time.
Hey man, it's been a pleasure, man.
Easy, Tyrus.
Been a pleasure, Tyrus, man.
On time,
Most
no
definitely.
Hey,
Most definitely.
He already dropped.
Now, I disagree with what Uncle Jeff said, but I respect Uncle Jeff and I understand where he's coming from as far as personal responsibility with men. You should be responsible for what you're doing and who you're dealing with. My only contention is the legal side of it.
Correct. Mine too.
I am always going to be upset about the legal side of it, not because women have the right legally to do what they choose with their body. I'm not about taking rights. I'm just about having equal rights, if that's what we want to talk about. So my thing is, yo, if you're going to give women the ability to opt out like that, there should be some sort of option for the man to opt out. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
OG, what's up, OG? OGJ Speed. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Alaikum salam, sir.
How you doing? Good, sir.
All praise due to Allah. All praise due to Allah.
You're looking younger and younger every time, man.
No, I'm trying to let this gray come out because I know sooner or later, just from this discussion, we're gonna have a civil war.
But you know you can't grow. You know. OG, you 90 years old. If you ain't grown no facial hair by now, it ain't gonna happen.
I'm trying, goddamn it.
Eat more coochie. See, you guys start eating more coochie.
We don't eat no coochie. You know, wait this goddamn minute now. I go with half that shit you said, but when you start talking about eating coochie, I don't give a damn if she got Kentucky Fried Chicken or draws.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Pussy juice is the best beard oil you will ever get.
See, this is why y'all ate yourself out of some pussy in the first place. I try to tell y'all back in the day, you start eating that pussy, she gonna find a woman to eat that.
Fat, bald head, no neck midget. I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a Black man.
Let me just bring a little to this conversation. I sat back and I listened to this and listened to Scam. I listened to the gentleman, all the guys on the panel. I've been sitting back and listening to about two hours now. I've been in this fight ever since 1982. The legal part of it, Anger Man.
2001 for me.
Okay, so since 1982, I remember when Whoopi Goldberg was going around with her bullshit, and she came to Charlotte, North Carolina, and I've been in this fight for equal rights for men in the court system. I really saw this shit about 20 years ago, if people would just listen. But I'm gonna say this, so y'all know where I'm coming from. You talk about Kamala Harris, who came from California. Everybody know who she is, and she got a neck thicker than goddamn Arnold Schwarzenegger, so you can tell what she's expert in. Okay.
Making curry chicken.
But anyway, we had one gentleman say earlier that he didn't want the government controlling his dick. That's why he give the privilege to the woman, and we'll get back to that in a minute. But it's been 43 years since I looked at a prostitute without looking on my shoulder, goddamn, and know the police behind me trying to control my dick. So they're already doing that. So you can forget about that shit. But when you really think about this, and let's be honest with this deleting thing, because I ain't gonna use the A thing. See, become a serial killer, you got to kill 3 or more people. And there's some people in our community are serial killers because they had more than 3 abortions. Oh, excuse me, I'm saying deletion.
That's all right, man. Go ahead.
So you understand where I'm coming
True.
from with that. We do have some serial killers in our community. So, men, what I have got from this conversation, all of you have a little rightness in this. Because when you really think about it, who make the laws of the land? Mostly men. Who do we have to correct to change these fucking laws by getting a bill sponsored, put it on the board, and move? How many men on this panel right now are in some kind of organization where you try to get a bill sponsored? We have did it in California because we got some bullshit going on out here in California when it comes to child support. You understand? So you can become a person who had to pay for a child, even if you're a married man. She goes out and give her pussy to somebody else, have a baby for somebody else. You are still responsible for that child in California.
Yep, I'm one of them guys.
So we know how fucked up the laws is. I think it comes back to what Scam was talking about. Pre-maintenance. You do the same thing on your car, but you don't think about your dick. You don't think about your money in the bank account. So we got to start having all these conversations because let's be honest. I think everybody on this panel will agree with this. I think everyone, even in chat, will agree that your results always tell you the truth. And so for us to be fucked up as men in this court system, we know ain't none of this shit have worked. So we gonna have to come together with all different types of ideas, but we do know how laws get to passed. Now we can work for the 6th Circuit, the 9th Circuit, the 7th Circuit, and all that other shit till they get to the Supreme Court, but that takes time. You can do this shit locally. This is where we got to attack it at. You can get it done locally. And I understand there's no federal law, there's no state law supersede the federal law, but that is a process. You can have a state law that has to work itself up to the Supreme Court. By that time, the conversation is more in depth.
But OG,
yes, sir.
With all due respect, I used to be a mechanic. Most niggas don't give a shit about their car.
There you go.
They don't care if it's rolling down the road.
Listen. But let me say this much, Anger Man. Let me say this much. What would we do as men? Right? We call our car pretty and our women strong. We the one keep using this bullshit.
True.
So let's all come together. We can get mad at each other and say one may have a better point than the other, whatever, but we all still in prison. Until we come to some kind of understanding how to attack this problem. I told you I solved this shit years ago. Anger Man, you was on to something. Emancipation, when a child is 14 years old, gets to divorce itself from the parent. Right? In the first trimester, that's when a woman can have delete that child in most states. Why shouldn't a man have the same right? Delete himself for responsibility? Because I have never, ever seen a man make money without using his body. So it is his body and his money that we can attack their courts. So what I'm saying is we can emancipate ourselves and then we'll see from whatever happened from that, what that mushroom brain. Is it going to make women more responsible who they lay down and give that box to, or is it not? But we can't stop because it's never going to be a finished product until every human being in the United States have the same equality under the Constitution.
That was legit.
That's facts.
Hey, Anger Man.
What up?
And Uncle Jeff, I agree with what you were saying. I was actually going to get there. Men need to change their behavior. That's the thing that you can actually change, your actual behavior. You can also change your location. When the Nation of Wigwam is having their meeting, if we decide to go 400 strong, trust me, some of those men going to bring their dick and going to be screwing and going raw in the parking lot. Somebody's going to do it. So with the women and that whatever, the closer we are to them and all that under bullshit, somebody going to go over there and get them pregnant.
No, you know what I have a problem with? And I got to be 100, man. Fuck this. OG Angry Man, Izzy Vance, Our Pain, Coach Ferg, Angry Snowman.
I see how you
Boss
put the
Man
light
and
on that.
myself. You know I got to do that, man. It's just protocol. But what I'm saying is this. You're speaking to a bunch of men that actually put men in check. We have those conversations all the time on our platform. When you sit back and talk to us as if we don't, that's when you start getting the pushback. We're not talking that was not what we were talking about tonight. Literally, it wasn't. We were talking about what was fair. We were just pointing out what was the unfairness and the fairness of the things that we do. We already understand that, listen, you stick your dick in some shit that's fucked up for you. Hey, these are the consequences. This is the reason why we say, how many of us heard our elders actually sit back and talk to us like they talk to women? How many? I don't know any guys that ever had that. We are always looked at and held to task. Always. So for us to have to keep sitting back with a bunch of fucking men, and we got motherfuckers sit back, well, y'all need to, you need to control your dick and all that. We already got that. That ain't what we talking about tonight. And it always go to that. The reason why you can come on this platform and you don't see a bunch of women like those other platforms sitting back calling niggas, ain't shit niggas, shut the fuck up, and you got other men that's allowing them to do it, it's because we try to be as fair as we possibly can.
Let me ask a question, JT. I'm gonna ask this of you.
I'd like to be able to say something before. Because that guy's talking in circles.
Hold on, Arpain. Let me just get this out.
Got you next, Arpain.
Then you got it. I know boomers get restless. Hold on. So look,
yeah, I don't want to fall asleep. Like those.
I know. I'm gonna
speak for yourself, brother. Speak for yourself.
This real quick.
Hey. Oh, gee, he on the East Coast. You cheating. You on the West Coast. He on the East Coast. You cheating. It's a lot later where he is.
But I ain't had sleep in 27 hours.
Look,
my eyes is bright.
I'm gonna say this real quick,
I'm
right?
not gonna mess with you,
OG. By the way, OG, my wife be watching reruns of Martin. I said, look at OG up there in the background.
Yeah.
Angry
man.
But JT, I'm gonna ask you and every other man up here that has sons.
Mm-hmm.
Raise your hand if you set your sons down and had a conversation with them about making sure they wear a condom if they have sex with a girl.
My hands is raised, or abstinence. My hand is raised.
I told my son to put a damn hefty sack on it.
I told my son don't do it for a long time.
And some duct tape on ears on the condom.
Yeah. So, but go ahead, RP. My bad.
No, just real quick. When we talk about men not being in control, first we got to understand that all of us are subject to our laws of nature. There's a certain nature of men, but let's put it this way: men are under control. If men were out of control the way you're talking about a scam, there'll be a whole lot more shit going on, whether it's legal or not legal. We pretty much are pretty good at controlling ourselves with the way our women are walking around butt naked and shit, right? So, it's not like everybody's taking it, right? So we can't keep taking agency for women. But let me tell you, the sexual marketplace is actually controlled by women. We play in it. We're playing it, and the chaos in the marketplace is actually based on the promiscuity of women. I said, when the women's promiscuity is down, men pretty much promise more to get more out of, that's when men used to marry women to get sex. That's just gone now for a lot of times. So the point I'm just trying to say to you is, I just don't like conversations where we try to say, well, men just need to discipline themselves. Well, men need to understand the consequences of their actions more. It's not just telling people to say, yeah, you need dick discipline. You got to tell them why. Right? You got to tell them about every encounter sexually with a woman. There's some kind of consequence for doing it. You can't just tell a virile young man, just have dick discipline and just leave it there. It's almost like saying everybody should be abstinent. Let's just talk about why you should have discipline. And sometimes you got to repeat it more than once. But, we can't just act like men don't have a different nature, a certain nature to have sex with women. It's a constant. That shit hasn't changed since the beginning of time. And anybody here try to tell me that, you know what, we could just talk men into discipline, just read the fucking Bible. Just read all the men in your fucking life, any book with men who are supposed to know better, fuck everything up for some ass. So,
Arcane.
Uncle Jeff, go
I'll
ahead.
say this and I'll end it, and I'll end my 5 minutes that I got on the whole topic. The fact that everybody's saying they're advocating for dudes to be careful with the wood and don't stick it out in the Nation of Wigwam parking lot, that's meeting me halfway at least. I don't agree with the law thing because I think it shows a loophole where you can ban it. You know what? Cool. But the fact y'all saying we're advocating for men not to just go out here slinging wood in the streets and that you want the behavior to change amongst men, cool. I rock with it. And JT, the intentions wasn't to pull it off track, but when I came on, that conversation and with the law, with my body, my choice was taking place on this panel.
Uncle Jeff, go ahead.
I agree wholeheartedly with what Brother Payne was discussing about the vagina bar. You really want to put some onus on men. The promiscuity of women was helped, not single-handedly here, but was helped by the following. We start treating hoes like nice girls and nice girls like hoes. When that happened, they were all too happy to mix in together to the point that you cannot tell them apart. A tangential conversation is that I love to tell Black women is that your problem's going to keep going until you willfully separate yourself from the scallywags, but you don't want to do that because you feel like you're giving up your stank license. You have to separate yourself from them, to push into, so to speak, this grand push of responsibility on Black men. It's beating a dead horse, especially when nobody wants to look at, or every time it's brought up, there's somebody to put, well, yeah, why is it the Black woman in America can never take the stand of accountability by herself? Either she puts somebody in her lap or somebody jump in. Yeah, but him. Yeah, but they. Yeah, but I. Can we talk about your part by itself? Yes, this shit, this puzzle has 100 pieces to it. Is it ever okay just to talk about the pieces that are just yours and just you? I have the same argument with people who get upset with me because of my positions on Kamala Harris. There's nobody who defends Kamala Harris that can do so without using the words Donald Trump or you hate women. Can you do that without those words? So, as we are discussing this subject,
she does give really good head, I hear.
Bruh, from what I understand, is top shelf. But here's the problem: your head skills ain't gonna help you when you're sitting across the table from somebody who don't want no head. Now,
that's true. I mean, but
okay. When I want to know, and again, I'm not under the illusion that either one of these okay. Another subject. Yeah, back on the road, and I'm gonna land it here. There are only 3 groups of people that you piss off when you really put Black women under a microscope. Either the Black women you're talking about, the Black women who defend the Black women you're talking about, or the sons of the Black women you're talking about. That's it. There's no fourth. And fuck all 3 of those groups. I don't care anything about those groups. The Black woman is the last person on this continent to be scrutinized for her behavior. And it's just her turn. And
Jeff,
I really don't care if
girls,
you talk about your mama, your auntie, your grandmama. It's her turn.
Jeff, I'm here to tell you white girls are just as bad. They're just as bad, if not worse.
Well, no, brother. No, and this is where this is where that may be true, but I have to give you what our government gives everyone else: thoughts and prayers. Whenever I speak black first, because my people have exponential problems to whatever you can multiply by an exponent of at least 5 for any problem that a white family has when you put it up with a black family in this country, because of the way this country is built on. And you can pick a subject.
In today's America, we're all equally fucked.
No, brother. No, brother. I love you so much. I love you so much.
I'm here to tell you it's a fact, Jeff. It's a fact.
No, I'm not arguing that fact. As a matter of fact, I've said this for over 15 years. When the white man figures out he's being fucked over just a little bit less than black people, it's going to be smoke in every city. And that was January 6th. I don't disagree with that. I'm not discussing that. But as a people, this didn't happen to the Armenians, the Puerto Ricans, or any European where you were stripped of your language, your customs, your God, your ways of living, and brought here and told that you were less than, shown that you were less than. There has been a 4-century experiment on this particular group of people who has not had the opportunity to heal. That has to be a part of this conversation. That's not your experience. That's not the experience of anyone who looks like you. That's the experience of people who look like me. There's a difference. That's why I don't like to use the term black. I like to use the term good potato salad people. The people who don't put raisins in their potato salad.
I have never had raisins in my potato salad, so I don't know where the hell that shit comes from, but that's goddamn lie.
But you know you had 3 bean casserole. Hey, but you know you had 3 bean casserole though.
Am I gonna be the only one honest about what we talk about white folks behind their back? Y'all can't cook. We talk about that.
Dude, I already know you
got 3 bean casserole. You know you got
an 80-year-old black man that can barbecue, bro.
Okay, that's your family. That's your family.
Can I say something real quick?
Everybody finna lie. Go ahead.
So I'm glad that everybody could come to a consensus. But something occurred tonight that always occurs, and it has to be pointed out. Uncle Jeff alluded to it just now, but it has to be pointed out. The way I was taught coming up, I was taught that mother is the first teacher. Mm-hmm. That's what I was taught, right? Mm-hmm. And we cannot ignore the level of influence that black women have in black culture. Can't ignore it, right? I'm here to tell you right now, until we can actually be able to scrutinize and hold black women accountable for their actions and the way they move and operate without being browbeaten into not talking about it, we ain't gonna fix shit. We ain't fixing nothing. Because we can talk that male leadership shit, but just like I said before, it's kind of hard. Look, a man without a king without a kingdom, surely you know the folly of that. You can't be a leader if you don't have no followers. You're just a dude standing there with your Johnson in your hand. Like you cannot be a leader if nobody's willing to follow you.
King nothing.
Like for real. But I don't understand why this stigma continues where we cannot, and let's be real about something else too. Because I get what you're saying, Scam, about the dudes that run around here just wanting to do this and do that. Cool. But if the men who took care of business and did what they were supposed to do can't call this out, then who can? Right. None of those men are on this panel. Who can? Because
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but I took care of my damn kids. And me too. You know me too.
Man, they tried to take everything away from me if I didn't. Miss one payment, lose my license.
Anger man.
Anger man.
Wait.
Well, go ahead, J Speed.
Because we go forget about a major point that Uncle Jeff said.
Coach
Uncle
Ferg,
Jeff,
you're next.
Uncle Jeff, I have never had a blowjob in my life. If Cameron can take it sideways like they say, I might take a second thought on that.
All this contained stuff is a little too much.
Let me finish. I come from the generation. Well, look,
You stuttering. You
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
But anyway, I'm Jeff.
Whatever I want.
Hey, wait. I'm glad you don't believe me because that gonna let me know you wasn't peeping in my goddamn window. But anyway. But let's be honest. When just about 45 minutes ago, we wasn't hearing each other. All right. In the end of the day, this is what I had to learn with the manosphere. When I first came in, the anger man know when I first came in way back in the day. That I came in with a hot pistol, blowing everything away about women. Y'all keep talking about, but I had to learn that I was in a man's channel who was having grievances with life. And I had to take them conversations and throw them out. Because if you don't listen to a person, and anybody who have had children know when a child asks you something, and if you don't give them the answer, they go in the street and find it. And that's what they believe. And so I had to cool myself out. But ever since 2012, since I've been all over this space, and I had to start learning how to listen, stop sunning people, stop taking discussions and throwing them all over the wall. And believe it or not, me and Scam talk 2 or 3 times a day. All right. He done came a long way.
Like all the time.
He done came a long way from where he used to be at.
Keep
I'm still
working.
working on him. He's still a walker. Hey, well, look, he's not
We
a
all
finished
are
product.
still a work in
No
progress.
shit.
We all
You
are.
still got tools all in the floor.
Yeah,
Oil.
all over the house.
We all
Hey,
do.
y'all gonna know when he changed. He gonna get rid of that damn wife beater. When he get rid of that,
No, he won't. He ain't never getting rid of that.
Listen, he gonna get rid of the wife, and the wife beater is gonna get a wife. Shout out to Scam.
I'm in Florida. These wife beaters for life.
If he's in Florida, a wife beater's like underwear.
Yeah.
No, hey, J Speed. At the end of the day, yeah, I came to blow up the panel and go 1-on-6. Yeah, I did it. But at the end of the day, they said some stuff that was actually legit. I put the pistol down because they said some stuff that was actually legit. Everything went my way and what I wanted to hear. But even Uncle Jeff, who I thought I was going to had to turn to Jesus mic on and everything,
No.
is advocating for.
Do you want
men
that again? Do you want more clips, bro?
Huh?
You don't want.
I'm built for
No, you're
dust.
not.
I'm used to going 1-on-6. It's nothing. They always kick me out.
not gonna.
Hey,
put
don't brag.
No.
Yeah, don't brag about that. That's crazy. You let 6 dudes go at you like that. Yeah,
I'm
that's
talking about
crazy.
panels, man.
Okay.
Damn,
But no, what I'm saying is this.
Sound like a Diddy party.
No,
I don't care.
Ain't nothing safe now because of Diddy.
No, Jeff.
He talking
No,
some
anybody
Chinese
advocate-
connection. You talking some
Anybody
Chinese
advocating
connection,
for better
Bruce Lee
behavior?
type shit, and that's not what happens. I by myself have stomped your ears together repeatedly.
You cheated.
Please stop.
And I'm gonna get you. You cheated, and I'm gonna get you. And he paid to kick me out. But anyway, if Uncle Jeff say something and it's right and it's legit, I'm all for it. I don't care who it is. JT say something, and we can be in the middle of a super dustathon. If it's legit,
Keep working on them.
I put the pistol down. And I ain't a no advocate of the nation of Wigwam either. They out of control. It is what it is.
So it seems like even though we have a bevy and a plethora of differences here, it seems like we were able to come to some sort of consensus on maybe a solution of what we would like to see. Because I think we can understand that some shit isn't going to change for the most part. But what we'd like to see is maybe an adage to maybe be a better vestige for the future of what would be a better balance for us as men to offer, to get rid of the imbalance that we see, which is basically a man's, I guess, kind of sort of societal imprisonment in a sense, where a woman's able to basically take away something that we want or give us something that we don't, in a sense. Is that pretty much a good summation?
Right. We should have equal rights to being parents just like they do. I mean, that's just exactly that's what it all boils down to, is just because we couldn't get along with them and our relationship failed, why should we lose our right to be a parent along with it? Because we didn't fail our children. We
Okay. And I can agree that the women who, I've long since said this, the women who typically have baby daddy problems is usually the ones with men who are really desperately trying to actually be something for their children.
Dude.
Typically.
the men that try the hardest to be dad are the ones that get screwed over the worst.
Dude.
Jeff, am I wrong?
You are, look, if I could tell you the miles of broken glass, razor blades, and pimp piss that I have crawled through just to stay in just to fight, the energy wasted for a man fighting to be in his life. Do you realize that women actually use this phrase and they think they say something? You men should fight harder to be in your children's lives. The question is, why should I have to fight?
Should I have to fight?
Yeah, why should I have to hire a lawyer every time I want to see my kids?
So
I know dudes that ain't. I'm gonna get this off my chest. I'm out the way.
No, go ahead.
It's the dudes that ain't shit, that ain't doing shit, that don't have no problems with this.
Facts.
None
at all.
The brothers I know good brothers, man, that made one mistake. They made babies with the wrong person at the wrong time. And these individuals have gone out of their way, tooth and nail, with a weapon known as the judicial system that only works against their children. And how you can have a conversation about this and not that, or even, this is my problem with scam, advocate in any way, shape, or form, or circumvent in any way, shape, or form the coming to Jesus that needs to happen with our women, or with women in general, bro. I've gone and throw you in there, white dude. Women in general and the court system and what they are doing, because the court system does not have your children's best interest in mind.
No, it doesn't.
You don't have any.
They don't.
He don't have any children, so he doesn't understand what that feels like. He doesn't He has no clue what that
Angry
feels like.
Snowman?
No, scam.
That's not what it is.
Hey, I got several kids, bro. I got enough
Hold
for
on,
my own.
hold on real quick. Hearing something and being an observer of something is far different than going through it and actually experiencing it. And especially in the sense of going through that with your children
It's
and
like the
fighting
difference
to be a
between
part of your
watching porn
children's
and
life.
actually being with a woman.
Right. If you have never experienced it, you have absolutely no clue what the heartbreaking, heart-wrenching pain that is felt in those kind of arenas, like the level of despair, the level of vulnerability, the level of helplessness that you feel in those situations. You have no clue. So it's like when you talk and you're talking to men who have been to the bowels of hell and back. Yeah, you ain't gonna get too far. I'm gonna tell you, because we know what it feels like to have to battle to just see somebody that look like you, to battle to see somebody that you love and you care about, and you care just as much as that mother cares, but it doesn't matter in the court of law. See, a lot of the brothers know exactly what that feels like, exactly what that is to go through that, and that's a pain and a hell that most men, you know what I'm saying, most people wouldn't imagine. Yeah,
I don't think them women care. I don't think them women care about them kids at all, because if they did, they wouldn't take their father from them.
Hey, Israel, I never mentioned anything about custody tonight at all. I barely ever do.
No, I know that. It's not.
I'm just talking in general.
It's not really about
Right.
that. Like,
Why bring up something in general that we didn't bring up?
Here's
No, that's what Israel's talking about. I don't.
No, it's not. No, it's not
custody.
custody. It's not custody. We're talking about child support. We're talking about seeing your child.
Yeah, we're talking about the right to just see your child and say, hi, how are you doing?
We're
I don't talk about none of that.
Let me show you what I'm.
You know, going into the family court system on the same level playing ground that she is, not going in having to defend myself right off the rip.
We don't even gotta go that
I wasn't involved in that conversation.
We don't even gotta we don't even gotta go that far. We can just take it to something very simple. You're sitting at home and you want to talk to your kids.
The moment you get the thought that you want to pick up the phone to call and talk to your kids, you immediately get anxiety because you know she's gonna start an argument with you.
Yep.
You feel me? And that's something that you experience each time.
Yep.
You feel me? And it's because she wants to create an issue because she's upset about this or upset about that. It's really ridiculous. You know, you even got instances where you say, okay, I'm gonna come pick them up this weekend or whatever, right? She's like, okay, cool. You show up and she ain't there and the kids ain't there.
Hey, AM, how many times did you know you had to sit and talk with your ex about something involving the kids, or wanted to take them on a vacation or something, and instantly get sick to your fucking stomach?
Yeah.
Knowing that you got to have this discussion with her,
Yeah.
because she's going to take something simple and turn it into this great, big, huge, grandiose fucking bullshit display just so she can make you out to be an asshole to everybody on social media.
Yeah. And then here's the crazy thing. On the flip side, when she calls you up, because she needs something for the kids, it's like, okay.
Yep.
You're not giving any pushback. You're okay. What you need, I got you. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. But every time you pick up the phone to talk to her about something dealing with them, it's always got to be a problem. And here's the icing on the cake. Once they get grown, where she can no longer get money for them or use them as leverage, she will have the nerve,
send them to you,
the audacity, the unmitigated gall to get on the phone with you and say, yeah, you was always a good father.
Fuck that bitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Get your kids.
I gotta go. Uncle Jeff, I gotta go. But I'm gonna throw a bone and scam.
Yeah, holler at me, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna holler at you. I just me and Al talk every night now. I'm gonna throw a bone and scam lightly. I'm try to give y'all a little oversight without getting into the business. Why his approach to this conversation may be a little different, and it has nothing to do with him not. Well, it does have a little to do with him not having children, but you don't know what kind of organization he's in.
Okay, hold on. I want to try to care. Now go ahead.
Okay.
Hold on real tight.
Hold on real tight.
Just as an option, fair game.
Put some Gorilla Glue on your hand so you can get it off the steering wheel.
Go ahead. I can only hold on so long.
He's in an organization.
I'm taking that, Jeff.
He's in an organization where he see the badness of both parents, and he see the results of the children that he's, well, I can't say that because then I'll be getting in this business, but just put it this way. He deal with children, and he deal with some of the most traumatic children on this planet who might not have a good mother or a good father. He just see the results of bad parenting. And when you try to understand what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of brothers, some of these brothers on these panels, come on these panels, are in some of these same organizations.
I love you, Jay. Me too. I love you, Jay. Me too. I deal with some of the same children on the West Coast that have dealt with some of this. I deal with this on a police level. I deal with it on a gang level, on a church level. That's apples and bowling balls. I really was holding on to some care, and when you got to the end of your thought, it just kind of evaporated. Well, I just don't have any care for that. There's never. I love you.
Yes, sir. Uncle Jay.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Look, I never try to get into a dick measuring contest because I'm only gonna pull out enough to win. Sure. So I don't try to do that.
Oh shit!
I don't try to do that, bro.
I'm writing that one down.
I'm just telling some.
You might not be able to use it though.
Look,
shut up. You motherfucker.
I just want to get into some insight that I know this person personally, and I know how close he is to children. and some of the worstest children on this planet who went through a traumatic experience. That's all I wanted to bring to the table.
Absolutely.
All I got to say is I got 7 kids, so I must not be never mind. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
There's some Asian men that got kids too. And they still trying to find their shit with a toothpick.
Try again, motherfucker. Asian people got
You gotta be able to peel. At least I'm not Asian. At least I'm not fucking Asian.
Peace, love, and I always strive for the truth. It's been good hanging with y'all guys.
All right, good to see you, OGJ Speed.
Yes, sir.
You gotta be able to pume.
Yes, sir.
After Tuesday, we ain't got to worry about none of this shit because any man who can grab him by the pussy go change all these laws.
You gotta be able to pume.
We counting on him.
Y'all crazy, man. It was like 6 goddamn jokes in less than 10 seconds, man.
You know, Trump does got some of the best one-liners. He really does.
Yeah, like bing bong bing. That one's great too.
Oh man.
Uncle Jeff, while I have you for a second, I sent you an email in the back chat. I'm gonna send it again. Actually. Hang on. Right here. There you go.
Hold on, I don't see. I'm in the back chat. I don't see. Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Hit me up sometime. I'd like to chat with you.
Oh,
Remember,
absolutely.
you still prompted me with a question.
What's that now?
Remember, you prompted me with a question.
Which was? I don't remember. I so much of this.
A conversation between racist and classist.
Oh yes, I would love to at some point. I mean, you want to get into that now or?
I mean, we can, but that's not the topic of the conversation. So
Okay, then let me know.
I prefer to do that with you.
Okay, we'll
you
do
have
that.
that panel, I want to be there.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Have that dialogue. So on tonight's conversation, as far as misinformation, I want to get back to a topic that we covered earlier, and someone made a very poignant point. I believe it was Izzy, about words having meaning.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to go out and come back in on my phone because my iPad's dying.
All right.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. Words having meaning, and I went off on a rant and tangent earlier about the differences between. I think it was about SB 107 or earlier about the California legislation, and there was the difference.
One is SB 107 real quick. That way I know what you're talking about.
SB 107, California SB 107 is the one that allows. It basically restricts teachers from disclosing to students' parents if their children are transgendered, if you will, or if they are socially transitioning in a social transgendering setting.
Basically discussing their child's mental health with them.
Not mental health, but sure.
Well, it's health in a sense. It is their children's health and they're keeping that disclosed from the parents.
Okay, we can work with that because let's say if it's rooted in let's say if it's rooted in dysphoria, then sure. Because if they're wanting to use the pronouns of he and that's a she, or she and that's a he, because they feel that they are not what they actually are, then that is rooted in dysphoria. So yes, let's rock with that. I like that. Cool. That basically it shields the teachers from being responsible for engaging with the parents on that, and it basically doesn't require the teachers from doing so. I was on a tangent because I was wanting to splice the difference between transgender versus transsexual, because those are entirely two different things. The reason why I did that is because when we are talking about these things, I understand that this is triggering, and I understand that they get mixed up in the conversation because the whole entire thing in itself seems ludicrous. And it is ludicrous to me in itself, even though I believe that people should be able to do what they feel that they want to do, so on and so forth. I just don't believe that children should be involved in it. I do agree with that. I don't believe children should. I don't believe that it should be promulgated to children, and I don't believe that any of this should be pushed to children, even from parents or from the society or anything of that nature. I'm with that. The problem is that when we don't splice words, or if we're not targeting them, or if we're not careful with it, we are spreading misinformation.
Transsexual, is that a cross dresser?
No, that's a transgender person.
Okay.
But how does that work now that they've passed HR 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights?
Actually, did they pass it?
Yeah.
Fully? Finally?
It went all the way through the General Assembly?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it went all the way through. I know they
I'm about to say, I think they only passed it in the Senate. They didn't pass it in the House yet.
I think they passed it in the let me look it up.
SB, hold on.
So that's SB 5?
HR 5.
HR 5.
Yeah.
Hang on. Parents' Bill of Rights. Okay, so it passed. It was introduced. It passed in the House. It hasn't gone to the Senate yet.
Okay.
Yo, my brothers, much love to y'all, man. It's way past my bedtime, man. Y'all,
all right, Izzy.
It's been fun, man.
Peace out, Izzy.
Take it easy, Izzy. My man. Appreciate you, brother. Most definitely. You start. Hey, Izzy, you going on tomorrow?
Yeah, probably about 12 o'clock Eastern.
Word.
Time.
All right, y'all.
I'll be good, man. Peace, man.
Most
no
definitely.
conversations, man. Salute to everybody. Salute to the chat.
Yes, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
So with that, before we go there, one of the reasons why I actually support in some way that bill is because I Uncle Jeff. There we go. The reason why I support to some degree is because, to me, I have never been an advocate for teachers doing anything other than the job of teaching.
Okay.
Maybe counselors are more inclined to involve in more social matters, but teachers in themselves getting involved in things that are related to social matters, except for matters involving the child's safety or disruptive behaviors. Aside from that, that's part of the problem, is when teachers are involved in things that honestly doesn't include them. Basically, they're minding the business that doesn't pay them. So to some degree, I kind of agree with it to some end. Go ahead.
So do you think that the school should still be at fault at some point then? Because if that's the case, shouldn't teachers be referring the whole issue to the guidance counselor or another school, like a nurse official or something, and then they should be involving the parents? But to take the parents out of the situation altogether, to me, is criminal.
The guidance counselors can't tell them either. Right? Guidance counselors.
Sure, they can. My daughter's guidance counselor called me multiple times when was going on.
So it's specifically to teachers, not necessarily guidance counselors. Counselors aren't teachers.
Right.
Okay, so
that's why I was going with the premise I did. I was going and giving you that. So if a child tells a teacher this, then the teacher should say, okay, let me refer you to such and such, via guidance counselor, school, nursing official, or whoever, and then you can address them with it. But then the school should still have a protocol to where the parents are informed, unless it's a situation to where a child's life is literally in danger, and a child has to be able to actually show that that's what's going on in some form. They can't just, willy-nilly come and say their parents are child abusers just so they can do whatever the hell they want.
Because here's the thing.
You in California, Angry Snowman?
No, I'm not.
He over by me. He over in
because
you still in Ohio?
Sorry.
Indiana now.
Indiana, same difference.
Same difference.
No, it ain't. Ohio's a fucking shithole.
So here's the thing. So here's the thing. Social transitioning, as far as transgender, as it were, is only, and again, I don't agree with it, but it's only literally either a pronoun or they are dressing different. Literally, they're not actually physically changing anything about them that would be harmful.
They're just acting retarded like kids do.
Bingo. So putting my own son on the line here, because I have a teenage son as well. So putting my own teenager in this
God
case,
bless you.
right? Well, the teenage daughter is gone, so that's out the equation now. So I got one at the house. So if she or he, teenagers, were at school and they wanted to be referred to as she or he, I'm trying to figure out how that is harmful enough for a teacher to need to call me about, one, or if they're wearing something that is different than what is different from when they walked out the house in, unless it is either inappropriate or doesn't meet school code.
That's what I was gonna say.
Then I'm trying to figure out that
Suppose they're getting bullied.
Suppose they are getting bullied, then that deals with either mental health or physical safety. I could see that being something to report. But
No,
what we're
but
talking
one of the
about is
questions are why they're getting bullied too, right? So then there needs to be some disclosure, right?
well, the why is less important than the actual bullying.
Not necessarily if it's precisely because they're whatever they're doing, they're identifying other than how their natural body is. So if they have some other kids say, listen, you want to dress like a girl and you're a dude or a boy, and you get bullied by the class, and it doesn't get referred to the guidance counselor, we're saying that teacher can't say, well, your kid comes here, you might leave your house as a boy, but once he gets to the locker room here, he changes into a dress, and they pick on him. So at some point, somebody has to talk to the parents, say this is going on.
Okay.
And if there's some kind of way that the teacher says, well, I can't talk to you, I'm gonna talk to the guidance counselor first, but I'm not so sure, since I didn't read every detail, can the guidance counselor talk to the parents? I'm not so sure.
Yes,
yes,
they can.
In California.
Not well in Ohio, where my kids
I'm
older
talking
kids were in
about
high
in
school.
California. So
Yes.
if it says that, no, okay.
Yeah.
So this is where I have a problem with this whole thing is teachers are more than just to teach. I think that they're there more than just to teach a lesson, right? That's in the book or whatever, that's on the requirements or whatever. I think the teachers are also there socially to be guidance also. This is how I grew up. It goes to the point of this. Let's go into the 70s and 80s, right? And you had a student always falling asleep in school. He smells or she smells bad. There's a lot of things that goes on. What does that teacher do, right? They talk to the parent. It should be a synergy between teacher, counselor, and parents. And if your kid goes to a private school, then you also have the what do they call it? The chaplain. You have they have avenues.
You have the sisters.
Yeah, they have avenues for these kids to get some sort of help. I have a problem when you start talking about not including the parents.
Right.
That's where I have a problem at, because there should be a synergy between the school and the parents. And there should be a lot more things that's in place. Not how we doing it now. Everything sounds like it's seclusion, right? That's what it seems to me.
But see, because the teachers can talk to the parents, except they can't talk about that. That's the problem.
crazy.
That's why if you was listening, that's why I was giving him. If he wants to say that teachers are just there to teach, teach, and do their job and go home, fine. But the school itself, the school should have in their literature some kind of policy set in place to where the school makes sure that the parents are in the loop with things with their children. The school should not be advocating for keeping things secret from parents who are responsible for these children. Because at the end of the day, whatever those kids do, be it good or bad, the parents are going to have to pay for one way or another.
Yes.
And be responsible for it. They're the ones that have to take accountability for it, not the school, not the teachers. Right. So they're taking all the rights away from the parents, but then all the accountability away from themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And the point I bring up about this is that when this story was first brought out, it was blared as if to suggest, and the Orange Cheeto in Chief brought this out as kids are getting sex changes at school. What the fuck? That's literally what was put out about this. I have the article. Literally, they had to do a fact check on him and other people of his campaign, because it was misinformation to suggest that a bill went out to, a law was passed to that schools in California are helping kids get sex changes.
Well,
While we're speaking about
Trump is
misinformation.
older than RP and Uncle Jeff put together. Okay, he's an old man, so you tell him stuff and he's going to take it literally.
Right. So
I didn't say they were getting. I didn't say they were getting sex changes at school.
I understand.
No, I didn't say you did.
I just need to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, you sleepy.
Now, what's his face? Angry Man. I don't know if he's still listening, and he's still here, but he asked a very good question about Parents Bill of Rights Act. Now, if that passes, I'm reading it now.
Why should parents have to have a Bill of Rights over their kids?
It's crazy.
Well, good. Okay, talk about it. Good question. The reason being is because every state. Okay, let me posit this for a second. We live in a country where there is 51 different governments.
Correct.
Would you agree with that? Okay, boom.
Correct. And actually more than that if you want to break it down to local levels.
Well, that, and if you want to include territories that we have. Okay, so 51 main governments, right? So every state does something different. Okay, so what's happening is that every state and their are complaining to the representatives about these differences, and they're wanting something uniformed. And in comes the Parents' Bill of Rights, predominantly from the right side versus the left side. But here we go. And it's introduced by, yes, a Republican. Yes, from Louisiana. And basically it uniforms or ubiquitizes what's expected for all schools to follow as it relates to the relationship, but the trilateral relationship between the school, the child, and the parent.
Is this supposed to be a federal legislation?
Correct. Which makes me, it actually contradicts the whole mindset of breaking up the Department of Education, because you're wanting federal regulation to basically ubiquitize everything and create a synergy and a consensus, but at the same time you want to dismantle the Department of Education. Make it make sense to me.
How is a California state law going to be federal legislation is my question.
No. Okay, so SB 107 is a state law. What I'm talking about is the Parents' Bill of Rights Act, HR 5 at Congress level, at the federal level.
Well, even then, I don't think Congress should have to give parents a Bill of Rights over their kids. It should just be, it should be common sense that I created this thing, so I have some kind of say since I'm responsible for it until I die.
I'm telling you now, here it is right here. And it passed in the House.
See, to me, it looks, this right here, I guarantee it looks like a great thing, but it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I guarantee you there's stuff in there that's taking your rights away. Guarantee it.
So let's look at this. I'm just looking at the overview of it, right? And it says,
"Hey, JT, well, I'm just letting you know I'm about to drop. All y'all have a good night."
Yeah. All right, man. All right, Scam Man.
I'm getting ready to drop myself.
All right,
most definitely. All right, man. Appreciate you, brother. Most definitely.
Later.
So in here, just to go over the overview what we see, it says the Parents' Bill of Rights is a bill that aims to increase parental rights in public schools. The bill is introduced in the House on March 1st, 2023, and passed on March 24th, 2023. The bill would amend the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and the General Education Provision Act. But what it says, though, in here is the access to information. Parents will have the right to see the school budget, curriculum, library materials, and parent engagement plan. they will also be able to review the copy educational material. Why would we need a bill, to Angry Snowman's point, for some shit like that when it should be already implicated?
Yeah, because there's a big fight going on because
I have an answer for that.
There's the liberals in a lot of these courts. So they want to put books in the libraries in these schools that are really, really pornographic.
Well, there's already state law that says that you can't have minors can't have pornography, so you can't put any pornography in a school library to begin with, dude. Because that's all minors in that building.
Right. So that, but that's what it, and we can have the conversation about it. But that's what Angry Snowman was saying. The things that's already in place. Where did they take them? When did they take this shit?
Because at the local level, they're building stuff that these laws obviously ain't covered.
Uncle Jeff, your mic is cracking.
Really bad.
It's horrible. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop down.
It's just muffled.
My electronics is failing me, but I think I really think I have a solution for this.
Mm-hmm.
How's that? Is it better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here are a group of people who don't have this problem. The Amish, the Armenians, the Koreans.
Who else?
The
Armenians.
They don't have these problems. Do you know why?
Because they separate themselves from the government.
Thank you. We are dealing with the word public. We're dealing with the word public. It is too easy. School has been a place that our children are dropped off so that they are no longer a burden to us. What needs to happen, and this is all of us, including Snowman, you need to get with the people who think like you and create a coalition that teaches your children. That's it. That's all these Koreans, that's all these other subgroups do. It is Americans who complain, and especially Black Americans, you're a fool to let your oppressor teach your children. There are ways and things that we need to know. Snowman, I refuse to believe that if you reach out times 100, that you can't talk to 100 people and find a mathematician good enough, a historian good enough, a chemist good enough to teach your children. That's the answer. You have to pull together in small groups because it is legal to homeschool your children.
Take
advantage of that. What if 20 people who you knew got together and said, we're going to homeschool our kids, but in this 20 people is a doctor, an astrophysicist, a chemist that thinks like we think? That's the only answer. There is no bill. There is no law.
Right.
There is no meeting. And then to land my plane, and then I got to get out of here because you're right, my electronics are failing me again. This is my problem with pronouns. In order for me to use a pronoun on you, don't you have to not be there? If you're here, I'm going to use you. I'm going to talk to you by your regular name. Do you know how arrogant you have to be to tell people what to call you when you ain't around?
Yeah.
This is
that's crazy.
We have failed for. This pronoun shit is bullshit of the first order. I will call you this. I identify as a female. Well, you know what? When I was 3, I identified as Spider-Man. Turns out I was wrong.
Hey, have you ever seen me and Batman in the same place at the same time?
Because didn't nothing come out. Didn't nothing come when you would.
You are whatever. You are whatever the archaeologists are going to dig up and find 500 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
And when they look at your skull shape, your number of ribs, and the shape of your pelvis, they will tell you what you are. You can identify as a woman all you want, but at some point, somebody's going to go, Mrs. Jenkins, could you lift your balls and cough?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let's stop it. Let's knock it off. This is only going as far as we are letting it, people. You are trying to view today's society through 30-year-old lenses, and we can't, fellas. We can't anymore. We must accept where we are. We must accept that there is a major programming of your children against what you were raised with as centuries-old principles. And if you don't like it, teach your own kids. With that, brothers, I love the show. I'm gonna keep listening in the back, but my phone is tearing up, and I don't want to drag the show. So I will talk soon. I'm gonna get your email out the chat, boss man, and we can chop it up on whatever their devil dog.
Got you, sir. All right, simplify.
Uncle Jeff, funny man. Comedian extraordinaire, man. You take it easy, brother.
Yeah, man. I got a trip I got to cut out myself. So
Yeah, we can get ready to close it down, bro.
Yeah.
Aaron's down there asking if he's time
I
left.
can't see your here. I'm gonna drop my email in the regular chat, bro. And then,
Okay.
because I can't see your email anymore. I don't know what happened. But yeah, let me see if I can. I tell you what, if you don't see it in the regular email, because I'm pushing 60, so I'm struggling with this all of this year. I will at least put my email in the comments of this show later.
Hey, real quick, what's 60 feel like, Jeff?
I'm about to say my email is also in my YouTube channel. The objective is podcast as well. So yeah, I'll look for your email.
All right,
I still want to know what 60 feels like.
I got your email, Jeff. Boss man, if you don't get it, I can hand it to you also.
Okay.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely. All right, man. So go ahead.
Boy, so what's next, man? So
Hey, give me a second, Aaron.
Yeah.
Give me a second, and I'll text it to you on your phone.
Yeah.
All right. Well, gentlemen, I want to give everyone a chance to give final thoughts. Arpane, I'll start with you since you were saying that you were on your way out.
This was a good discussion. I mean, I was looking at the number of folks in the chat. It was a couple times, it was over 100 people just listening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even if they didn't hit the like button like they should, you know.
Right.
But you know, I mean, it was a good conversation. I mean, we went over it. I mean, you know, people accuse me of being long-winded, but I think some people got me beat. I think some people got me beat tonight. But it was a good conversation. I think this was a good Friday, man. So I got to get up early in the morning. All right, boss man. I'm gonna talk over you a couple of times, but you know, it happened.
You know, you and I have always been tempestuous and contentious at times.
You going too far now. I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way, you know. But you know, that's all right, man. It's cool. It's all good. But it ain't nothing about it, man. We can go back and forth. Anyway,
man, honestly, in Arpane's defense, he does come from an era where most younger men would just shut up and listen to him speak because he's an older cat.
Got it.
I've been on YouTube long enough. That shit don't happen, man. Those guys say, fuck you old motherfucker. You know, blah, blah, blah.
Hey, what's going on, Ice Man?
What's on, Aaron? What's happening, man?
Sorry, Aaron. I gave you the link earlier. I apologize if it wasn't clickable.
With that gentleman, boss man, Aaron, you came up. I got to cut out. JT, we get out of here, man. I got to
Most definitely. Pleasure, Arpane. Have a good one.
All right.
Take care. Be safe, brother.
You too.
Sir.
Hey, Ron.
What's
I
up,
remember,
Chuck?
I remember seeing you somewhere, Aaron.
This
How
might
you
be
doing, sir?
risky.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's the muscle for Abraham.
All right.
Yeah,
So, what do you
yeah,
think? What do you think? Thanks, sir. I've seen you in the chat for the most part throughout the night. I think. So, what are your thoughts on what we've covered so far?
There's so many. I was thinking of just slipping in a conversation, but I don't want to impose this. It seems like everybody wanted to wrap up. I just was.
No, we could. I'm good, man.
I'm good. I'm just here for the ride, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta. Yeah. Go ahead, man. Continue. You good?
Well, I'm kind of like
with the schooling piece, wondering, I'm torn, right? Like, I'm one of these people that believe in small government, removing as much from the Fed as possible. But
right,
I understand the purpose of the Fed, right? Like, I don't believe everything should go to the states. But with education, I think part of the issue is that the government is so tied up in determining what education looks like. I think that's there should be like a secondary governing
federal
body.
government shouldn't be involved. There shouldn't be a Department of Education on a federal level. It should just be state.
Right.
There's
That's
no
what I'm saying.
basically now we got the government not even more so in our private lives, if you think
Right.
about it. And that's what my problem was, Aaron, when he said a parent's bill of rights on a federal level. So we've allowed the schools to have so much control and power over us and our children now because there's a federal entity of a Department of Education that we need a parent's bill of rights. That's think about that for a second. And if you really want to look at our own Constitution that we have now, there's provisions in there that are basically take rights away from us while they're claiming that they're giving us rights with that very document.
Right. Yeah, outlining a right does kind of fundamentally run the risk of removing another. I mean, it just when you draw a line in the sand, you now have two sides to a line, right?
See, and that's the one thing I like about Trump is he said that he wants to do away with the Department of Education because there's no reason for the federal government to be involved.
Here's
Schools
what I'm
ran better when the states took care of them.
Okay.
Yeah, here's where I'm torn though. I do see.
Here we go.
I mean, there has to be a check and balance system because without the federal government or even state government at all involved in education, somebody's going to have an advantage, and that advantage is going to go unchecked.
Aaron, I think even with the governments involved, people are still advantaged, and that advantage is going unchecked, even with the government involved.
Yeah, no, this is definitely true, especially looking at the public schooling system between, affluent neighborhoods and inner city neighborhoods. It's public school, but it's vastly different. Yeah, I don't know. That's a strange.
I think parents should be forced to be more involved with their children's school, specifically their children's school. And they should be forced to be involved. They should be forced to know who these teachers are, who the principal is, who the guidance counselor is, who the superintendent is. Straight up, that should be a requirement for your child to go to school there.
Now, who's going to enforce that? Now we're back to government.
Sorry, I am looking up because one of the things I like doing, and I like these kind of questions. One of the things I like doing is when we say we want to remove something that has been in existence or it has been so heavily rooted in the community or as part of our society, you want to first look at why it was established in the first place.
Yeah, why was it established?
Why was the Department of Education started, right?
That's a good question.
Okay. So it was started apparently by, I believe, Jimmy Carter.
Sounds like something dumb he would do.
So it says here, let me just show, because I can imagine at first all education was originally with the states individually, I would assume. Right. Okay. Which means common sense would say that every state was responsible for their own state's education, and therefore each state was at different levels of education, ideally, because some places were more advanced than others and so on and so forth. And common sense says the Department of Education was created to basically create a consensus, create a kind of a balance in a sense. Okay. And even now you can kind of see where funding for each state is different relative to the condition of the city, state, region, so on and so forth, yada yada. But even in that, you can tell where it's not equally funded and it's not equally or equitably funded in a sense, where it may be cheaper to provide the same level or standard of facilities and structural buildings, whatever, in, let's say, Indiana, but it may be more expensive to provide that same in, let's say, Virginia or Maryland, for instance. But equitably, they are the same. They have the same technology. They have the same, upgraded, facilities and so on and so forth. But clearly, we don't see that. Do you see my point?
Yeah, I think a lot of that might play into the administration though itself and how funds are allocated. Because I'll challenge any parent that has a child in school. Go to the school board and ask them to give you an itemized list of where all of the school's budget goes to, and tell me if it ain't a cold day in hell before you ever see one.
Now, here's the problem. And this is why when people are bitching about, why is it that money, like the money from FEMA, for instance, why people are only getting $750, and I'm like, you guys don't really truly understand how money is first appropriated, allocated, allotted.
Here.
There we go. Allotted, then obligated, then liquidated, and then so on and so forth from the federal
Everybody's
government.
everybody's trying to get their hands in it.
No one understands how that works. Okay. So with that in mind, when money is given to each state, it's first pulled from everybody, tax wise, okay, from all the states, and then so that means that every state, for the most part, is being taxed at different levels. So if you live in the East Coast, you are being taxed more, and if you live in the Midwest, you're being taxed less relative to the people that's being taxed on the East Coast. So that means everybody is subsidizing everybody, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that the people who are being funded in Kentucky is actually getting more money from people in Virginia than the other way around. Does that make sense?
Yeah, when it comes to a federal level, yeah, I get what you're saying.
There we go. All right. So when people say they don't want the federal government to be involved in something, what you're not understanding is you're getting money from the federal government just because you are a state that's part of the federal government or part of the United States in general.
If I may interject right there, though.
Sure.
That's where I take problem is there's the states are highly and entirely too invested in federal, subsidies and federal grants and this, that, and the other, and not self-sufficient enough that now that that's how the federal government has so much control over the states and what's going on in these states, and that's not supposed to be their function at all whatsoever.
Yeah, but they want sovereignty, but they want to listen. I literally read in Project 2025, I literally read the shit in the education department where they still want the money for education purposes, but they just don't want the federal government to tell them what to do with the money. That's like saying, hey, mob boss, give me the money, but I don't want you to tell me what to do with it.
Right.
That's not how that shit works. That is not how that shit works. So you still want all the taxpayer money, but you just don't want any stipulations to go with that shit. That is not how that works. And we're all 50 states of these United States when it comes to the money, but when it comes time for regulations and policies and so on and so forth to make sure you're doing what you're supposed to do with the money, now you want to be sovereign.
Well, my question to your point then is this: if you look at from when the Department of Education was created now and prior to before, do we have has the problem with schools being able to properly fund and educate gotten better as a broad brush across the board, or has it gotten worse?
It's gotten worse because the money is not being
then that tells me that that's nothing more than a leech and a succubus on the taxpayer dollar. They don't help or do anything of any value at all other than to siphon money from the taxpayer and show no return on it. So then therefore it needs to be done away with.
Because what happens is it's not necessarily the system itself, it's the participants of the system. Because the state governments, okay, so now that I've explained the process, every year, like clockwork, each state gets money from the government. So part of the reason why the government is in debt or has a deficit is because it's giving money to each state every year like
Right.
clockwork. Okay. So each state currently owes the federal government. Okay. Now, here's what happens. Each state is supposed to allocate money for each of its programs. Each state cannot run its state without federal dollars like they're supposed to. The federal dollars is just supposed to be addition. It's not supposed to be contingent or not supposed to be something that you rely on or need. But the problem is they can't function without it, literally, to run just basic shit. So
Well,
what happens?
that's because of how much the federal government taxes each state individually on their level of taxes. Think about it for a second.
Shit.
If states didn't have to pay as much as they did to the federal government in taxes from all of us taxpayers, that would be tax revenue that the states could keep for themselves. Therefore, they would not need the federal government's money.
The state taxes that there are no. I disagree to a degree. There are states that don't even that don't even charge sales tax or payroll tax.
Well, they have one or the other. They don't. There's not a single state that I know of that doesn't have payroll tax and no sales tax.
Okay,
they have to have
cool.
some kind of tax revenue coming in. Otherwise, the state's going to be broke.
But all states have property tax. I mean, the states are getting money. Okay, the states aren't broke. Let's not do that. But what I'm saying is that they could be sovereign.
Right. That's what I'm with you on that.
Okay. So what ends up happening is they don't properly use the money. They hoard and hold on to the money, or they misuse it on their own, issues, contracts, so on and so forth. Because the state governments definitely have their own contracts that they use for, just like the federal government has their own contracts too. Okay. So with that in mind, when it comes down to appropriating money or allocating money to the education system, part of the teachers' pay, it comes from Department of Education too. On top of the money that they get from state taxes and so on and so forth, that goes to teachers' money and teachers' salary and all that good stuff as well. The problem is that all of it is not appropriated properly.
Well, right, and then to top it all off, Mike, what's being done with the lottery money in each state? Because state lotteries were all put in place to fund education, schools. Nothing but that at all. That's how it got passed in every state before there was a lottery in every state.
And wasn't that also for the mental health hospitals and facilities also at one point?
Yeah. So Jimmy Carter created the Department of Education to establish a dedicated cabinet-level department focused on managing and coordinating federal education system programs, collecting data on U.S. schools, and enforcing education-related civil rights laws, with the primary goal of improving access to quality education for all children across the nation, especially those in disadvantaged communities. This stemmed from his personal beliefs in the importance of education and his experience growing up in a segregated South. But I can't find anything that actually says why. What was the whole point of it, other than to create a uniformed, or basically create a system that is modeled after the Turkish system that basically indoctrinates youth.
So are we still talking about? Are we still talking about it from a federal standpoint?
Just the purpose of the purpose of the Department of Education. Because if you go ahead.
No, so I know in Michigan, one of the reasons is because there were misappropriating funds, right? You had people that was on the payroll that wasn't even that wasn't even working, right? You had those folks that didn't even have a position, and you had, deputy mayors, and you had people, superintendents, and all of these different folks that were putting people on payrolls, right? So I understand exactly why in Michigan, why that ended up being where they had to take it out of the hands of the state, right? So imagine if they said, well, they understood that this was a problem throughout the U.S. We had in Michigan a day where we had this thing called the MEEP test, right?
The what?
The MEEP test. Michigan Educational Assessment Program. That's
Okay.
what that was. And during that time, they used to employ all students, every student, to come, as many students as they can get. This is where the truant officers and all these different things that came in place also. And when you take the MEP test, they also, what they did also was that was the day where they count every head, right? They want to get as many heads in school. It was times where there were students that never, for 6 months, it wasn't even in school. But for that time, they ended up being in school, right? I'm gonna do a show on it. There's a documentary in Detroit about this whole thing, because we had a huge dropout, rate during 1983 to 1986. It was a huge dropout.
Small town Ohio did in like I'd say the late 80s, early 90s. There was a big dropout rate.
Yeah. So they were looking at it in that sense too, but goes to you guys' point, it was about money. It's about money because we had a lot of cats where they failed the first semester 3 months in, and if they were seniors in high school, they were not going to graduate unless they went to night school. And then they had a thing where they didn't graduate at the time where they're supposed to graduate. So they graduated, instead of graduating in May and June, they graduated in July of the following, not July, I'm sorry, January of the following year, right? But the motivator was definitely money, because every year you had, so that's when they started doing the MEP test and all of these different things. Now it was, I think in 2006, they changed it to the Michigan Merit exam. I don't know why.
To make it sound like it's based off of meritocracy?
I guess so. I have no idea, because during that time I was overseas. So, after 91, I have no idea of what really was going on in the education system until I had kids, and they ended up coming back to to the States.
Well, JT, I'm still just confused on why each state needs the money from the federal government. Like I said, every state has a state lottery. The state lottery was put in place specifically to fund the education system and the state's Department of Education. That way, these kids had the education and the school supplies and the schooling that they needed, the proper stuff. Where's all this money going? If it's not going into our schools, and we have to reach out to the federal government and have the federal government, start the Department of Education, and now, try and pass the Parents' Bill of Rights, so we have rights over our kids in our schools. What the hell's going on here? Why isn't anybody standing up and asking, where is all this money and revenue going that's coming in? But we see there's no fruit being showed.
Yeah.
Of our labors here, of what you're supposedly doing. What's going on? Why do you need and why does the federal government have to step in and keep taking more rights away from us? Where is this shit at? What are you doing?
So you're in Indiana, right?
Correct.
So that is IN. So here's your state. And this is how much. Let's see. Debt, spending, GP, in-state revenue, debt to this. Okay, so right here. All right, that's how much, for the most part, the state's in debt, but some of that debt is owed to the actual federal government.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So
now,
see, you notice because I want to point something out. When the federal government gave out all that money to the states for the COVID, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
That they gave out billions to every state. Why couldn't the states do anything really with it that they wanted to? Because the government put such stringent requirements on it.
Actually, no. The federal government didn't. The states did.
No, I thought the federal government did that. They
No.
told the states because they told the states
Congress,
that they could.
Congress told them. Congress actually just gave them. Congress gave them the money and made it very specific as to what they were supposed to do with it, as far as what it was for. And
Right.
what the states ended up doing was what was made it even harder by forcing people to have to apply for the money.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that. The reason why the states did that is because the federal government told the states that they couldn't take any of that money and use it for anything that should already be in their budget for the state for the state expenditures that year. And
Right.
that pissed the states off. They couldn't use it to help pay for their policing and pay for this and pay for that. They actually had to use it
For
on
the people.
citizens, for the people.
Correct.
And that's why a lot of states still have that money, and a lot of people don't know it.
But that's the thing. If it was made specifically for the people, then it should have been easy to give it to the people. What the states did is made it hard to give it to the people because they made it so that way the people had to apply for it. It made the application process stupid as shit.
Right.
It should have just been easy to just give it to people who were either couldn't work, which mostly everybody couldn't work. So that means that it wasn't hard to prove that you couldn't fucking work. Just give it to the people as it was required.
Right.
This is why they had to resort to just giving people stimulus checks to bypass the fucking states.
Yeah, well, a lot of that, like I said, I believe a lot of that occurred simply because for the first time ever in my life, I watched the people that signed the bill that gave all this money to the states tell the states, look, this is what this money is for and nothing but this. You can't use it for anything. Don't think that you're going to add this to your state's budget so you can pay for things that are already allocated in your state's budget. And because the states were told they couldn't take it and turn it into a big slush fund for the state, they told the people, well, guess what? Since we can't use it how we want, we're going to make it almost impossible for you to get it to them.
Exactly. And right here, state debt. This is how much each state owes in total, right here, to the federal government.
What do they say? Each American owes what, like $600,000 or $700,000 that they have to pay off each American person, man, woman, and child, in order for us to get out of debt.
Well, debt per citizens right here. If you're looking at debt per taxpayer right here, hang on, right here. Okay, that's the national debt right here.
So we you guys are saying now. This is the thing that I also ask. Prisoners, right? Because prison is privatized, they still have to pay something to the state, correct? If I'm talking about state prisons.
I don't know. I don't know. I've never inquired about that.
Since the state prisons are privatized, they do have to pay something to the state because they are a business operating within the state. So yes, they do. Yes.
Property tax.
But don't they have state officials working in that private business too?
Wait, Aaron said property tax. What else?
Payroll tax. I mean, just whatever business. If they're private, they're the COs and their paychecks are getting taxed.
So how is I'm trying to add this in to the to I guess where it comes down to alleviating the deficit of state the state deficit.
How much money is spent in the Department of Education every year?
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I still look, because they still get state funded. So is it state funded based off of more of a grant type of a thing, or is it more of a that you pay us back type of thing when it comes down to that? Because one of the things that I've seen, and because they tell you that you're a property of the state, right? When you are a prisoner, you are awarded to the state, but you're housed privately.
FY20.
So
that's an interesting concept.
Yeah.
So you're like on house arrest without an ankle bracelet?
It's a lot of money that they make off of prisoners, man. They make a gang of money off of
79.1 billion for FY24.
How much?
79.1 billion.
So that'd be a 79.1 billion that could go towards the national debt if we didn't have the Department of Education.
Wow.
Now that's just the Department of Education. Now, what was given to this state?
Wow.
Now let's see. That's the budget summary.
Wait a minute. You mean just total funding or for education?
That initial number you gave was the total money
according to
every year
reports,
spent, right?
Congress appropriated 79.1 billion for the Department of Education for fiscal year FY24.
So I've shared a screen. I don't know. I have a couple screens. Actually, hold on. Let me take that because I've been looking. All right. So the first one, this suggests the original Department of Education was created in 1867.
67.
And it existed in the executive branch.
Right
Yeah,
after the
it still
Civil
does.
War. Imagine that. 1867.
And
right
this
after
is ed.gov. Now I'm going to share another. Hold on. Let me share. Okay, so federal grants to states. So we want to know how much the states are getting regarding education, or just total funding.
No, I just wanted to know what the total revenue was that the Department of Education is getting from the taxpayers. You know, what their
revenue that the department is getting.
what their budget was, what they're spending every year.
Yeah.
Right?
So
because if we can find that out and get rid of the Department of Education, that's money that can literally be allocated towards the national debt.
So 79.1 billion for FY24, which was a $500 million increase from last year.
Damn.
You don't want to see the Department of Defenses.
I would rather look. I don't care how much money they spend in the Department of Defense if they start actually defending our borders and stop defending everyone else's.
Well, they can't do the borders unless they were to use the National Guard or Coast Guard.
I thought the whole point of our standing military and the government was to make sure our borders were safe and secured, not everyone else's.
So our standing forces, Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force cannot defend CONUS.
Yes.
Why not?
We just talked about that, and I looked it up.
I understand that they can't have they can't. They're technically not allowed to have open fire on American citizens, right?
Yeah, but they're not allowed unless under specific conditions like DEFCON or martial law or they're not allowed.
So if something happened to the United States, like what happened to Egypt, right?
Yeah. Then or Alexandria, for instance.
Alexandria.
They're able then to do so, but to just stand and defend in like borderline like Russia does, those four branches cannot defend CONUS. They cannot perform actions in CONUS, like the CIA, continent of the United States.
Okay.
So like CIA, for instance, CIA is not allowed to perform any functions in CONUS. CIA is only able to do functions or operate outside of CONUS.
That's why you have FBI. Yeah, they're
Then why the fuck does the CIA fuck with people?
But see, the thing is that's your alternative is FBI. That's the difference. So
get rid of them all, man. All we need is a sheriff. That's all we need, sheriffs.
Well,
and they're elected.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Well, that's an.
I'm just saying. I know that we need law and order. I get that, and I'm not arguing against that. All I'm saying is that we don't need it at the level that we do. I mean, come on, the things that are going on in America right now, and the people that are getting put in prison for the stuff that they are on a federal level by these agencies, and the people that should be going to prison that aren't, is ridiculous.
Well, you're
muted, boss man.
So I have shared. It says 8.1 billion, 24-25 fiscal year budget for basic education.
So they haven't. So for 24 and 25, so 25 they're on a CR. So technically they haven't actually done a budget yet, but they're on a CR, which is a continuing resolution at this point in time. So so that's why they have that's why they have a 24 and 25. So when they do a continuing resolution, what they do is they basically say, hey, you're approved at the previous year's funding level, because they can't pass an actual budget because they can't agree on any fucking thing. So that's why we're constantly on a CR.
Well, see, that's something that I brought up too before is they've made it so financially impossible for an average middle class individual like one of us to actually run for one of these federal seats. That this stuff's going to keep going and just continue to get worse because of it. You can't actually get real people up there that want to actually do something that with real policy. Because, dude, wouldn't it be great to see like one election cycle where you got what is it, half the House that's getting replaced, and see every single one of the incumbent representatives all get replaced all in one fell swoop by nothing but middle class people.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? Because then you could get some shit done.
Correct. Absolutely.
Well, you also got to cap the amount of times you can. They got to put term limits, not time. Not for the term, but the amount of terms.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I
I could
agree. I could
agree with that 100%. I mean,
you're just going 6 and 6.
There's no reason why people should go in at 26 and die at 98 and never have left that position.
The only argument there, well, here we go. Me being fucking objective. Here's the only argument with that. I could agree with it, but here's the argument. I'll counter. Is if you're truly a nation or a country of the people, by the people, for the people, then of and by and for people should be able to elect who they want of and for and by the people. So if they are wanting to elect someone many times over and over and over again, then they should be able to do so. However, the complication that we have with that is that the people at the top are able to redraw redistricting lines, and that's when they're able to pick the people who elect them versus people, the electors or the electorate electing the elected.
Absolutely.
Gerrymandering,
absolutely, sir.
Gerrymandering has to go, but I think so too. Still should. I mean, because it's that way with the president of the United States position, we can't elect him.
So the fact that they didn't do that with Congress after they decided that it needed to be done with the president is absolutely baffling to me.
You mean that they decided to go with electoral college for the president?
No. What I'm saying is the president, but prior to who was it, FDR?
Oh, I see. You mean term limits for the president, but no term limits for
the president could be a president for as long as he wanted prior to FDR, man. But then after that whole deal, they made it to where he could only have 2 terms, 2 4-year terms.
Got it.
Which is enough time for him to go in and enact some policies. Maybe have a couple executive orders that are only going to matter while he's in office. But nothing. He can't do nothing so bad that someone else can't come in and change things. He's not given the ability to basically be an authoritative or basically a dictator. Congress, on the other hand, do you realize that still to this day that over 50% of Congress is 60 years or older?
Yeah, you mean, but when did they get in though?
Back when they were in there, a lot, dude. The majority of them are boomers. So you tell me when they got in.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've just been in there for a long time.
They've been in there for forever. They've lost touch with reality. They don't even know what the working class wants because they don't even engage with the working class unless it's an election year.
I don't know if the argument that the government is, of the people, for the people, by the people, and this is what the people are putting in. I don't know if I really buy into that.
Because
I don't anymore. The people are participating in a very bipartisan government, and I don't know that that's
bipartisan.
I think that's what the people are left to deal with. I think they structure it so that you really don't have much of another choice, and no one really knows what the potential of the other side could look like. Everybody's stuck in this lesser of 2 evils, right?
Well, here's the thing. We're stuck in this rat race, and if you recognize, like I'm registered to vote for the most part on absentee ballots only. If I don't have to leave my house to vote ever in my life, I'm perfectly fine with that. Here's the problem. What happens is I'm constantly getting ballots, constantly.
Even with an absentee?
I had 4 ballots.
See,
Four ballots.
I thought that was only with the universal mail-in ballot system because when they
floor. Oh, okay, 4th floor.
No, I'm just saying when they did that what was it? 2020 the 2020 election. I had me and the wife had 6 or 7 ballots sent to our house in other people's names. Dude, not even ours.
So what ends up happening is that I'm constantly getting ballots all the time. There's always some fucking elections. Always something happens. And we're constantly. So what I'm trying to say is that we're constantly involved in some sort of election constantly all the time, and it's an ever-going rat race or just a hamster wheel all the time. And I feel as though it's never stable in a sense, and I don't think we could ever get out of it for the most part. I don't think we could ever change and we possibly could. It's written into the Constitution for us to be able to change our form of government, but 2/3 of the states would have to, not Congress, 2/3 of the states would have to agree with it in their state legislation to change the Constitution to be able to do so.
And it would have to be to the letter. I mean, literally to the T, exactly the same in all those states in order for you to have a constitutional convention to do that.
Correct. So
I know this because I was a district manager of the the constitutional convention movement in Ohio for the whole to try and get term limits on senators.
Correct. So, at any rate, gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and end it. I appreciate everyone for coming out. I appreciate everyone for stopping by and commenting, liking, sharing, donating to the channel. Hey, make sure that you continue to keep the conversation going even after the show ends, and duke it up in the comments afterwards. Hey, BMU has something for everyone 7 days a week, and every day that ends in Y or W. And yes, there is a day that ends in W, and that is tomorrow, people. So let you figure it out. Big Aaron, I'm sorry that you came in a little bit later there. The panel was kind of stuck there, but I'm glad you stopped by. Angry Snowman, it's always a pleasure to have you and hear your perspective on things. I appreciate it. And hey, another episode of the Barbershop, as always, is always some shenanigans. We get a little rowdy, but it's all in love, and we all appreciate everyone's perspective. And hey, we fight and duke it out, but we always come to some sort of consensus and hugs and dukes and handshakes a little bit later. But as always, peace out, and thank you guys for coming out. Peace.
It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Need a yeehaw, you know how yeehaw. Here for one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. It's not on Broadway, and it's...
Yeah. Black Man Unfiltered Network. We ain't here to play nice. We here to flip everything they told you was normal. Hey! Yeah. Hey, we flipping tables. Yeah. We breaking labels. Facts. No more silence, no more favors. Truth hit hard, can't save it. Yeah. We flipping tables. This that real, no cable. Hey, if it's fake, we unplug it. Welcome to the table. Yeah. I came in the room, they was comfortable, quiet. Smiling in your face, but behind it is riot. They told me be calm, but I'm built for the storm. When the truth in the building, you better transform. They don't like a man when he speak with direction. They love you when broken, confused, and correction. But I'm on a mission, I'm changing perception. No filter, no fear, just raw intersection. System designed just to keep you disabled. Mentally trapped, spiritually labeled. I'm cutting the cords, the lies getting fatal. If it ain't the truth, I'm flipping in the table. We flipping tables. Yeah, we breaking labels. No more silence, no more favors. Truth hit hard, can't save you. Yeah. flipping tables.
They said don't question, I said watch me. Too many men out here living sloppy. No guidance, no code, no structure, no lead. Now we wonder why families bleed. This ain't hate, this accountability. Look in the mirror with this vulnerability. Masking and framed with responsibility. That's what they fear, that stability. I'm calling it out, no sugar, no glaze. We breaking these cycles, we shifting in the phase. Legacy built, not lost in the maze. We done being silent, we entering rage.
This ain't just a podcast, it's a movement, it's a reset. If it's built on lies, it gotta fall.
We flipping tables, no fear, no favors. Black men rise, we stable. Now we changing the label. We flipping tables, truth is non-negotiable. Black man unfiltered, this the voice they ain't controlling.
Flipping Tables podcast. Black Man Unfiltered Network. If it don't make you uncomfortable, it ain't real.